Alrighty. I'll wait for people to get in here. Oh, hello, Maggie. There's a billion Twitch tabs on my thing right now. That'll be gone when I switch to Worm because I can't see the chat. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I hope I provide some good background ambiance for Kingdom Hearts. It's probably not going to be because I think Worm is on the total polar opposite end of Kingdom Hearts. There is no power of friendship in Worm. There is just sad. Yeah, let me know in the chat if anyone else is here. I don't actually have the viewers up on my screen. It still says there's you know what, let me refresh the page real quick. Okay. We have 2 people. Cool. All right. I also wait for like maybe one other person. If one other person. Oh, 4 people. Hello. How y'all doing? Get yourselves a drink. Get yourselves something to eat. Or just cozy up. I'm gonna read y'all a little story. So I guess I can tab out of the infinite Twitch right now. We can go to Worm. Yeah. I'll just be tabbing out periodically just to see what chat. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll go get my phone. And then I can nah, you know what? I'll leave the chat where it. I'll just tab out periodically. I don't think I'll be like reading much of the chat or paying attention to the chat, but if you want to like drop something in there, maybe I'll see it when I'm done with the chapter. I'll check it. I'll check the chat. I'll check the chat once we're done with every chapter. And then maybe I can answer some of your guys' questions about Worm. Ooh. Oh, gee, I wonder who Anna Banana is. Dual window? Dual window? I don't think I can dual window it just cuz it's I'm on a browser. I also just don't have dual monitors. But it's fine. I'll read the chat once we're done with every chapter, and we can just do it from that because I don't have if I had 2 monitors this would be much easier, but I don't. I only have a crappy laptop. But I guess on that note, you get a second monitor. Yeah, it's very cheap. I'm currently in the financial position to get a second monitor. Absolutely. Also, 2 of our viewers dropped off, but whatever. You guys can just, I don't know, cozy up, get yourself a drink, get yourself a snack, and we can begin. So, before we begin, we'll preface, this is Worm. This is one of my all-time favorite stories ever. I love this story. It's very long, but it's very rewarding to read. And I thought that I could read it because it's so freaking long that you all may find a little bit less intimidation in going out and reading it yourself. I really want to read the whole thing. I don't know if I'll be able to. I'll try my hardest, but we can see. But yeah, I guess I don't want to give any plot away for fear that I'm gonna spoil something by accident. I like the story's just full of surprises, so I I guess here we go. So gestation 1.1. The way this story works is that every couple of like group of chapters is like an arc, and the little number right. Oops, I just clicked on it. The number right here changes with every chapter you go up. So this is not chapter 11. This is just one. This is arc 1, chapter 1. Brief note from the author. This story isn't intended for young or sensitive readers. Readers who are on the lookout for trigger warnings are advised to give Worm a pass. Yeah, this story is very dark and very, very, very fucked up. So if you do not like that, I would highly suggest you do not watch this stream. But if you are perfectly alright with that, welcome. Come make yourselves at home. Class ended in 5 minutes, and all I could think was, an hour is too long for lunch. Since the start of the semester, I had been looking forward to the part of Mr. Gladley's World Issues class where we'd start discussing capes. Now that it had finally arrived, I couldn't focus. I fidgeted, my pen moving from hand to hand, tapping or absently drawing some figure in the corner of the page to join the other doodles. My eyes were relentless too, darting from the clock above the door to Mr. Gladley and back to the clock. I wasn't picking up enough of his lessons to follow along. 20 minutes to 12, 5 minutes left before class ended. He was animated, clearly excited about what he was talking about, and for once the class was listening. He was the sort of teacher who tried to be friends with his students, the sort who went by Mr. G instead of Mr. Gladley. He liked to end the class a little earlier than usual and chat with the popular kids. Gave lots of group work so others could hang out with their friends in class and have fun assignments like mock trials. He struck me as one of the popular kids who became a teacher. He probably thought he was everyone's favorite. I wondered how he'd react if he heard my opinions on the subject. Would it shatter his self-image, or would he shrug it off as an anomaly from the gloomy girl that never spoke up in class? I glanced over my left shoulder. Madison Clemens sat 2 rows to my left and 2 seats back. She saw me looking and smirked, her eyes narrowing, and I lowered my eyes to the notebook. I tried to ignore the ugly, sour feeling that stewed in my stomach. I glanced at the clock. 11:43. "Let me wrap it up here," Mr. Gladley said. "Sorry, guys, but there is homework for the weekend. Think about capes and how they've impacted the world around you. Make a list if you want, but it's not mandatory. On Monday, we'll break into groups of 4 and see what group had the best list. I'll buy the winning group treats from the vending machine." There was a series of cheers, followed by the classroom devolving into a noisy chaos. The room was filled with the sounds of binders snapping shut, textbooks and notebooks being slammed closed, chairs screeching on the cheap tile, and the dull roar of emerging conversation. A bunch of more social members of the class gathered around Mr. Gladley to chat. Me? I just put my books away and kept quiet. I'd written down almost nothing in the way of notes. There were collections of doodles spreading across the page, and numbers in the margins where I'd counted down the minutes to lunch, as if I was keeping track of the timer on a bomb. Madison was talking to her friends. She was popular, but not gorgeous in the way the stereotypical popular girls on TV were. She was adorable. Instead, petite. She played up the image with sky blue pins in her shoulder-length brown hair and a cutesy attitude. Madison wore a strapless top and a denim skirt, which seemed absolutely moronic to me given the fact that it was early enough in the spring that we could see our breath in the mornings. I wasn't exactly in the position to criticize her. Boys liked her and she had friends, while the same hardly was true for me. The only feminine feature I had going for me was the dark curly hair, which I'd grown long. The clothes I wore didn't show skin, and I didn't deck myself out in bright colors like a bird showing off its plumage. Guys liked her, I think, because she was appealing without being intimidating. If they only knew. The bell rang with a little ding-dong, and I was the first out the door. I didn't run, but I moved at a decent clip as I headed up the stairwell to the 3rd floor and made my way to the girls' washroom. There were at least a dozen girls already there, which meant I had to wait for a stall to open up. I nervously watched the door of the bathroom, feeling my heart drop every time someone entered the room. As soon as there was a free stall, I let myself in and locked the door. I leaned against the wall and exhaled slowly. It wasn't it wasn't quite a sigh of relief. Relief implied you felt better. I wouldn't feel better until I got home. No, I just felt uneasy. It took maybe 5 minutes before the noise of others in the washroom stopped. A peek below the partition showed that there was nobody else in the other stalls. I sat on the lid of the toilet and got my brown lunch bag to begin eating. Lunch on the toilet was routine now. Every school day I would finish off my brown bag lunch, then I'd do homework or read a book until lunch was over. The only book in my bag I hadn't already read was called Triumvirate, a biography of the 3 leading members of the Protectorate. I was thinking I would spend as long as I could on Mr. Gladley's assignment before reading, because I wasn't enjoying the book. Biographies weren't my thing, and they were especially not the thing when I was suspicious it was all made up. Whatever my plan, I didn't even have a chance to finish my pita wrap. The doors of the bathroom banged open. I froze. I didn't want to rustle the bag and clue anyone into what I was doing, so I kept still and listened. I couldn't make out the voices. The noise of the conversation was obscured by giggling and the sound of water from the sinks. There was a knock on the door, making me jump. I ignored it, but the person on the other side just repeated the knock. "Occupied," I called out hastily. "Oh my God, it's Taylor!" one of the girls on the outside exclaimed with glee. Then in response to something another girl whispered, I barely heard her add, "Yeah, do it." I stood up abruptly, letting the brown bag with the last mouthful of my lunch fall to the tiled floor. Rushing to the door, I popped the lock and opened and pushed. The door didn't budge. There were noises from the stall on either side of me, then a sound above me. I looked up to see what it was, only to get splashed in the face. My eyes started burning, and I was momentarily blinded by the stinging fluid in my eyes and my blurring of my glasses. I could taste it as it ran down my nose and mouth. Cranberry juice. They didn't stop there. I managed to pull off my glasses off just in time to see Madison and Sophia leaning over the top of the stall, each of them with plastic bottles at the ready. I bent over with my hands shielding my head just before they emptied the contents over me. It ran down the back of my neck, soaked my clothes, fizzled as it ran through my hair. I pushed against the door again, but the girl on the other side was braced against it with her body. If the girls pouring juice and soda on me were Madison and Sophia, that meant the other girl on the side of the door was Emma, leader of the trio. Feeling a flare of anger at the realization, I shoved onto the door, the full weight of my body slamming against it. I didn't accomplish anything, and my shoes lost track of the juice-slick floor. I fell to my knees in the pudding juice. Empty plastic bottles with labels for grape and cranberry juice fell to the ground around me. A bottle of orange soda bounced off my shoulder and to splash into the puddle before rolling under the partition and into the next stall. The smell of the fruity drinks and sodas was sickly sweet. The door swung open, and I glared up at the 3 girls, Madison, Sophia, and Emma. Where Madison was cute, a late bloomer, Sophia and Emma were the type of girls that fit the prom queen image. Sophia was dark-skinned, with a slender, athletic build she developed as a runner on the school's track team. Red-headed Emma, by contrast, had all the curves the guys wanted. She was good-looking enough to get the occasional jobs as an amateur model for catalogs that the local department stores and malls put out. The 3 of them were laughing like it was the funniest thing in the world, but the sounds of their amusement barely registered with me. My attention was on the faint roar of blood pumping in my ears and an urgent, ominous crackling sound that wouldn't get any quieter or less persistent if I covered my ears with my hands. I could feel dribbles running down my arms and back, still chilled from the refrigerated vending machines. I didn't trust to say something that wouldn't give them fodder to taunt me with, so I kept silent. Carefully, I climbed to my feet and turned my back on them to get my backpack off the top of the toilet. Seeing it gave me pause. It had been a khaki green before, but now dark purple blotches covered it, most of the contents of the bottle of grape juice. Pulling the straps around my shoulders, I turned around. The girls weren't there. I heard the bathroom door bang shut, cutting off their sounds of glee, leaving me alone in the bathroom, drenched. I approached the sink and stared at myself in the scratched, stained mirror that was bolted above it. I'd inherited a thin-lipped, wide, expressive mouth from my mother, but my large eyes and my gawky figure made me look a lot like my dad. My dark hair was soaked enough that it clung to my scalp, neck, and shoulders. I was wearing a brown hooded sweatshirt over a green shirt, but colored blotches of purple, red, and orange streaked both. My glasses were beaded, with the multicolored droplets of juice and soda. A drip ran down my nose, and I fell from the tip to land. I fell from the tip to land in the sink. Using a paper towel from the dispenser, I wiped my glasses off and put them on again. The residual streaks made it just as hard to see, if not worse than it had been. I know how that feels. Deep breaths, Taylor, I told myself. I pulled the glasses off to clean them again with a wet towel, and found the streaks were still there. I still know how that feels. An inarticulate scream of fury and frustration escaped my lips, and I kicked the plastic bucket that just sat beneath the sink, sending it in the toilet brush inside, flying into the wall. That wasn't enough. I pulled off my backpack and used a two-hand grip to hurl it. I wasn't using my locker anymore. Certain individuals had vandalized or broken into it on 4 different occasions. My bag was heavy, loaded down with everything I'd anticipated needing for today's classes. It crunched audibly on an impact on the wall. What the fuck? I screamed to no one in particular, my voice echoing in the bathroom. There were tears in the corner of my eyes. What the hell am I supposed to do? I wanted to hit something. Break something. To retaliate against the unfairness of the world, I almost struck the mirror, but I held back. It was just a small thing that felt like it would make me feel more insignificant instead of venting my frustration. I had been enduring this from the very first day of high school, a year and a half ago. The bathrooms had been the closest thing I could find to refuge. It had been lonely and undignified, but it had been a place I could retreat to, a place where I was off their radar. Now, I didn't even have that. I didn't even know what I was supposed to do for my afternoon classes. Our midterm project for art was due, and I couldn't go to class like this. Sophia would be there, and I could just imagine her smug smile of satisfaction as I showed up, looking like I'd botched an attempt to tie-dye everything I owned. Besides, I'd just thrown my bag against the wall, and I doubt my project was still in one piece. A dumb move, Taylor. The buzzing at the edge of my consciousness was getting worse. My hands shook as I bent over and gripped at the edge of the sink, letting out a long, slow breath and let my defenses drop. For 3 months, I'd held back. Right now, I didn't care anymore. I shut my eyes and felt the buzzing crystallize into concrete information. As numerous as the stars in the night sky, tiny knots of intricate data flitted around the area around me. I couldn't focus on each one in turn, but pick out details. The clusters of data had been reflexively drifting towards me since I was first splashed in the face. Excuse me for 1 second. Gotta take a drink. They responded to my subconscious thoughts and emotions. As much of a reflection of my frustration, my anger, my hatred for those 3 girls as my pounding heart and trembling hands were. I could make them stop or direct them to move almost without thinking about it. The same way I could raise an arm or twitch a finger. I opened my eyes. I could feel adrenaline thrumming through my body, blood coursing through my veins. I shivered in response to the chilled soft drinks and juices the trio had poured on me, with anticipation and just a little fear. On every surface of the bathroom were bugs, flies, ants, spiders, centipedes, millipedes, earwigs, beetles, wasps, and bees. With every passing second, more streamed in through the open window and the various openings in the bathroom, moving with surprising speed. Some crawled in through a gap where the sink drain entered the wall, while others emerged from a triangular hole in the ceiling where a section of foam towel had broken off, or from the opened window with peeling paint and cigarette butts squished out in the recesses. They gathered around me and spread out over every available surface, primitive bundles of signals and responses, waiting for further instruction. My practice sessions, conducted away from prying eyes, told me I needed to direct a single insect to move an antenna, or command the gathered horde to move in formation. With one thought, I could single out a particular group, maturity or species from this jumble, and direct them as I wished. An army of soldiers under my complete control. It would be so easy just to let go carry on the school, to give the trio their just dessert, to make them regret what they had put me through. The vicious emails, the trash they'd upended over my desk, the flute, my mother's flute, they'd stolen from my locker. It wasn't just them either. Other girls and a small handful of boys had joined in, accidentally skipping over me when passing out assignment handouts, adding their own voices to the taunts and the flood of nasty emails to get the flavor and attention of the 3 of the prettier, more popular girls in our grade. I was all too aware that I'd caught myself and get arrested if I attacked my fellow students. There were 3 teams of superheroes and any number of solo heroes in the city. I really didn't care. The thought of my father seeing the aftermath on the news, his disappointment in me, his shame, that was more daunting. But it still didn't outweigh the anger and frustration. Except I was better than that. With a sigh, I sent an instruction to the gathered swarm. Disperse. The word wasn't as important as the idea behind it. They began to exit the room, disappearing into the cracks in the tile and through the open window. I walked over to the door and stood with my back to it so nobody could stumble into the scene before the bugs were gone. However much I wanted to, I couldn't really follow through. Even as I trembled with humiliation, I managed to convince myself to pick up my backpack and head down the hall. I made my way out of the school again, ignoring the stares and giggles from everyone as I walked past, caught the first bus that headed in the general direction of home. The chill of early spring compounded in the discomfort of my soaked hair and clothes, making me shiver. I was going to be a superhero. That was the goal I used to calm myself down in moments like these. It was what I used to get myself out of bed and on a school day. It was a crazy dream that made things tolerable. It was something to look forward to, something to work towards. It made it possible to keep them from dwelling the fact that Emma Barnes, leader of the trio, had once been my best friend. So that was chapter 1. Hold on, now we gotta read the chat. So yeah, our main character, Taylor, she can control bugs. And the thing I love about that is that, you know, in any other story, it'd just be like, oh yeah, she uses the bugs to, you know, attack people. And yeah, she does that. But all the superpowers in this series are really, 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 really well done. And they're all super creative. And the users that use them in really creative ways. So yeah, I really love the way right now we're like it's just really bizarre reading this and like being like, oh yeah, this was basically like bullied girl, you know, like wants to get revenge on her bullies story in the first part, and just knowing what happens at the end of this, it's just like, wow, we started here. We really just started here, didn't we? If y'all just left Taylor alone, this entire story just probably would not have happened. Maybe it would have. I don't know. All right. Yeah, Kafka would absolutely love this. This is super duper Kafka. All right. If y'all are ready. last chapter. Oh, it says next chapter because I have it zoomed in, that's why. Gestation 1.2. My thoughts were on Emma on the bus ride home. For an outside observer, I'd think that it's easy to trivialize the importance of a best friend. But when you're a kid, there's nobody more important. Emma had been my BFF from grade 1 all the way through middle school. It hadn't even been enough for us to spend our time together at school, so we had an alternate staying at each other's houses every weekend. I remember my mother saying we were so close we were practically sisters. A friendship that deep is intimate. Not in the rude way, but just in the terms of no holds barred sharing of every vulnerability and weakness. So when I got back to from nature camp, and just a week before first year at high school started, to find out she wasn't talking to me, that she was calling Sophia her best friend, discovering that she was now using every one of those secrets and vulnerabilities I had shared with her to wound me in the most vicious way she could think of. It was crushing. There's just no better way to share it. Unwilling to dwell on it any longer, I turned my attention to my backpack, settling it on the seat beside me and sorting through the contents. Grape juice had stained it, and I had a suspicion I would have to get a new one. I had bought it just for 4 months ago, and after my old one had been taken from my locker, it had just been $12, so it wasn't a huge issue. The fact that my notebooks, textbooks, and the 2 novels I'd shoved into my bag were wet with grape juice was more troubling. I suspected that whichever girl had been holding the grape juice had aimed for the open top of my bag as she poured it. I noted the destruction of my art project. The box I'd put in was collapsed on one side. That bit was my fault. My heart sank as I found the notebook, with all the white and black speckled hardcover. Everybody knows what that is. I just want to point that out. Everybody knows what that is. That's yeah. You already know what that is. The corner of the paper, I don't know why I was so impressed by the fact that he could describe those notebooks. The corner of the paper was soaked through with as much as a quarter of each page stained purple. The ink had diluted and the page was already turning wavy. The notebook had been, my notes and journal for my hero career. The testing and training I'd done with my powers, pages of crossed out name ideas, even the measurements I was using for my costume in progress. After Emma, Madison, and Sophia had stolen my backpack and stuffed it in a wastebasket, I had just realized how big of a danger it was to keep everything written down like that. I had copied everything over into a new notebook in a simple cipher and wrote it bottom to top. Now that notebook was spoiled, and I was looking at having to copy some 200 pages of detailed writing into a new notebook if I wanted to preserve the information. Just don't bring it to school, Taylor. Come on. If I could remember what was on all of the if I could remember what was on all the ruined pages. The bus stopped a block away from my house, and I just got off, trying to ignore the stairs. Even with the gawking, the knowledge that my notebook was ruined, and my general nervousness about missing afternoon classes without permission, I felt better as I got closer to home. It felt worlds better to know I could drop my guard, stop watching my back, and I could take a break from wondering when the next incident would happen. I let myself into the house and headed straight for the shower, not even removing my backpack or taking off my shoes until I was in the bathroom. I stood under the steam with my clothes on the floor of my tub. I stood under the stream with my clothes on the floor of my tub, hoping the water would help to get the worst of the juice out. I pondered. I don't know who said it, but at one point I had come across this notion about taking a negative and turning it into a positive. I tried to take the day's events and turn them around in my head, to see if I could find a more positive twist on it. Okay, so the first thing that came to mind was yet another reason to kill the trio. It wasn't a serious thought. I was angry. By the way, Worm loves their threes. There are so many like trios in this series, it's ridiculous. I was angry, but it wasn't like I was going to actually kill them. Somehow, I suspected that I'd hurt myself before I hurt them. I was humiliated, frustrated, pissed, and I'd always had a weapon available, my power. It was like having a loaded gun in your hands at all times. Except my power wasn't that great. So maybe it was more like having a taser. Oh, Taylor. You just wait. It was hard not to think about using it when things get really bad. Still, I don't think I had the killer instinct I didn't think I had that killer instinct in me. No, I told myself, forcing myself to back on the subject of positive thinking. Was there any upsides? Art products wrecked, clothes probably unrecoverable, needing a new backpack, notebook. Somehow my mind fixated on the last part. I cranked the shower off, then towel dry, thinking. I wrapped the towel around me. Rather than head to my room to get dressed, I put my wet clothes into a laundry hamper, grabbed my backpack, and head downstairs to the kitchen and into the basement. My house is old, and the basement was never renovated. The walls and the floor are concrete, and the ceiling was exposed boards and electrical cords. The furnace used to be coal-fueled, and there was still an old chute, 2 feet by 2 feet, where the coal trucks used to come by and unload the winter supply of coal for heating the house. The chute was boarded up, but around that time I was copying my original superpower notebook over in code. I decided to play it safe in all respects and start getting creative with my privacy. It was then I'd start using it. I removed one screw and removed the square wooden panel with the peeling white paint that covered the low end of the coal chute. I retrieved the gym bag from inside and put the panel back in place without screwing it back in. I emptied the contents of the gym bag on the disused workbench that the house's previous owner had left in our basement, then opened the windows that were at the same level as the driveway and front garden. I closed my eyes and spent a minute exercising my power. I wasn't just grabbing every creepy crawly in a 2-block radius, though. I was being selective, and I was gathering quite a few. It would take time for all them to arrive. Bugs could move faster than you thought when they moved with a purpose in a straight line, but even so, 2 blocks was a lot of ground for something that small to cover. I busied myself with opening the bag and sorting out the contents. My costume. The first of the spiders had started coming through the open windows and congregating in the workbench. My power didn't give me a knowledge of the official names of the bugs I was working with, but anyone could realize the spiders that were crawling in, that were crawling in the room. They were black widows, one of the more dangerous spiders you could find in the States. Yeah, this is the U.S. Their bile could be lethal, though it usually wasn't, and they tended to bite with little provocation. Even under my complete control, they spooked me. At my request, the dozens upon dozens of spiders got into place on the workbench and began drawing out lines of webbing, laying in the lines across one another and weaving them into work. 3 months ago, I'd recovered from the manifestation of my powers. I started to prepare for the goal I had set for myself. It involved an exercise routine, training my power, research, and preparing my costume. Costumes were harder than one might think. While members of the official team surely had sources for that stuff, the rest of us were either left to buy costumes, put them together piecemeal with stuff bought from stores, or make them from scratch. Each option had its problems. If you bought a costume online, you can risk of it being traced, which could blow your secret identity before you'd even put a costume on. You could put a costume together with stuff you bought from stores, but very few people could do that and look good. The final option, putting a costume together yourself, was just a hell of a lot of work, and you could run into the issue of the prior 2 options, being traced or winding up with a lame costume, depending on where you got your materials and how you went about it. In the second week after I'd found my powers, I still wasn't entirely sure what was going on. I had come across a segment on the Discovery Channel about a suit that was made to withstand attacks by bears. The segment talked about how the suit was made of synthetic spider silk, which had inspired this particular project. Why go synthetic when you can produce the real thing? 1 second. Okay, so it had been harder than that. Not just any spider worked, and the black widow spiders themselves were hard to find. They weren't just typically found in the northeastern states, which could get a lot colder, but I was fortunate that the key element that made Brockton Bay a tourist destination and a hotspot for capes also made it a place where black widow spiders could live, if not thrive. Namely, it was warm. Thanks to the surrounding geography and the ocean bordering us on the east, Brockton Bay had some of the mildest winters you could find in the northeastern states. I'm pretty sure Brockton Bay is supposed to be in Massachusetts, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure it's in Massachusetts. And one of the most comfortably warm summers. Both the black widows and the people running around in skin-tight costumes were thankful for that. With my power, I had ensured the spiders could multiply. I'd kept them in safe locations and flattened them on prey I directed straight into them. I had flipped that mental switch that told them to breed and lay eggs as if it were summer. Fed more prey to hundreds of young that had resulted and earned countless costume spinners for my trouble. The biggest issue had been that the black widows are territorial, so I just spread them out to ensure that they didn't kill each other when I wasn't around to control them. Once a week or so, on my morning runs, I rotated the locations of the spiders so I had a fresh supply all filled with proteins for the production of the essential materials. This ensured that spiders were always ready for working on the costume in the afternoon after school. Yeah, I needed a life, but I had a badass costume. This just shows that she is smart and she knows her shit. I love that the author in chapter fucking 2 establishes that Taylor is not a complete dumbass. Socially, she might be, but she's smart. She knows her shit. It wasn't a great-looking costume just yet. The fabric was a dirty yellow gray. The armored sections had been made entirely out of finely arranged and layered shells, and the exoskeletons I'd cannibalized from local insect population then reinforced with the dragline silk. In the end, the armored parts had wound up dark mottled brown gray. I was okay with that. When the entire thing was done, I planned to dye in the fabric and paint the armor. The reason I was so pleased with my costume was the fact that it was flexible, durable, and incredibly lightweight, considering that the amount of armor I'd put in it. At one point, I had screwed up the dimensions of one of the legs, and when I tried to cut it off and start fresh, I'd found that I couldn't cut it with an X-Acto knife. I needed to use wire cutters, and even then, it had been a chore. As far as I figured it, it was everything a superhero wanted for a costume. I wasn't exactly willing to test it out, but I harbored hopes it was bulletproof, or at least the armored sections on over my vital areas were. The plan was to finish my costume over the course of a month, and then as the school year ended and the summer began, I would take the leap into the world of superheroics. The plan had changed. I took off my towel and hung it on the corner of the bench, then pulling on my costume to test it for the 100th time. The spiders obediently moved out of my way as I did so. When I had been standing in the shower trying to find good aspects of the day's troubles, my thoughts had turned to the notebook. I had realized I was procrastinating. I was constantly planning, preparing, considering all the possibilities. There would always be more preparations, more stuff to study or test. The destruction of my notebook had been the burning of a bridge. I couldn't go back and copy it into a fresh book or start a new one without delaying my game plan for at least a week. I had to move forward. It was time to do it. I flexed my hands inside the glove. I'd go out next week. No more delays. This weekend, I would be ready. Let's see what the chat is going on. A plague of a bug tornado. Yeah. I have a feeling that would be pretty useful. It's cool just seeing how simple this story was in like its early phases. Cause, crazy shit happens later on. That's spoilers. I don't want to spoil you guys the story I'm trying to read to you. Let me take one more sip of my drink. Let me just see how many chapters are in Act 1. Okay, so we're at 3. Oh, right, I forgot. Act 1 is super short. There are only 6, so we're already halfway done. I might read some more of I might read, maybe half of Act 2 tonight. I don't know. We'll have to see what time. It shouldn't be super late. It's only 8:10. You know what? We'll probably do Acts 1 and 2 tonight. Because Act 2 is much, much, much longer, word count-wise. But we'll figure it out as we go along. I'm definitely reading all of Act 1 tonight. You guys can be sure of that. I just want some dialogue to start so I can start doing the silly voices for every character. I'm trying not to do silly voices. I'll try to give them accurate voices, but my voice is a little too deep to do women accurately. Alright. Gestation 1.3. My training schedule consists of running every morning and every other afternoon. That sounds like me during the pandemic. In the process, I had picked up a pretty good knowledge of the east side of the city. Growing up in Brockton Bay, my parents had told me stuff like, stick to the boardwalk. Even on my runs, I had scrupulously stayed on the boardwalk and avoided the bad part of town. Now it was Sunday night, and I was in costume and breaking the rules. I forgot they skipped, right to where Taylor's going into action. Yeah, okay. Okay. I had dyed and painted the costume on Friday, bought temporary costume pieces, belt, the strap for the mask, and the lenses, on Saturday, and finished the most necessary details over the course of my Sunday afternoon before heading out the evening. I also want to preface, the writing is a little wonky. It's good. It's really good. It's just a little wonky right now. I promise that it gets so much better. It's just Act 1 seems to be kind of the outlier. There's a major art evolution effect where the more Wildbow, who's the author, wrote, the more, obviously the better he got at it. And yeah, you'll see if you stick with this later. The costume wasn't complete yet, lacking the full extent of my armor paneling I had planned out, but the armor covering the most essential areas, my face, chest, spine, stomach, and major joints. The mask design featured dull yellow lenses, the only color on the black and gray costume, as well as selections of my armor designated to imitate a bug's mandibles while simultaneously protecting my jaw. If you go and look up Worm, you can actually find what the author considers the official, or the most accurate illustration of Taylor's costume. If you want to look that up, it looks really cool. Actually, I like it a lot. The mask left my hair free, which did leave the back of my head more vulnerable. But that was just one of the sacrifices I'd have to make to go out in an unfinished costume. It was just after midnight, and I was crossing the line between one of the nicest parts of town and the parts of town where crack whores and gangsters live. The distances between the two was thinner than one might think. The boardwalk was where the tourists came. Running north to south along the beach, there was shops that sold dresses for over $1,000, cafes with ludicrously expensive coffees, and stretches of wooden walkways and beaches where tourists could get a great view of the ocean. Sounds like where I live. From pretty much any point on the docks, you could see one of the Brockton Bay landmarks, the Protectorate headquarters. Besides being a marvel of architectural design with its arches and towers, the PHQ is a floating base of operations and has a squadron of local superheroes called Home, outfitted with a force field bubble and a missile defense system. They had never been an occasion for either to be used, but I had to admit, it made you feel safer. Could you guys imagine if, like, the White House was, like, a floating base of operations? That'd be way cooler. Somebody just get some dumb building planted in the soil. If you head west from the boardwalk away from the water, you found yourself in the area the locals just called the docks. When the import-export business in Brockton Bay had dried up, there had been a whole lot of people who were suddenly out of work. The richest and most resourceful people in town had managed to make more money, turning the city's resources towards tech and banking. But all the people who had been employed on the ships and the warehouses had few options left to them. They faced leaving Brockton Bay, sticking around while scraping up what little they could, or turning it more into illicit activity. This all contributed to the boom of the local supervillain population. The potential for money, coupled with the number of eager-to-please mooks and henchmen, made it the city to be for a villain in the late 90s. It took a few years for the hero presence to establish and organize themselves, but when they did, and there was something of an equilibrium now. As far as the K population went, Brockton Bay wasn't just in the top 5 cities in the U.S., but it was probably in the top 10. Just moving from one block to the next, you could see the change in the area. As I made my way into the docks, I could see the quality of my surroundings decline steeply. There was enough warehouses and apartments in the area for even the most destitute to find shelter. So the only people on the street were unconscious drunks, whores, and gang members. I steered clear of any and all people I saw ventured further into the area. As I walked, I was using my powers to draw a swarm together. They kept them out of the way, moving just over the nearby rooftop and through the interior of buildings. Anyone paying attention to the local cockroach population might think something was up, but there weren't so many lights on. I doubted most of the buildings here even had power. The lack of lights in the area what made me stop and draw myself against the side of a building when I saw a spot of orange in the dark streets ahead. The orange was the flame of a lighter, and I was able to make out several faces around it. They were Asian, some wearing hoodies, others wearing headbands or long-sleeve shirts, but all wore the same colors, red and green, the ABB. I knew who these guys were. They were members from the local gang that left the tags Asian Bad Boys, ABB for short, all over the east and ended the city. More than a few went to my school. As far as the criminal elements in Brockton Bay went, they weren't small potatoes. While the typical gang members were just Koreans, Japanese, Vietnamese, and Chinese forcibly recruited from Brockton Bay's high school and lower-class neighborhoods, the gang was led by a couple of people with powers. Gangs didn't tend to be that racially inclusive as far as who joined. So it said something that their leader had the ability to draw in members from so many different nationalities and keep them in line. The street was unlit, so my ability to see was dependent on the moon and a few indoor lights that was still on and shining out into the sidewalks. I had started actively looking for their boss. There were more gang members coming out of a 2-story building, and they were gathering in the street. They didn't have the atmosphere of people who were just hanging out either. They were expressionless or scowling, and they weren't talking. I spotted their boss as the gang pulled away from the door of the building to give him room. I only knew about this guy from what I had heard on small news and read online, but I recognized him immediately. He was a big guy, but not so big that he would send people running when he walked down the street, like some people with powers were. He was a little over 6 feet, though, which put him head and shoulders above most of the gang members. He had an ornate metal mask over his face and wasn't wearing a shirt, despite the chill. Sprawling tattoos covered his body, from the neck down, and all depicting dragons from Eastern mythology. He went by Lung. Had successfully gone toe to toe with a whole team of heroes and had managed to keep himself out of jail, as evidenced by his presence here. As for his powers, I only knew what I could scrounge up online, and there was no guarantee there. I mean, for all I knew, he could have misled people about what his powers did. He could have a power he was keeping up his sleeve for an emergency, or he could even have a very subtle power that people couldn't see at work. The information online and the papers had told me this. Lung could gradually transform. Maybe it was based on adrenaline, his emotional state, or something, but whatever it was, it made his powers more potent the longer he was in a fight. He healed at a superhuman rate, got stronger, got tougher, got bigger, and he grew armor plating that was complete with blades at each fingertip. That's so fucking cool. I love Lung's power. Rumor had it that he even grew wings if he fought long enough. It's so fucking cool. If it wasn't enough, he was a pyrokinetic, which means he could create flames out of thin air, shape it, intensify it, and so on. The power apparently got stronger as he transformed too. As far as I knew, there wasn't an upper limit to how strong he could get. He only started returning to normal when there was nobody left to fight. Lung wasn't the only one with powers in the ABB. He had a flunky, a scary sociopath called Oni Lee, who could teleport or create doubles of himself. I wasn't 100% sure on the details, but Oni Lee had a distinctive look, and I didn't see him in the crowd. If there was anyone else with powers that I needed to watch out for, I hadn't seen or heard anything about them in my research. Lung began talking in a deep, commanding voice. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like he was giving instructions. As I watched, one of the gang members drew a butterfly knife from his pocket, and another of them put his hand on his waistband. Between the gloom and the fact that I was standing half a block away, I couldn't see very well, but a dark shape stood out against his gray t-shirt. Chances were it was a gun handle. My pulse sped up as I saw the gun, which was silly. Lung was more dangerous than 50 people with guns. I decided to move away from where I was and find a better vantage point to monitor their conversations, which seemed like a good compromise between my curiosity and my self-preservation. I slowly backed away from where I was, glancing over my shoulder to make sure nobody was watching, and then circled around near the building I was lurking beside. My investigation had paid off. Halfway down the alley, I saw a fire escape that was leading up the back of the building that Lung and his gang were standing in front of. The feet of my costume had soft soles, so I was nearly silent as I ascended. The roof was covered in gravel and cigarette butts, which made me think it wouldn't be so quiet walking over it. Instead, I was on the raised outside lip of the roof. As I neared the part of the roof directly above Lung and his gang of Asian bad boys, I crouched and crawled forward on my stomach. It was dark enough that I doubted they could see me if I jumped up and down and waved my arms, but there was no reason to be stupid. That's right, Taylor. Don't be dumb, everyone. Being at the top of the 2-story building when they were on the ground floor made it hard to hear them. Lung had a strong accent as well, which meant I had to wait until he had spoken a few sentences before I could figure out what he was saying. It helped that his mooks were utterly respectfully silent as he spoke. Lung was snarling. "The children, just shoot. Doesn't matter your aim, just shoot. You see the one lying on the ground? Shoot the little bitch Mitch more to be sure. We give them no reason to be clever or lucky. Understand?" There was a murmur of assent. Someone else lit a cigarette, and then leaned over to light a cigarette for the guy next to him. In those moments, his hand wasn't cupped around the flame. I could see the gathered faces of just a dozen or so of gangsters gathered around Lung. In hands, waistbands, and holsters, I could see the dark metal of the guns reflecting the orange flame. If I had a hazard to guess, all of them had weapons. They were gonna kill kids? Alright. Let me take a sip of my drink. Yeah, they really gave, like, you know, usually when you watch like an anime or you read a story with like a minor antagonist from the start who's not like, you know, the story's the main antagonist, usually they're like, you know, Jimbo, who might be like a slight threat to the protagonist because they aren't trained in whatever art they have yet. But no, they just throw out Lung, who's a fucking armored walking tank that can shoot fire. He's so cool. He's like he doesn't deserve, he deserves to be like the final boss of the series, and yet they just threw him out from the start. Yeah. I have to get some more water after the shock to my throats. I'll get a little dry. That's okay though. Gestation 1.4. I felt the chill. A part of me really wished that I had gone through to get my hands on a disposable cell phone. I didn't have a utility belt, but the spade-shaped section of armor that hung over my spine hit a set of EpiPens, a pen, and a notepad. A tube of pepper spray meant to hang off a keychain and a zippered pouch of chalk dust. I could have fit a cell phone back there. With the cell phone, I could have alerted the real heroes about the fact that Lung was planning to take a score of his flunkies to go and shoot kids. At least, that's what I heard. I was in a state of disbelief, turning the words around in my head to think of a different context that would have made sense of it. It wasn't so much the fact that he would do something like that, I just had a hard time wrapping my head around the idea that anyone would. Lung answered my question for one of his gang members, lapsing briefly into another language. He grabbed one of his minions' arm and twisted it at an angle where he could get a look at the guy's watch, so I guess it had something to do with their timing or whenever they were leaving. The gang member who'd had his arm twisted winced as Lung let it go, but didn't complain. What was I supposed to do? I doubted I could find any place in the docks that would be willing to let me inside to use their phone. If I headed to the boardwalk, I wasn't sure I would find any place that was still open, and I didn't have change for a payphone. There was another oversight that I could have corrected next time I went out. Cell phone, spare change. A car pulled up, and another 3 guys dressed in gang colors got out and joined the crowd. Shortly after, the group, 20 or 25 in total, started walking north, passing below me as they walked down to the street. I was out of time to consider my options. As much as I didn't want to face it, there was really only one option I could have no regrets about. I shut my eyes and focused on every bug in the neighborhood, including the sizable swarm I had gathered on my way into the docks. I took control of each one of them. Attack. It was dark enough that I could only tell where my swarm was with my power. That meant I couldn't even tune out the swarm if I wanted to have any idea about what was going on. My brain was filled with horrendous amounts of information. As I sensed every bite, each sting. Each bite, each sting. As the thousands of insects and arachnids swarmed over and around the group, I could almost see the outlines of each person just by sensing the shape of the surfaces the bugs were crawling on, or the areas the vermin wasn't occupying. I focused on them, keeping the more venomous types at bay for the time being. I didn't need any allergic thugs going into anaphylactic shock from a bee sting or getting serious complications from a bite of a brown recluse spider. Those things will kill you. I mean, I'm pretty sure they are native to like up north. And they hurt. I sensed the fire through the swarm before I realized what was going on, looking at it with my own eyes. My power told me of the bug's recognition of the heat, but it didn't even have time to devote consciousness to block out the instincts the fire set in motion before the damage was done. The primitive thought process of my bugs were reduced to confused impulses to alternately flee and pursue the heat and the light, so they would often use for navigation. Many bugs died or were crippled by the heat. From my vantage point, I could see Lung lashing out with the streams of fire from his hands, directing them at the sky. I suppressed a laugh, feeling heaty with adrenaline. Was it all he could do? I directed the swarm to gather, so that those who weren't already biting and stinging were in the midst of the gang. If he wanted to turn his flames on the swarm, he could have set his own people on fire. He was going to have to set his own people on fire. The heated air and the smells gave me enough information. By the way of my instincts to tell where Lung was in the crowd, I took a deep breath, and then sent the reserves. I took a share of the venomous types I had held at bay and directed them to Lung. A handful of bees, wasps, and a number of more poisonous spiders, like black widows and brown recluses, and dozens of ants. He healed fast when his power was working. Everything I'd read online, the people that said that people with healing abilities would shrug off the effects of poison or drugs, so I knew I'd have to pump him full of enough venom to overwhelm that aspect of his power. Besides, he was a big guy. I judged he can take it. From the information I could glean from my bugs, Lung already had maybe a quarter of his body covered in armor. Triangular sections of metallic plating were piercing through his skin, where they would continue to grow and overlap until it was nigh impenetrable. If they weren't already, his fingers and toes would become like blades or metal claws. It's still fucking cool. I felt a sadistic glee as I organized the attack on Lung. I directed the flying insects to attack his face. With distaste, I focused the crawling ants and spiders on other vulnerable areas. I did my best to ignore the feedback that I got from that particular attack, as I definitely did not want some kind of topographical map of the swarm I just provided a minute ago. Lung was bad news, and I needed him out of the action as soon as possible. That meant delivering the hurt. Rationale aside, I did feel a stab of guilt about taking pleasure in someone else's pain. I quieted the moment's remorse by reminding myself that Lung had spread tragedy, addiction, and death to innumerable families. He'd been planning to kill kids. Lung exploded. No metaphor there. He detonated in a blast of rolling fire that set his clothes, several pieces of litter, and one of his gang members alight. Almost every bug in the immediate vicinity died or was crippled by the wave of extreme heat. From my vantage point, I watched as he turned himself into a human bomb a second time. The second explosion turned his clothes to rags and sent people fleeing for cover. He stepped out of the smoke with his hands burning like torches, the silvery scales that covered nearly a third of his body reflecting in the flame. Damn! He was fireproof? Or skilled enough at using fire to superheat the air around him without burning himself. The meager scraps of clothing that covered him were burning away, and the fire licked and danced around his hands without him seeming to care. He roared. It wasn't a monstrous roar one might expect, but a very human sound of rage and frustration. As human as it sounded, though, it was loud. All the way down the street neighborhoods, lights and flashlights flickered in response to the explosions and the roar. I even saw a few faces peer through the windows to see the action. Idiots. If Lung's next attack shattered any glass, they could get hurt. Oh, so caring. From where I was crouched on the side of the roof, I directed some of the more harmless insects to attack Lung. He lashed out with the fire the moment they started crawling on him, which I had more or less expected. He managed to kill the majority of the bugs with each burst of flame, and knowing what I did about his powers, I knew his flames would only get bigger, hotter, and more dangerous. In a typical fight, you would figure someone would get weaker as the fight dragged on. They would take their lumps, get tired, exhaust their bag of tricks. With Lung, it was the opposite. I found myself regretting that I'd only used a relatively small number of more venomous bugs, because it was becoming clear that what I'd used wasn't having much of an effect. He had no idea where I was, so I figured I still had the upper hand, but my options in the number of bugs in my swarm were running out. Despite my earlier glee, I wasn't sure I could win this anymore. I hissed through my teeth, all too aware the time was running out. Before long, Lung would have set fire to the city block, becoming immune to bites and stings in general, or destroy my entire swarm. I had to get creative. I had to get meaner. I focused my attention on a lone wasp and piloted around Lung's back, up behind his head and then in circles around his face and straight at his eyeball. The wasp touched his eyelash and he blinked before he could hit the target. As a consequence, the stinger only sank into his eyelid, prompting yet another explosion of fire and scream of rage. Again, I thought. A honeybee this time. I wasn't sure if he had eventually got armor-plated eyelids, but maybe I could use the sting to make sure his eyes swell shut. He wouldn't be able to fight if he couldn't see. The bee struck home this time, sinking the stinger directly in the ball of Lung's eye. Ugh. It surprised me that it didn't stick or kill the bee, so I had the bee sting again, and this time the barbs let it stick in the corner at the skin of his eye. Ugh. At the side of his nose. The bee died that time, leaving some tiny organs and a venomous sac hanging from the stinger. I expected him to explode again. He didn't. Instead, he set himself on fire, head to toe. I waited a moment, poised to attack. It's such a fucking good strategy. Just set yourself on fire. Who cares? You're invulnerable to fire. I waited a moment, poised to attack with the next wasp to attack the moment he dropped his guard, but as the second passed, I realized he wasn't planning on extinguishing himself. My heart sank. Surely he was burning up all the oxygen in the vicinity. Didn't he need to breathe? What the hell was his fuel source for fire? Standing on the street, he turned around again, searching for me, with the flames that licked and rolled over his body catching light where there had been only gloom. Abruptly, he hunched over. I wondered. I hoped the various toxins and venoms in his system had done the trick. Oh, excuse me. Then his back separated in two. A meaty-looking gap appeared along his spine, followed by an eruption of long metallic scales along the gap. After bristling for a few moments, the scales lay flat like dominoes falling. He stood and stretched as I could swear he was a foot taller now, with an armor-plated spine. Still on fire, head to toe. That's true. That's a terrifying image. If I were Taylor, and like my first outing, that's what I saw, I'd give up. I'd be like, yep, can't do this. No. If the constantly on fire thing hadn't tipped the balance of the fight to futile, watching Lung grow and look stronger than ever had pushed me to the point of being spooked. Yes. I started to think about an exit strategy. Rationally, I figured Lung's men were scattered to the floor winds, and they were probably in pretty rough shape. Whatever Lung had been planning for tonight, chances were he wasn't going to be able to carry out whatever plans he'd had after this debacle. I had more or less accomplished what I needed to, and I figured I could run and find a way to contact the PHQ just in case. That was a rational perspective. Justifications aside, I just wanted to leave, right then. If things dragged on and I stayed out, there's a very real chance that Lung would give evidence to the rumor that he could grow wings, at which point I'd be spooked. I'd be spotted for sure. Wouldn't be able to beat Lung at that point, anyway, which left only a graceless retreat at the remaining options. Lung had turned his back on me, so I lifted up, slowly, crouching. I backed up to retreat to the fire escape, watching Lung carefully as I set foot to the gravel of the roof. As if a gunshot had gone off, Lung rolled around to stare at me. One of his eyes was just a glowing line behind the mask, but the other one was just an orb of molten metal. A victorious roar filled the air, less human than the outcry he made earlier, and I felt the kind of resignation. Enhanced hearing. The package of the power the bastard got from his transformation included superhuman hearing. Do we have those in Florida? Shit. I didn't realize we had brown recluses here in Florida. Jesus, that's terrifying. That's awful. I hate that. We have scorpions in Florida? I didn't know that. That's I'm never going outside again. You may encounter scorpions and brown recluse spiders, but will you encounter a dude with armor plating for skin who can shoot fire at you? That is the question. Those only exist up in Massachusetts. I'm gonna feel real dumb if Brockton Bay is not in Massachusetts. I'm gonna feel real dumb. But I'm almost 100% sure that it is. Alright. Finish a sip of Guinness. I'm gonna get some water once we're done with this part. Alright. Gestation 1.5. You don't properly appreciate what superhuman strength means until you see someone leap from the sidewalk to the second floor of a building on the far side of the street. He didn't make it all the way to the roof, but he came to the point at maybe 3/4 of the way up. I wasn't sure just how Lung kept from falling, but I could only guess he just buried his fingertips in the building's exterior. I heard scraping and crunching as he ascended, and looked to my only escape route. I didn't harbor any delusions as far as my ability to get them down the fire escape before Lung came over the top of the roof and deduced where I'd run off to. Worse, at the point he could probably have beat me to the street level by jumping off the roof or even just shoot fire at me through the gaps in the metal while I was halfway down, The irony of the fire escape being anything but didn't escape me. I wish I could fly. My school had offered the choice between chemistry, biology, and physics with basic science for the underachievers. Basic science, righty! I hadn't picked physics, but I was still pretty sure that no matter how many I could gather together, jumping off the roof with a flying swarm of insects gripping me would be just as ineffective as the 9-year-old superhero wannabes you hear about on the news, jumping off ledges with umbrellas and bed sheets. I took a stats class last semester, and we had this little assignment where we had to like deduce stats on like children's injuries based on what superhero costume they wore. Stupid fucking kids thinking they're Spider-Man jumping out their window, getting hurt. Stupid kids. Children are so dumb. Fuck them kids. For the time being, I was stuck where I was. Reaching inside the convex armor that covered my spine, I ran my fingers over to the thing I had buckled in there. The EpiPens were meant to treat anaphylactic shock. I cannot pronounce that word for the life of me. Anaphylactic shock. Allergic reactions to the bee stings and the like. And they wouldn't do a thing to lung, even if I could get close and find a point to inject. Worst case scenario, the injections would supercharge his power by promoting an urge of whatever hormone or endorphins fuel his power. Not useful, dangerous at best. I had a pouch of chalk dust that was meant for climbers and gymnasts. I'd seen it at the sports store when I was buying the lenses for my mask. I had gloves, and I didn't think I needed the dryness and extra traction, but I had gotten the idea that it could be useful to throw it at an invisible enemy, and bought it on a whim. In retrospect, it had been kind of a dumb purchase, since my power let me find foes like that with my bugs. As a tool against lung, I wasn't sure if I would explode like regular dust when exposed to flame, but the fire didn't hurt him anyways. Scratch that option. I tugged my little canister of pepper spray free from my armor. It was a black tube, 3 inches long, not much thicker around than a pen, with a trigger and a safety switch. It had been a gift from my dad after I started to go on my morning jogs for training. He had warned me to vary my route and had given me the pepper spray for protection, along with a chain to clip it to my belt loop so it couldn't be taken and used against me by an attacker. In costume, I'd opted to not keep the chain for the sake of moving quietly. Using my thumb, I flicked the safety off and positioned the tube so I was ready to fire. I crouched to make myself a smaller target and waited for him to show himself. Lung's hands, still on fire, were the first thing to show up, gripping the edge of the roof hard enough to bend the material that covered the room's raised lip. His hands were quickly followed by his head and torso as he hauled himself up. He looked like he was made of overlapping knives or spades, smoldering yellow-orange with low-temperature flame. There was no skin to be seen, and he was easily 7 or 8 feet tall, judging by the length of his arms and torso. His shoulders alone were 3 feet across at the very least. Thick lad. Even the one eye that he had open looked metallic, a glowing, almost almond-shaped pool of liquid-hot metal. It's fucking metal. I aimed for the open eye, but the spray fired off at a sharp angle, just glancing off his shoulder. When the spray grazed him, it ignited into a short-lived fireball. I swore under my breath and fumbled with the device. When he brought his leg over the edge, I adjusted my angle and shot again, this time with a small tweak of my aim mid-shot. I hit him in the face. The ignited spray rolled off on him, but the contents still did the trick. He screamed, letting go of the roof with one hand, clutching the sides of his face where his good eye was. It had been in vain that he would slip and fall. I counted myself lucky that however metallic his face looked, there were still parts of it vulnerable to the spray. Lung hauled himself over the edge of the roof. I had him hurting. I just couldn't do anything about it. My bugs were officially useless, and there was nothing left in my utility that I would hurt myself more than I could hurt Lung if I attacked him. Making a mental note to keep myself up a concealable knife or a baton if I managed to live through this, I bolted for the fire escape. Motherfucker! Lung screamed. With my back turned, there was no way to see it, but the roof was briefly illuminated before the wave of flame hit me from behind. Knocked off balance, I skidded to the gravel and hit the raised lip of the roof just by the fire escape. Frantically, I patted myself down. My costume wasn't on fire, but my hair. I hurriedly ran my hands over to make sure it hadn't been ignited. Small mercies, I thought. There was no tar used on the roof. I could imagine the flames igniting the rooftop and just how little I'd be able to do if it happened. Lung stood, slowly, still covering parts of his face with his hand. He walked with a slight limp as he approached me. Blindly, he lashed out with a broad wave of flames that rolled over half the roof. I covered my head with my hands and brought my knees to my chest as the hot air and the flames rushed over me. My costume seemed to take the brunt of it, but it was still hot enough that I had to bite my lip to stop from making a sound. Lung stopped advancing, slowly turning his head from one side to another. "Cock sucker," he growled in his heavily accented voice. I'm not going to do an accent. I'm just not. His cussing interrupted by his panting for breath. "Move. Give me something to aim for." I held my breath and stayed as long as possible. What could I do? I still had the pepper spray in my hand, but even if I got him again, I was running the risk that he would lash out and bake me alive before I could move. If I moved first, he would hear me and I would get knocked around by another blast of flame, probably before I could get to my feet. Lung moved his hand to his face. He blinked a few more times and looked around, then blinked a few more times. It was a matter of seconds before he could see well enough to make out from the shadows. Wasn't pepper spray supposed to put someone down for 30 minutes? How had this monster not been an A-lister? He suddenly moved, flames wreathing with his hands, and as I screwed my eyes shut. When I heard the crackling whoosh of flames and wasn't burned alive, I opened my eyes again. Lung was firing streams of flame, aiming for the edge of the roof of the adjacent building, a 3-story apartment. I looked to see what he was aiming at, but couldn't make out anything in the gloom or the brief second of light Lung's flame afforded. With no warning, a massive shape landed atop Lung with an impact I could swear people heard at the other end of the street. The size of a van, the massive object was an animal rather than a vehicle, resembling a cross between a lizard and a tiger, with tangles of muscle and bone where it ought to have skin, scales, or fur. Lung was now on his knees, holding one of the beast's sizable claws away from my face with his own clawed hand. Lung used his hand to strike the creature across the snout. Even though he was smaller than the beast, the impact made it rear back. It took a few small steps back in reaction, and the rhino charged him off the edge of the roof, then hit the street with an audible crash. I stood, aware that I was shaking like a leaf. I was so unsteady on my feet, from the mixed relief and fear, that I almost fell over again as 2 more impacts shook the roof. 2 of my creatures, similar to the first in texture. Two more creatures, my bad. Similar to the first in texture, but slightly different in size and shape, had arrived at the rooftop. There were these 2 each had a pair of riders. I watched as the people slid off the backsides of the animals. There were 2 girls, a guy, and a 4th identified as a male only because of his height. The tall one approached me, while the others hurried to the edge of the roof to watch Lung and the creature duke it out. "You really saved us a lot of trouble," he told me. His voice was deep, masculine, but muffled by the helmet he wore. I'm just for the sake of you guys hearing everything, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna put my hand over my mouth. I'm not gonna grab my COVID mask, and whenever somebody speaks with a mask on, I'm just not. He was dressed entirely in black, a costume I had realized was basically motorcycle leathers and a motorcycle helmet. The only thing that even made me think it was a costume was the visor of his helmet. The full-face visor was sculpted to look like the size of like a stylized skull, and was at the back and was as black as the rest of his costume, was only the faint highlights of a reflected light on the surface to give a sense of what it was. It was one of those costumes that people put together out of what they can scrounge up, and it wasn't half bad if you didn't look too close. He reached out a hand towards me, and I leaned away, wary. I didn't know what to say, so I stuck to my policy of not saying anything, so that it could get into a worse situation. 1 second. Withdrawing his hand, the man in black jerked his thumb over one shoulder. When we got word Lung was aiming to come after us tonight, we were pretty freaked. We were arguing the strategy for the better part of the day. We eventually decided, fuck it, we meet him halfway. Wing it. Not my usual way of doing things, but yeah. Behind him, one of the girls whistled sharply and pointed down the street. The two monsters the group had been riding on bounded across the roof and leaped toward the streets to join the fight. The guy in black kept talking. Wouldn't you know, his flunky Lee is there with a half a dozen guys, but Lung and the rest of the gang are nowhere to be found. He laughed, a surprisingly normal sound for someone wearing a mask with a skull on it. Lee's no slouch in a fight, but there is a reason he's not the leader of the ABB. He got spooked without his boss and ran. I guess you're responsible for that. Skull Mask waited for a response from me. When I didn't offer one, he ventured towards the edge of the roof and looked down, and spoke without turning to look at me. Lung's getting creamed. What the fuck did you do to him? Pepper spray? Wasp and bee stings, fire ants, and spider bites. The second of the girls said, answering the question for me. She was dressed in a skin-tight outfit that combined black with a pale shade of purple or blue. Blue or purple. I couldn't tell in the dark, and her dark blonde hair was long and windblown. The girl grinned as she addressed, he's not holding up too well. Gonna feel a hell of a lot worse tomorrow. The man in black suddenly turned towards me. Introductions. That's Tattletale. I'm Gru, and the girl with the dogs. He pointed to the other girl, the girl who had whistled and directed the monsters. She wasn't in costume, unless I counted a plaid skirt, army boots, and a torn-up sleeveless t-shirt and a hard plastic dollar store Rottweiler mask as a costume. We call her bitch. Her preference. But in the interest of being PG, the good guys and media decided to call her Hellhound instead. Lastly, and certainly least, we have Regent. I finally caught up to what he was saying. Those monsters were dogs? Fuck you, Gru, Regent retorted, with a chuckle and a tone of voice that made it clear he wasn't really that offended. He was wearing a white mask, not quite as decorative or made up as the ones I had associated with the carnivals in Venice, but similar. He placed a silver coronet along his short black curls and wore a ruffled white skirt with skin-tight leggings tucked into knee-high boots. The outfit was very Renaissance fair. He had a build that made me think he was more of a dancer than a bodybuilder. Introductions done. Gru looked at me for several moments. After a few seconds, he asked me, "Hey, you okay? You hurt?" The reason she's not introducing herself isn't because she's hurt, Tattletale told him, as she continued to lean over the edge of the roof and watch whatever she was going on street level. It's because she's shy. Tattletale turned around and it looked like she was going to say something else, but she stopped, turning her head. The smile she'd been wearing faded. Heads up, we gotta scram. Bitch nodded in response and whistled. One short whistle followed by two long ones. After a brief pause, the building was suddenly rattled by impacts. In just moments, the creature of hers leapt from the alleys to either side of the building and onto the roof. Gru turned towards me. I was still standing on the opposite end of the roof, by the fire escape. Hey, you want to ride? I looked at the creatures. Dogs. They were bloodied, snarling creatures of a nightmare. I shook my head. He shrugged. Hey, Telltale said to me, seating herself just behind Bitch. What's your name? I stared at her. My voice caught in my throat before I was able to get the words out. I haven't picked one yet. Well, Bug, a cape is gonna show up here in less than a minute. You did us a solid by dealing with Lung, so take my advice. Someone from the Protectorate shows up, finds two bad guys duking it out. They're not gonna let that one walk away. You should get out of here, she said. She flashed me a smile. She had one of those vulpine grins that turned up at the corners. Behind her simple black domino-style mask, her eyes were glittering with a mischief. If she had red hair, she would have made me think of a fox. She kinda did anyway. She's foxy. With that, they leapt over my head, one of the three beasts hitting or stepping on the fire escape as on the way down, eliciting a screech of metal on metal. When I realized what just happened, I could have cried. It was easy to pin down Regent, Tattletale, and Bitch as teenagers. It wasn't much of an intuitive guess to guess that Gru one was one too. The children Lung had mentioned, the ones I had gone so much effort to save tonight, were bad guys. Not only that, but they had mistaken me for one too. You allow scorpions. I allow scorpions, on not Scorpios, scorpions. Scorpions are cool, and you can't prove me otherwise. All right, before we get into this last chapter, I'm gonna mute myself real quick. Go to the. This is your chance to go and take a bathroom break. Go get another drink. Go get some water. Go. I don't know. Say hi to your family. You do you. I'll be right. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Alrighty. Alrighty. Welcome back to Bug Fun Time. We still have a consistent 4 viewers. That's really great. Thank you all for staying this long. I didn't think that I would get 4 people watching this. So thank you all for listening to my horrible voice. And take one more sip of water. It's cool going back and reading this, just because how much foreshadowing is just for later. Like, Worm is the king of foreshadowing in my book. Like, nothing does foreshadowing better than Worm. Maybe Attack on Titan. Maybe. But Worm is just so good as far as foreshadowing goes. I love this book. You all will... If you guys don't like it by... I want to say arc 4, then I'm sorry. It's just not for you. But, like, this hooked me, and it kept hooking me. I had never stopped being hooked by Worm. It's just that good. And y'all are going to see what makes it so good. Hopefully. I hope. Alright. Gestation 1.6. I had heard the Cape arrive on his I had heard the Cape arrive on his souped-up motorcycle. I didn't want to be seen fleeing another scene of a fight and risk being labeled as one of the bad guys by yet another person. I wasn't about to get closer to the street either, in case Lung was feeling better. Since there was nowhere to go, I just stayed put. Just resting felt good. If you'd asked me a few hours ago how I thought I would feel meeting a big-name superhero, I would have used words like excited and giddy. The reality was I was almost too exhausted to care. It looked as though he flew up onto the roof, but the 6-foot-long weapon in the man held kind of jerked as he landed. I was pretty sure I saw the tines of a grappling hook retreating back into the other end of the weapon. So that was that's what Armsmaster looked like in person, I thought. Armsmaster is such a great character. Like, he's like Batman if Batman were an asshole. That's how someone I knew who I recommended Worm described him as if Batman were a total asshole. I love Armsmaster. He's awesome. The largest superhero organization in the world was the Protectorate, spanning Canada and the States, with ongoing talks about including Mexico in the deal. It was a government-sponsored league of superheroes with a base in each Cape City. That is, they had a team set up in each city with a sizable population of heroes and villains. Brockton-based team was officially the Protectorate's east-northeast, and were headquartered in the floating force field surrounding shrouded island that you could see from the boardwalk. This guy, Armsmaster, was in charge of the local team. When the core group of the top Protectorate members from around Canada and the States assembled in the classic V formation for the photo shoots, Armsmaster was one of the guys in the wings. This was a guy who had his own action figures. Posable Armsmaster with interchangeable halberd parts. I'd buy that. I'd totally buy it. If they made, like, official Worm action figures, I would buy those. Those sound cool. He really did look like a superhero, not some guy in a costume. It was an important distinction. He wore body armor, dark blue with silver highlights, had a shapely angled V-shaped visor covering his eyes and nose. With only the lower half of his face exposed, I could see a beard trimmed from the trace with edges of his jaw. Armsmaster sounds like Judge Dredd in hindsight. He sounds like he looks like Judge Dredd. If I had to judge with only the lower half of his face to go by, I'd guess he was in his late 20s or early 30s. His trademark and weapon was his halberd, which was a spear with an axe head on the end, souped up with gadgets and the kind of technology you generally only see in science fiction. He was the kind of guy who appeared on magazine covers and did interviews on TV, so you could find almost anything about Armsmaster through various media, short of his secret identity. I knew his weapon Could you imagine, like, someone going on a talk show in, like, that kind of costume today? And in this world, it's like, oh shit, it's Armsmaster. He's super cool. But now you're like, this guy is... Well, who is this man? Why is he in a silly costume? I knew his weapon, like Arms Master sitting down on Ellen, having a nice little chat. I knew his weapon could cut through steel as though it was butter, and that it had plasma injectors for the stuff that the blade alone couldn't cut through, and he could fire off directed electromagnetic pulses to fire down force fields and mechanical devices. I'm going to do my best Christian Bale Batman for Arms Master, and I hope I don't fucking kill my throat. If Arms Master has any long monologues, I'm going to kill myself. I think he does. Yeah, he does. Thinking about it, he has a lot of them. You gonna fight me? He called out. I'm a good guy, I said. Stepping closer to me, he tilted his head. You don't look like one. That stung, especially coming from him. It was like Michael Jordan saying you sucked at basketball. That's not intentional, I responded, not only a little defensively. I was more than halfway done putting the costume together when I realized I was already looking more edgy than I'd intended, and I couldn't do anything about it. By then. There was a long pause. Nervously, I turned my eyes from that opaque visor. I glanced at his chest emblem, a silhouette of his visor in blue and against a silver background, was struck with a ridiculous thought that I had just once owned a pair of underpants with his emblem on the front. You're telling the truth, he said. It was a definitive statement, which startled me. I wanted to ask how he knew, but I wasn't able to do anything or say anything that might change his mind. He approached closer, looking at me as I sat there with my arms around my knees. He asked, You need a hospital? No, I said. Don't think so. I'm just as surprised as you are. You're a new face, he said. I haven't even come up with a new name yet. With a name yet. You know how hard it is to come up with a bug-themed name that doesn't make me sound like a supervillain or a complete dork? He chuckled, and it sounded warm. Very normal. I wouldn't know. I got into the game early enough that I didn't have to worry about missing out on all the good names. There was a pause in the conversation. I suddenly felt awkward. I don't know why, but I admitted to him, I almost died. That's why we have the Ward program, he said. No judgment in his tone, no pressure, just a statement. I nodded, more to give a response than out of any agreement to an answer. The wards were under 18 subdivisions of the Protectorate. And Brockton Bay did have its own team of wards. Oh my god, Zach. With the same naming convention as Protectorate, the wards east-northeast. I had considered applying to join, but the notion of escaping the stresses of high school by flinging myself into a mess of teenage drama, adult oversight, and scheduled seemed to be self-defeating. You got lung? I asked, to change the subject from the wards. I was pretty sure that he was obligated to try and induct new heroes into either the Protectorate or the wards, depending on their age, to promote the whole agenda of organized heroes who were accountable for their actions. And I really didn't want to have to get in on him, on my case about joining. Lung was unconscious, beaten and battered when I arrived. I pumped him full of tranquilizers to be safe, and temporarily restrained him under a steel cage I wielded in the sidewalk. I'll pick him up on my way back. Good, I said. With him in jail, I'll feel like I accomplished something today. Only reason I started the fight was because I overheard him telling his men to shoot some kids. Only realized he was talking about some other villains. Armsmaster turned to me, so I told him, walking him through the fight in general. The arrival of the teenage bad guys and their general descriptions. Before I finished, he was pacing back and forth on the roof. These guys, they knew... These guys, they knew I was coming. I nodded once. As much as respect I have for Armsmaster, I wasn't in much of a mood to repeat myself. That explains a lot, he said, staring off into the distance. After a moment, he went on to explain. They're slippery. On these few occasions, we do manage to get in a toe-to-toe fight with them. They either win, or they get away or they get away more or less unscathed, or both. We know so little about them. Gru and Hellhound were working on their own before they joined the group, so there's some information on them. But the other two, they're non-entities. If that girl Tattletale had some way of detecting or tracking us, it would go a long way towards explaining why they're doing as well as they are. Every time Armsmaster has a monologue, I'm gonna be fucking pained. But I'll do it for you guys. Kill my throat. I don't think he appears in part 2, which is good. It would kind of surprise me to hear one of the top-level heroes admitting to being anything less than perfect on top of things. It's funny, I said, for a moment's thought. They didn't seem that hardcore. Gru said they were kind of panicking when they heard Lung was coming after them, and they were casually joking around while the fight was going on. Gru was making fun of Regent.
They said it all in front of you?
He asked. I shrugged. I think they thought I was helping them out. The way Tattletale talked, I think she thought I was a bad guy or bad guy too or something. With a touch of bitterness, I said, Dunno. I guess it was the costume that led him to that assumption.
Could you have taken them in a fight?
Armsmaster asked me. I started to shrug and then winced a little. I was feeling a little sore on the shoulder, where I'd tumbled over the roof after being blasted by Lung's flames. I said, like you said, we don't know a lot about them, but I think the girl was with the dogs.
Hellhound,
Armsmaster said. I think she could have kicked my ass on her own, so no, I probably wouldn't have fought them.
They count it as a good thing that they got the wrong impression,
Armsmaster said. I'll try to look at it that way, I said, struck by how easily he was able to employ the whole take a negative and turn it into a positive situation mindset that I've been trying to maintain. I envied that.
That's a girl, he said, and while we're looking forward, we need to decide where we go from here.
My heart sank. I knew he was going to bring up the wards again. Who gets the credit for Lung? Caught off guard, I looked... Oh. Was that him? Oh, no, that's Taylor. I was right. Caught off guard, I looked at him. I looked up at him. I started to speak, but he held up his hand.
Hear me out. What you've done tonight is spectacular. You played a part in getting a major villain into custody. You need to consider the consequences.
Consequences, I muttered, even as the word spectacular rang in my ears.
Lung has an extensive gang throughout Brockton Bay and the neighboring cities. More than that, he has 2 superpowered flunkies, Oni Lee and Bakuda.
I shook my head. I know about Oni Lee and Gru mentioned fighting him. Never heard of Bakuda. Armsmaster nodded.
Not surprising. She's new. What we know about her is limited. She made her first appearance and demonstration of her powers by the way of a drawn-out terrorism campaign against Cornell University. Lung apparently recruited her and brought her to the Brockton Bay after her plans were foiled by the New York Protectorate. That is something of a concern.
What are her powers?
Are you aware of the Tinker classification?
I started to shrug, but remembered my sore shoulders and nodded instead. It was probably more polite, too. I said, covers anyone with powers that give them an advanced grasp of science. Lets them make technology years ahead of time. Ray guns, ice blasters, mechanized suits of armor, advanced computers.
Close enough,
Armsmaster said. Struck me that he would be a tinker. If his halberd and armor were any indication. That or he had gotten his stuff from somewhere else. He elaborated.
Well, most tinkers have a specialty or a special trick. Something they're particularly good at, or something they can do, which other tinkers can't. Bakuda's specialty is bombs.
I stared at him. A woman with the power that let her make bombs that were technologically decades ahead of their time. No wonder he saw it as a concern.
Now I want you to consider the danger involved in taking credit for Lung's capture. Without a doubt, Oni Lee and Bakuda would be looking to accomplish 2 goals. Freeing their boss and getting vengeance to one responsible. I suspect you're now aware. These are scary people. Scarier in some ways than their boss.
You're saying I shouldn't take the credit, I said.
I'm saying you have 2 options. Option 1 is to join the wards. Really have support and protection in the events of an altercation. Option 2 is keep your head down. Don't take the credit. Fly under the radar.
I wasn't prepared to make a decision like that. Usually I went to sleep at 11 or so, waking up at 6:30 to get ready for my morning run. At my best guess, it was somewhere between 1 or 2 in the morning. That's where my stream's gonna end tonight. I was emotionally exhausted from the highs and lows of the evening and could barely wrap my head around the complications and headaches that one would come from joining the wards, let alone having 2 insanely dangerous sociopaths coming after me. On top of that, I wasn't so ignorant as to miss Armsmaster's motives. If I opted not to take credit for Lung's capture, Armsmaster would. I was sure. I didn't want to get the bad side of the major player. Please keep my involvement in Lung's capture secret, I told him, painfully disappointed to have to say it, and even as I knew it made the most sense. He smiled, which I hadn't expected. He had a nice smile.
Oh, smile.
It made me think that he could win the hearts of a lot of women. Yeah, with that voice. Yeah, the sexiest voice in the world. Whatever the top 2/3 of his face looked like. That Arms Master's just doing a reverse pandemic. He's covering everything but his mouth.
I think you'll look back and see this was a smart decision,
Arms Master said, turning to walk to the other end of the roof.
Call me at the PHQ if you're ever in a pinch.
He stepped off the edge of the roof and dropped out of sight. Call me if you're ever in a pinch. He'd been saying, without openly admitting, that he owed me one. He would take the lion's share of the credit for Lung's capture, but he owed me one. Before I was all the way down in the fire escape, I heard the thrum of his motorcycle, presumably carrying Lung's toward a life of containment. I could hope. It'd take me at least a half hour to get home. On top of that, I would stop and pull on the sweatshirt and jeans I had hidden. I knew my dad went to sleep even earlier than I did. He slept like a log, so I had nothing to worry about as far as wrapping up the night. It could have been worse. Strange as it sounds, those words were a security blanket that I had wrapped around myself to keep myself from dwelling on the fact that tomorrow was a school day. I feel you, Taylor. Interlude time. So basically at the end, and as they go on, they sometimes happen in like middle of the chapters. The interludes in Worm are more or less from characters that are not Taylor's point of view. So they're really cool. There's some really, really awesome ones. I was like, I really thought about skipping them because I'm like, oh, they don't do anything for the story, but they really do, and they're really, 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 really cool. Let me just check the chat real quick. Poor throat. Yeah. You're enjoying the voices. Thank you, Mahatma. Thank you. I do it for you guys. The women's voices are gonna be like especially limited. Like it's just gonna be like me doing more of like a nasal, like a nasal higher pitched voice. So I'm not gonna go full on like, hello, my name is Taylor. That would just like kill me on the inside. Cause no, you wouldn't be able to take her seriously like ever. I don't know how you take Arms Master seriously, but you do. He's Batman. Let me just take one more sip of water. Okay. Don't worry, Maggie. I have a throat of steel. I have done worse voices. There are gonna be some really bad ones as we keep going on. I'm gonna have to keep track of like what character is what voice in like a Word document or something, because I guarantee that I'm not gonna like, be able to keep track of them all in my head. Interlude 1. We don't know how long he's been there, suspended in the air above the Atlantic Ocean. On May 20th, 1982, an ocean liner was crossing from Plymouth to Boston. Yeah, I knew it. Thank you, Massachusetts. Cool. Where a passenger spotted him. He was naked, his arms and... Oh my god, I'm gonna burp again. I'm so sorry, everyone. Holy shit. He was naked, his arms to his sides, his long hair blowing to the wind as he stood in the sky, nearly 100 feet above the gently cresting waves. His skin and hair could only be described as a burnished gold. With neither body hair nor clothes to cover him, it said, he seemed almost artificial. After a discussion including a passenger and crew, the liner detoured to get closer. It was a sunny day, and the passengers crowded to the railings to get a better look. As if sharing their curiosity, the figure drew closer as well. His expression was unchanging, but witnesses at the scene reported that he appeared deeply sad. Oh, foreshadowing! I didn't get this my first time around. This is cool! I thought he was going to crack his facade and cry at any moment, said Grace Lands. But when I reached out to touch his fingertips, I was the one who burst into tears. The boat trip was a final journey for me. I had cancer and I wasn't brave enough to face it. I can't believe I'm admitting this in the front of the camera, but I was going back to Boston, where I was born, to end things myself. After I met him, I changed my mind. Didn't matter anyway. I went to a doctor and he said there was no sign that I ever had the disease. My brother, Andrew Hawk, was the last passenger to make any sort of contact with him. I remember he climbed up onto the railing and almost falling off, he clasped the hand of the Golden Man. The rest of us had to grab onto him to keep him from falling. Whatever had happened left him in a quiet awe. When the man with the golden skin flew away, my brother stayed silent. The rest of the way to Boston, my brother didn't say a word. When we docked and the spell finally broke, my brother babbled with excitement like reporters to a child. Reporters like a child. The Golden Man would reappear several times in the coming months and years. At some point, he donned clothing. At first, a sheet worn over one shoulder and pinned at either side of his waist. There were more conventional clothes. In 1999, he donned the white bodysuit he still wears today. For more than a decade, we still have wondered, where did our Golden Man get these things? Who had he made contact? Who was he in contact with? Periodically, at first, there was an increasing frequency that the Golden Man started the intervene in times of crisis. For events as small as a car accident, as great as natural disasters, he had arrived and used his ability to save us. A flash of light to freeze water, reinforcing a levy stressed by a hurricane. A terrorist act averted, a serial murderer caught, a volcano quelled. Miracles, it was said. His pace increased. Perhaps he was still learning what he could do. Perhaps he was still getting a greater sense of what he needed. By the middle of the 1990s, he was traveling from crisis to crisis, flying faster than the speed of sound. In 15 years, he had not rested. He had been known to speak just once in 30 years. After extinguishing widespread fire in Alexandrovsk, he had paused to survey the scene to be sure no blazes remained. A reporter spoke to him and asked, Kto wie? What are you? Shocking the world, caught on camera and a scene replayed innumerable times, he answered in a voice that sounded as though it might have never uttered a sound before. Barely audible, he told her, Scion. It became the name we used for him. Ironic, because we took a word that meant descendant and used it to name the first of many superpowered individuals, parahumans, to appear across Earth. Just 5 years after Sion's appearance, the superheroes emerged from the cover of rumor and secrecy to show themselves to the public. Though the villains followed soon after, it was the heroes who shattered any illusion of the parahumans being divine figures. In 1989, attempting to quell a riot over basketball games in Michigan, the superhero known to the public as Vicar stepped in only to be clubbed over the head. He died not long after of a brain embolism. Later, he revealed to be Andrew Hawk. The golden age of parahumans was thus short-lived. They were not the deitic figures they appeared to be. Parahumans were, after all, people with powers, and people are flawed at the core. That, right there, is like the core sentence of Worm. That is Worm in a nutshell. That's cool. All this stuff is great on a second read through. This is really awesome. Government agencies took a firmer hand, and state, the television flickered off, and the screen went black. Cutting the documentary off mid-sentence. Danny Haybear sighed and sat down on the bed, only to stand just a moment later and resume pacing. It was 3:15 in the morning, and his daughter Taylor was not in the bedroom. This is from the point of view of Taylor's dad. Then he ran his hands through his hair, which is thinned enough at the top to be closer to baldness than not. He liked to be the first to arrive to work, watching everyone arrive, having them know he was there for them. So he usually went to bed early. Danny's a good dad. He'd turn in at 10 in the evening, giving or take, depending on what on TV. Only tonight, a little past midnight, he'd been more disturbed from the restless sleep where he'd felt rather than heard the shutting of the door of the house, just below his bedroom. He checked on his daughter, and he'd found her room was empty, so he had waited for his daughter to return for 3 hours. Countless times he glanced out the window, hoping to see Taylor coming in. For the 20th time, he felt the urge to ask his wife for help, for advice, for support. but her side of the bed was empty, and it had been for some time. Daily, it seemed. He was struck with the urge to call her cell phone. He knew it was stupid. She won't pick up. And if he dwelt on it for too long, he might become angry at her. It just made him feel worse. He wondered, even as he knew the answer, why he hadn't gotten Taylor a cell phone. Danny didn't know what his daughter was doing and what would drive her to go out at night. She wasn't the type. He could tell himself that most fathers felt that way about their daughters, but at the same time, he knew Taylor wasn't social. She didn't go to parties, she wouldn't drink, and she wasn't even interested in champagne when they were celebrating New Year's together. For shame, Taylor! No, I'm kidding. Two ominous possibilities kept nagging at him, both too believable. The first was that Taylor had gone out for fresh air or even a run. She wasn't happy, especially at school. He knew that an exercise was her way of working through it. He could see her doing it on a Sunday night with a fresh week of school looming. He liked that her running made her feel better about herself, and she seemed to be doing it in a reasonable, healthy way. He just hated that she was doing it here, in this neighborhood, because here a skinny girl in her mid-teens was an easy target for an attack, a mugging or worse. He couldn't even articulate the worst of the possibilities in his own thoughts without feeling physically sick. If she had gone out at 11 in the evening for a run and hadn't come back by 3 in the morning, then it meant something had happened. He glanced out the window again at the corner of the house where the pool of illumination beneath the streetlight would let him see her approaching. Nothing. The second possibility wasn't much better. He knew Taylor was being bullied. Danny had found this out in January when his little girl had been pulled out of school and taken to a hospital. Not the emergency room, but the psychiatric ward. She wouldn't say by whom, but under the influence of drugs they had given her to calm her down, she admitted she was being victimized by bullies, using the plural to give him a clue that it was a they and not a he or a she. She hadn't mentioned it, the incidents or the bullying, since. If he pushed, she only tensed up and grew more withdrawn. He had resigned himself to letting her reveal the details in her own time, but months had passed without any hints or clues of being offered. There was precious little Danny could do on the subject either. He had threatened to sue the school after his daughter had been taken to the hospital, and the school board had been responded by settling, paying their hospital bills and promising they would look out for her to prevent such events from occurring in the future. Whenever schools... this is like the one thing that Worm gets super dead on, is that schools do not give a fuck about bullying. Like, when schools say they're gonna, oh, we'll look out for this. They're not. It's dumb. It's bullshit. I lost my place here. It was a feeble promise made by a chronically overworked staff, and it didn't do a thing to ease his worries. Yeah, exactly. His efforts to have her change schools have been stubbornly countered with rules and regulations about the maximum travel times a student was allowed to have between home and a given school. The only other school within a reasonable distance of Taylor's place of residence was Arcadia High. It was already desperately overcrowded with more than 200 students on a list of requesting admittance. With all in mind, where his daughter disappeared until the middle of the night, he couldn't shake the idea that bullies might have lured her out with blackmail, threats, or empty promises. He only knew about the one incident, the one that had landed her in the hospital, but it had been grotesque. It had been implied, but never elaborated on the more had been going on. He could imagine these boys or girls were tormenting his daughter, egging one another on as they came up with more creative ways to humiliate or harm her. Taylor hadn't said as much aloud, but whatever had been going on had been mean, persistent, and threatening enough that Emma, Taylor's closest friend for years, would stop spending time with her. It galled him. Impotent, Danny was helpless where it counted. There was no action he could take. His one call to the police at 2 a.m. had only earned him a tired explanation that the police couldn't act or look for her without something more to go off on. If his daughter was still gone after 12 hours, he'd been told he should call them again. All he could do was wait and pray with his heart in his throat that the phone wouldn't ring, a police officer or nurse on the other end ready to tell him what happened to his daughter. The slightest of vibrations in the house marked the escape of warm air in the house to cold outdoors. There was a muffled whoosh as the kitchen door shut again. Danny Haber felt a thrill of relief coupled with an abject fear. He went downstairs to find his daughter. Would he find her hurting or hurt? Or would his presence make things worse? Her own father seeing her at her most vulnerable after a humiliation at the hands of bullies? She told him, in every way except articulating it aloud, that she didn't want that. She had pleaded with him, with body language and averting eye contact, unfinished sentences and things left unsaid, not to ask, not to push, not to see, when it came to bullying. He couldn't say why, exactly. Home was an escape from that, he suspected. And if he recognized the bullying made a reality here, maybe she wouldn't have had that relief from it. Perhaps it was shame that his daughter didn't want him to see her like that. Didn't want to be that weak in front of him. He had hoped that wasn't the case. So he ran his fingers down his hair once more and sat down on the corner of the bed, elbows to his knees, hands on his head, and stared at his closet door. His ears were peeled for the slightest clue. Their house was old, and it hadn't been a high-quality building when it had been new, so the walls were thin and the structures prone to making noise at every opportunity. There was the faintest of sounds on a door closing downstairs. The bathroom? It wouldn't be the basement door, with no reason for her to go down there. Oh, you don't know anything, Bubbo. And he couldn't imagine it was a closet because after 2 or 3 minutes, the same door opened and closed again. After something banged on the kitchen counter, there was a little but occasional consistent groan of floorboards. About over 10 minutes after she had come in, there was the rhythmic creak of the stairs as she ascended. Danny thought about clearing his throat, let her know that he was awake and available should she knock on his door, but decided against it. He was being cowardly, he thought, as if clearing his throat would really give reality to his fears. Her door shut carefully, almost inaudibly, with the slightest tap on the door frame. Danny stood abruptly, opening his door, ready to cross the hall and knock on her door, to verify that his daughter was okay. He was stopped by the smell of jam and toast. She made a late-night snack. It filled him with relief. He couldn't imagine his daughter, after being mugged, tormented, or humiliated, coming home to have toast with jam as a snack. Wait, you don't, come home after a late-night mugging and just be like, time for toast. Taylor was okay, or at least okay enough to be left alone. He let out a shuddering sigh of relief and retreated to his room to sit on the bed. Relief became anger. He was angry at Taylor for making him worry and then not even going out of his way to let her know she was okay. He felt a smoldering resemblance towards the city for having neighborhoods and people he couldn't trust his daughter to. He hated the bullies that preyed on his daughter. Undenying it all was frustration himself. Danny Haybear was the one person he could control Danny Haybear was the one person he could control in all of this, and Danny Haybear had failed to do anything that mattered. He hadn't gotten answers, hadn't stopped the bullies, hadn't protected his daughter. Worst of all, the idea was that it might happen before, with him simply sleeping through it rather than laying awake. He stopped himself from walking into his daughter's room, from shouting at her and demanding answers, even if that was what he wanted, more than anything. Where had she been? What had she been doing? Was she hurt? Who were these people that were tormenting her? He knew that only by comforting her and getting angry at her, he would do more harm than good. Would threaten to sever any bond of trust that they'd forged between them. Danny's father had been a powerful, heavy-set man, and Danny hadn't gotten any of those genes. Danny had been a nerd with the term when the term was still young with popular culture. Stick-thin, awkward, short-sighted, glasses, bad fashion sense. Hey, I am, only two of those things. What he had inherited was his father's famous temper. Quick to rise and startling in its intensity. Unlike his father, Danny had only ever hit someone in anger twice, both times when he was much younger. That said, just like his father, he would go off on tirades that would leave people shaking. Danny had long viewed the moment he'd start to see himself as a man, as an adult, be the point in time where he had sworn himself that he would never lose his temper with his family. He wouldn't pass that on to a child when his father had to him. He never broken that oath with Taylor, and knew that what was keeping him contained in his room, pacing back and forth, red in the face, waiting to punch something. When he'd never gotten angry at her and never screamed at her, he knew Taylor had been angry. Once he had been at work talking to a mayor's aide. The man had told Danny that revival projects for the docks were being canceled, and that contrary to the promise, they were going to be layoffs rather than new jobs for the already beleaguered, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, beleaguered dock workers. Taylor had been spending the morning in his office on the promise that they would go out the afternoon, and had been in a position to see him fly off the handle in the worst way with the man. 4 years ago, he had lost his temper with Annette for the first time, breaking his oath to himself. That had been the last time he had seen her. Taylor hadn't been there to see him shouting at her mother, but he was fairly certain she'd heard some of it. It shamed him. The third and last time he had lost his temper, where Taylor had been in a position to know, he had been in when she'd been hospitalized following the incident in January. He'd screamed at the school's principal, who deserved it, and at Taylor's then biology teacher, who probably hadn't. It had been bad enough that a nurse had threatened to call for a police officer, and Danny, barely mollified, had stomped from the hallway to the hospital room to find his daughter more or less conscious and wide-eyed in reaction. Danny harbored a deep fear that the reason Taylor hadn't offered any details on the bullying was out of fear that he would, in blind rage, do something about it. It made him feel sick, the notion that he might contribute something to his daughter's self-imposed isolation in how she was dealing with her problems. It took Danny a long time to calm down, helped by telling himself over and over that Taylor was okay, that she was home, and that she was safe. Something of a blessing that, as his anger faded, he felt drained. He climbed into the left side of the bed, leaving the right side empty out of a habit he'd yet to break, and pulled the covers up around himself. He'd talk to Taylor in the morning, get an answer of sort. He dreamed of the ocean. All right. We're done with Act 1. Should change the stream title now. Hold on. Act 2. We are done with Act 1. Granted, Act 1 is quicker than most. So, I think like Act 2 will be double the size of this. In word count at least, not in chapter length. Or in chapter count, rather. But yeah. How's everyone doing so far? I'm gonna be looking at the chat for a second to give us all a breather for a moment. How's everyone doing? Everyone's still with me? We lost a viewer, but that's okay. All good. How are we all doing tonight? Anybody ready for some more bug? By the way, I will be uploading the VODs of this onto YouTube on my channel that I'll probably create either tonight after the stream or tomorrow. If you want to go back and read, because I know that I fuck up a lot with like the wording because my eyesight sucks. So if you want to go back and read some, I mean, you can go on the website yourself. This is all free. I didn't pay for any of this because the authors are God. So y'all can go online and go. If I didn't clarify something as good, you can go read it for yourself. And I recommend you do. Give Wildbow the views that he deserves. Oh, we're back to 4 viewers. Cool. Very cool. All right. Everybody ready to hop back in to Taylor's Bug Adventures? I sure am. Insinuation 2.1. I woke up to the muffled sound of. I woke up. Ooh, let's try that. Get some more water in my lungs. I woke to the muffled sound of the radio in the bedroom. Reaching over to my alarm clock, I turned it around. 6:28, which made today a weekday like any other. My alarm was set for 6:30, but I almost never needed it because my dad was always in the shower at the time. Routines defined us. I can attest to this. Even like in summer, I still wake up at like 8 o'clock or earlier because of my alarm being set for like years upon years upon years. As a wave of fatigue swept over me, I wondered if I might be sick. It took me a few moments of staring up at the ceiling to remember the events of last night. Small wonder I was tired. I had gotten home, snuck inside, and gone to the bed at a close 3:30, just 3 hours ago. Come on, Taylor. Why are you being like this? I survived on 30 minutes of sleep, no problem. Being a fucking bitch. With all that had happened, I hadn't slept those full 3 hours either. I forced myself out of bed. As I slaved my routine, it would be wrong to do otherwise. I made myself change into sweats and walked down to a kitchen sink to wash my face, fighting to keep awake. I was sitting at a kitchen table, pulling on my sneakers when my dad came downstairs in his bathrobe. My dad is not what you'd call an attractive man. Beanpole thin, weak chin, thinning dark hair that was on the cusp of baldness, big eyes and glasses that magnified those eyes further. As he entered the room, he looked surprised to see me there. That's just the way my dad always looked, constantly bewildered, that and a little defeated. "Good morning, kiddo," he said, entering the room and leaning down to kiss the crown of my head. "Hey, Dad." He already stepping towards the fridge as I replied. He looked over his shoulder. "A little glum?" "Huh?" "You sound down," he said. I shook my head. "Tired. I didn't sleep well." There was a slap of bacon hitting the frying pan. "Oh, America!" It was sizzling by the time he had spoke. "You know, you could go back to bed, sleep for another hour or so. You don't have to go on your run." I smiled. It was equal parts annoying and sweet that my dad hated me running. He worried about my safety and couldn't turn down the chance to drop hints that I could stop or be safer or join a gym. I wasn't sure if he'd worry more or less if I told him about my parents. "You know, I do, Dad. If I don't go today, it'll be that much harder to get myself up and do it tomorrow." I've got the tube of pepper spray in my pocket," I said. He bobbed his head in acknowledgement. It was only moments later that I realized I didn't have it. The pepper spray was in my costume, in the coal chute of the basement. I felt a pang of guilt realizing I'd lied to my dad. "OJ?" he asked. "I'll get it," I said, heading for the fridge for the orange juice. While I was at the fridge, I also grabbed some applesauce. Important plot detail. As I returned to the table, my dad slapped some French toast on the frying pan to join the bacon. The room filled with the aroma of cooking food. I helped myself to the applesauce. "You know Jerry?" my dad asked. I shrugged. "You met him once or twice when you visited me work. Big guy, burly, black Irish?" Shrugging again, I took a bite of the French toast. My dad was part of the Dock Workers Association as the union spokesperson and head of hiring. With the state of the docks being what they were, that meant my dad was pretty much in charge of telling everyone there were no jobs to be had day after day. Rumors was going around he found work. Guess with who? "Dunno," I said, another mouthful of food. "He's gonna be one of Uber and Leet's henchmen." I forgot that this story just completely dates itself. It does it purposefully because Uber and Leet are just supposed to be the dumbest of dumb villains, and they're supposed to be just the meme villains of this. But I forgot the term Leet even existed until I read Worm, and I'm like, oh my god, I remember that term from back in my heyday of being an 8-year-old. Yeah, it's done purposefully. At least I assume so. I think it's done purposefully. I raised my eyebrows. Uber and Lee were local villains with a video game theme, yeah. They were pretty much as incompetent as villains could be without staying out of jail. They barely even rated as B-list. They're gonna make him wear a uniform. Bright, primary colors, Tron style. My dad chuckled. Probably. "We're supposed to talk about how these powers thing has influenced our lives in class today. Maybe I'll mention that." We sat in silence for a minute or two. "I heard you come in late last night," he said. I gave him a small nod and took another bite of my French toast, even as my heart rate tripled and my mind searched for excuses. Like I said, I finally opened my mouth, looking at my plate. I just couldn't sleep. I couldn't get my thoughts to settle down. I got out of bed and tried pacing, but that didn't help, so I stepped outside and walked around the neighborhood. I wasn't totally lying. I'd had nights like that. Last night I just hadn't been one of them. And I'd gone walking around the neighborhood, even if it was a different way than I'd implied. "Christ, Taylor," my father answered. "This isn't the kind of area where you can walk around in the middle of the night." "I had the pepper spray," I protested lamely. That wasn't a lie, at least. "What if you get caught off guard? What if the guy has a knife or a gun?" my father asked. "Or pyrokinesis and the ability to grow armor plating and claws." I felt a little knot of ugliness in the pit of my stomach whereas my father was concerned for me. It was all the more intense because it was so justified. I had almost died last night. What's going on? That has you so anxious you can't sleep? He questioned me. School? I said, swallowing a lump of French toast in my mouth. Friends, the lack thereof? It's not better? He asked, carefully stepping around the elephant in the room, the bullies. If it was, I wouldn't have the problem, would I? I just gave him a one-shoulder shrug and forced myself to take another bite of French toast. My shoulder twinged a little as it made the bruise from last night felt. As much as I didn't like eating, I knew my stomach would be growling at me before lunch if I didn't. I didn't feel like eating. Taylor does not like eating. That was even without accounting the energy I'd burned running, let alone the escapades of last night. When my dad realized I didn't have an answer for him, he resumed eating. He had one bite before he put his fork down with a clink of the plate. No more going out in the middle of the night, he said. I'm putting a bell on the door. He would, too. I just nodded and promised myself that I need to be more careful. When I had come in, I had been so tired and sore that I hadn't given up any thought to the click of the door and the rattle of the lock or creak of the floorboards that were getting older than me. Okay, I said, adding, I'm sorry. Even with that, I felt a twinge of guilt. My apology was sincere in feeling, but I was making it with the knowledge that it would probably do the same thing again. It felt wrong. He gave a smile that almost seemed like an unspoken, I'm sorry too. I finished off my plate and stood up to put it in the sink and run water over it. Going for your run? Yeah, I said, putting my dishes in the beaten-up old dishwasher and bent down to give my dad a hug on the way out the door. Taylor, have you been smoking? I shook my head. Your hair is burnt at the ends there. I thought back to the previous night, getting hit in the back by one of Long's blasts of flame. Shruggingly, I suggested, stove, maybe? Be safe, my dad said, emphasizing each word. I took that as my cue to go, heading out the side door and breaking into an all-out run the moment I was past the chain-link gate fence at the side of the house. Water in my lungs. Am I okay? Yes, there is liquid infesting my lungs currently. There's just so much water in my lungs I just can't even breathe. All right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go yet again to the bathroom because I'm drinking so much water. So I'll be right back. Alrighty. Back to Bug Girl Adventures. Wacky Wahoo Bug Girl Adventure. Some more water in my lungs. This is just Worm Episode 1, water in my lungs. Insinuation 2.2. The run had helped to wake me up, as did the hot shower and the cup of coffee my dad had left in the pot. Even so, the fatigue didn't help the feeling of disorientation over just how the normal day seemed as I made my way to school. Just a matter of hours ago, I had been in a life-or-death fight. I'd even met Armsmaster. Now it was a day like any other. I felt nervous as I got to home. I now imagine, like, Taylor, Armsmaster just like, Taylor, join the wards. Just every moment of any, like, waking moment, he's just kind of like peering and be like, "Join the wars, Taylor."
Do it.
I felt nervous as I got to homeroom. Having basically skipped 2 classes the previous Friday, failing to turn in a major assignment, I figured that Miss Knott probably knew already. I didn't feel relieved when Miss Knott glanced up at me and gave a tight smile before turning her attention back to her computer. That was just me. Meant the humiliation would be redoubled if and when the class was interrupted by someone coming down from the office. Part of me just wanted to miss this class too, just to avoid the potential humiliation and drawing attention. All in all, I felt anxious as I made my way to the computer, which kind of sucked because computer class was one of the parts of the school day I didn't usually dread. For one thing, it was one class which I was doing well. It fucking nerd! More to the point, neither Madison and Sophia nor Emma were in this class, though some of their friends were. These girls didn't usually feel the need to harass me without the trio around, and I was further removed from them because I was in the advanced stream of the class. A good 3/4 of the people in the room were computer illiterate, being from families that didn't have the money for computers or families that didn't have much interest in these things. So they practiced typing without looking at the keyboard and had lesson in using search engines. By contrast, I was in the group that was learning some basic programming and spreadsheets. It didn't do a whole lot for my already geeky reputation, but I could deal. She's not like other girls. She liked computers. I kind of forget like how much of an I'm not like other girls. Taylor has like early on story wise. I kind of know what a friend of mine was saying when he was like, I don't like Taylor in the early story. I kind of get it. Just knowing what she does later is why I probably stuck around for this. And just the fact that her power is cool. I just think she's a cool character. Mrs. Knott was an alright teacher, if not the most hands-on. She was usually coherent to give us advanced students and an in-class assignment, then focus on the more rambunctious majority of the rest of the class. If only that's how it worked in real life. This suited me just fine. I usually wrapped up the assignments in half an hour, leaving me to an hour to use as I saw fit. I had been recalling and going over the events of the previous night during my morning run. The first thing I did was in the ancient desktop finished and its agonizing load process was to start digging for information. The go-to place for news and discussions on capes was Parahumans Online. You see? It's the name of the website. The front page had constant updates on recent international news featuring capes. From there, I could go to the wiki, where the information on individual capes, groups, and events, with the message boards, which broke down into nearly 100 subboards for specific cities and capes. I gotta say, if superheroes did exist, this is how they would totally be classified online. They did a good job of Wildbow, the author, did a good job of sort of how the public with the internet would realistically react to superheroes in this day and age. This would totally be how it would be. I opened the wiki in one tab, then found and opened the message board for Brockton Bay in the other. I had the sense that either Tattletale or Gru were the leader of the group I had run into. Turning my attention to Tattletale, I searched the wiki. The results I got was disappointingly short, starting with a header that said, "This article is a snub. Be a hero and help us expand it." We've all seen that before. I wonder if you go on like the official Worm wiki, I wonder if it would just say that just to keep with the continuity of the story. I wonder. I don't want to do that because there's spoilers. We just littered all over, but that'd be funny. There was one sentence blurb on how she was an alleged villain active in Brockton Bay with a single blurry picture. I have a hair in my mouth. Hold on, everyone. Oh, good God. Ugh. There was one sentence blurb on how she was an alleged villain active in Brockton Bay with a single blurry picture. The only new information for me that her costume was lavender. A search message boards turned absolutely nothing up. The hair is still in my mouth. Shoot! Oh God, I got it. Thank you. Fucking hell. Like a cat. There wasn't even a hint as to what her power was. She tells on people. I looked up Gru. There was actually information about him, but nothing detailed or definitive. The wiki had stated he had been active for nearly 3 years, dealing in petty crimes such as robbing small stores and doing some work as an enforcer for those who wanted a little superpowered muscle along for the job. Recently, he had turned to higher scale crime, including corporate theft and robbing a casino, together with his new team. His power was listed as Darkness Generation in the sidebar under the picture. Is there another hair in my mouth? No. The picture seemed crisp enough. Worm episode 2, Zach gets hair stuck in his mouth. The picture seemed crisp enough, but the focus of it grew was just a blurry black silhouette in the center. I searched for bitch. Next. No results. I did another search for her more official title, Hellhound, and got a wealth of information. Rachel Lint had never made any real attempt to hide her identity. She apparently had been homeless through most of her criminal career, just living on the streets and moving on whenever police or Cape came after her. The sightings and encounters with the homeless girl ended around a year ago. I figured that's when she joined the forces with Gru, Tattletale, and Regent. The picture in the sidebar was taken from a surveillance camera footage, an unmasked, dark-haired girl who I wouldn't have called pretty. She had a squarish, blunt-featured face with thick eyebrows. She was riding atop one of her monstrous dogs, like a jockey rides a horse, down the middle of the lane in the street. According to the wiki entry, her power manifested when she was 14, following up almost immediately by her demolishing the foster home she had lived in, injuring her foster mother and 2 foster children in the process. This was followed by a 2-year streak of skirmishes and a retreat across Maine as various heroes and teams tried to apprehend her, and she was either defeated or successfully evaded capture. She had no powers that would have made her any stronger or faster than the average Jane, but she was apparently able to turn ordinary dogs into creatures I had seen on the rooftop. Monsters the size of a car, all muscle, bone, fang, and claw. A red box in the bottom of the page read, Rachel Lynn has a public identity, but is known to be a particularly hostile, antisocial, and violent. If recognized, do not approach or provoke. Leave the area, notify authorities as to her last known location. So we know who's running the wiki. It's the Protectorate. We know that the wiki has a bias. The very bottom of the page is a list of links that were related to her. 2 fan sites and a news article relating to her early activities. A search of message boards turned up too many results, leaving me unable to sift through the crap, the arguments, the speculations, and the villain worship to find any genuine morsels of information. If nothing else, she was notorious. I sighed and moved on, making a menial note to do more investigation when I had the time. The last member of the group was Regent. Given what Armsmaster had said about the guy being low profile, I didn't expect much. I was surprised to find less than that. Nothing. My search on the wiki turned up only a default response. There are no matches matching this query. 32 unique IP addresses have been searched. The parahumans.net wiki for Regent in 2011. You're dated. Would you like to create the page? The message board didn't turn up anything else. I even did a search for his alternate spelling, such as regents and recant, just in case. I heard it wrong. Nothing turned up. If my mood had been on the sour side as I got to homeroom, the dead ends only made it worse. I turned my attention to the in-class assignment, making a working calculator in Visual Basic, but it was too trivial to distract me. The work from Thursday and Friday had already been given us the tools to do the job, so it was really just busy work. I didn't mind learning stuff, but for the sake of doing work was just annoying. I did the bare minimum, checked for any bugs, moved to the file in my completed work folder, and returned to surfing the web. All in all, the work was barely took 15 minutes. She's computerless. She's smart. I looked up Lung on the wiki, which I had done often enough before as part of my research and preparation for being a superhero. I wanted to know who the prominent local villain were and what they could do. The search for Lung redirected to a catch-all page on his gang, the ABB, with quite a bit of detailed information. The information on Lung's power was pretty in line with my own experience, though there was no mention of super hearing or him being fireproof. I debated adding it, but decided against it. There were security concerns with my submissions being tracked to Winslow High, and then to me. I figured it would probably be deleted as an unsupported speculation anyway. The section beneath the description of Lung and his powers covered his subordinates. He was estimated to have 40 or 50 thugs working for him across Brockton Bay, drawing largely from the ranks of Asian youth. It was pretty unconventional for a gang to include members of the variety of nationalities that the ABB did, but Lung had made it his mission to conquer and absorb every gang with Asian members and many without. Once he had the manpower he needed, The non-Asian gangs were cannibalized for assets, their members discarded. Even though there were no major gangs in east of town to absorb, he was still recruiting zealously. His method now was to go after anyone older than 12 and younger than 60. It didn't that's a big range. It didn't matter if you were a gang member or not. If you were Asian and you lived in Brockton Bay, Lung and his people expected you to either join or pay tribute one way or another. There have been local news reports on it, newspaper articles, and I can remember seeing signs in the guidance counselor's office where people who were targeted in this way could go for help. Please, I'm being chased by a man who can sprout armor and shoot fire. I don't think any psychologist will be able to help you from that. Lung's lieutenants were listed as Oni Lee and Bakuda. I had only general knowledge about Oni Lee, but I was intrigued to see there were recent updates to his wiki entry. There was a specific detail in his powers. He could teleport, but when he did so, he didn't disappear. As he teleported, his original self, for lack of a better term, would stay where it was and remain active for 5 or 10 seconds before disintegrating into a cloud of carbon ash. That's what I mean when the powers are, like, cool in this series. Yeah, sure, he can teleport, but there's like a catch. He can clone himself as well. Essentially, he could create another version of himself anywhere nearby, where the old version would stick around long enough to distract you or attack you. That wasn't scary enough. There was a report of him holding a hand grenade in his hand as he repeatedly duplicated himself, with his short-lived duplications acting as suicide bombers. Topping it all off, Oni Lee's Wikipedia wiki page had a similar red warning box that the one that Bitch/Hellhound had on hers, minus the bit about public identity. From what they knew about him, authorities had seemed to fit note him as a sociopath. The warning covered the same essentials: exceedingly violent, dangerous to approach, should not be provoked, and so on. I glanced at his picture. His costume consisted of a black bodysuit with a black bandolier and belt for his knives, guns, and grenades. The only color on him was an ornate Japanese-style demon mask, crimson with 2 green stripes down the side. Except for the mask, his costume gave off a distinct impression of a ninja, which added the weight to the notion that he was a guy who could and would slide a knife between your ribs. Excuse me. Bakuda was a new entry, added to the ABB wiki just 10 days ago. The picture only showed her from the shoulder up, a girl with straight black hair, large opaque goggles over her eyes, and a metal mask with a gas mask-style filter covering the lower half of her face. A braided cord of black, yellow, and green wires looped over one of her shoulders. I couldn't pinpoint her ethnicity with the mask and goggles, and her age wasn't any easier to figure out. Bakuda is fucking awesome. You'll see her later on, and she's fucking cool. Her power is really cool because it reminds me of Killer Queen from JoJo. The wiki had a lot of details similar to Armsmaster. The wiki had a lot of the same details Armsmaster had mentioned to me. Bakuda had essentially held a university ransom and did it with her superhuman ability to design and fabricate high-tech bombs. There was a link to a video titled Bomb Threat at Cornell, but I didn't think it was wise to play it at school, especially without headphones. I made a mental note to go check it when I got home. The next thing that caught my eye was a section heading titled Defeats and Captures. I scrolled down to read it. According to the wiki, Lung had apparently suffered a number of minor defeats at the Wave of various teams, ranging from the guilds to the local team of New Wave with the Wards and the Protectorate, but consistently managed to evade capture until last night. A blurb read, Armsmaster successfully ambushed and defeated the leader of the ABB, who was weakened from a recent encounter with a rival gang. Lung was taken to the PHQ for holding until the villain's trial by a teleconference. Given Lung's extensive and well-documented criminal history, it is expected he will face imprisonment in the birdcage should he be found guilty at trial. Ooh, lordy. My throat's getting dry. More water was necessary. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I wasn't sure what to think of this. By all rights, I should have been angry at Armsmaster for taking the credit that could have cost me my life. Instead, I felt a building excitement. I felt like shaking the shoulder of the guy sitting next to me and pointing at the screen saying, "Me! I made that possible! Me!" With a renewed enthusiasm, I switched the tab to the message board and began looking to see what people were saying about it. A post by a fan or a minion of Lung threatened violence against Armsmaster. There was a request by someone asking for more information on the fight. I was given pause by one post that asked whether Bakuda could or use a large-scale bomb with the threat of potentially hundreds, thousands, or potentially thousands or hundreds of thousands dead to ransom Lung back. I tried to pull that out of my mind. If that happened, it would be the responsibility of heroes better and more experienced than I. It struck me that there was one person I hadn't looked for, myself. I opened the advanced search page for the parahumans.net message board and did a search for multiple terms. I included insect, spider, swarm, bug, plague, and a mess of other terms that had struck me while I was trying to brainstorm a good hero name. I narrowed the search of posts to see posts and made in the top within the past 12 hours and hit search. My efforts turned up 2 posts. One referred to a villain called Pestilence, active in the UK. Apparently Pestilence was one of the people who could use magic. That is, he was if you believed magic was real and just not some convoluted or debunked interpretation of a given set of powers. The second post was in the connections section of the message board, which rescued damsels left their where rescued damsels left their contact information for their dashing heroes, where conventions and fan gatherings were organized, and where people posted job offers for capes and the cape obsessed. Most were cryptic, vague, referring to stuff only the people in question would know. The message was titled Simply Put. But the message title was simply Bug. I clicked on it and waited impatiently for the outdated system and overloaded school modem to load the page up. What I got was brief. Subject, Bug. Owe you one. Like to repay the favor? Meet? Send a message. TT. The post was followed by 2 pages of people commenting. People suggested it was something important, where a half dozen more decried that it was them as tinfoil hats. Parahumans.net. Parahumans.net's conspiracy term for conspiracy theorist. It was meaningful, though. I couldn't interpret it any other way. Telltale had found a way to get in contact with me. Ooh, yeah. Am I just one of them that's no? Yeah. You know, Taylor would be like pretty fucking unstoppable if she was down here in Florida or she was in like Australia or Asia. Anywhere where there's scary bugs, Taylor would be just a force to be reckoned with. If she could control like the murder hornets that are headed our way. That'd be fucking terrifying. Alright, so let me just see how many parts are in part 2. We got 9. Okay. I think we can do all of part... I don't see why we can't do all of part 2 tonight. I think we can do part 2 tonight. Maybe we can even start part 3. We'll see. We will see how my throat is after all this. I didn't have any time to contemplate... Oh, excuse me. I didn't read the fucking chapter title. Insinuation 2.3. I didn't have any time to contemplate the message I received from Tattletale. The bell rang and I had to hurry to properly log off and shut down before heading to my next class. As I gathered my stuff, I realized I had been so caught up in researching on the villains I'd met last night and Tattletale's messages that I'd forgotten to worry about getting into trouble for skipping classes. I felt a kind of resignation as I realized I would have to face music later on. I would have to face the music later on in the day anyways. Madison was already in her seat as I got to the classroom. She had a pair of girls crouching by either side of her desk, and all 3 of them broke into a giggle as they saw me. Bitches. My set of clothing was my set of choices. My set of clothing. My set of choice was the far right, front row, closest to the door. Lunch hour, and immediately after school, when the trio headed to give me the hardest time, so I tried to sit as close as possible to the door for a quick escape. I spotted a puddle of orange juice on the seat with an empty plastic bottle lying just underneath the chair. Madison was going for a 2-for-1. It was both a prank and a reminder of how they doused me with juice and soft drinks last Friday. Irritated, I carefully avoided looking at Madison and took an empty seat in a few rows back. Mr. Gladley entered the room. He was short and young enough that you could almost mistake him for another high school student. It took a few minutes for him to start the class, and he immediately ordered us to break into groups of 4 to share our homework with one another and try to prepare it and try to share it with the rest of the class. The group that had the most to contribute to the win-win prize he had mentioned on Friday, treats from the vending machine. It was stuff like this that made Mr. Gladly my least favorite teacher. I got the impression he'd be surprised to hear he was anyone's least favorite teacher, but that was just one more point against him in my book. I don't think he comprehended why people might not like him, or how miserable group work was when you didn't identify with any of the groups or cliques in the school. He had just figured people liked doing group work, and because it let them talk and hang out with their friends in class. While the class got started, I figured I'd avoid standing around like a loser with no group to join and something to get in my way, get something else out of the way. I approached the desk at the front of the room. Mr. Gladly? Call me Mr. G. Mr. Gladly's my dad.
He said it!
He informed me with a sort of mock sternness. Sorry, Mr. G, I need a new textbook. He gave me a curious look. What happened to your old one? Soaked with grape juice by a trio of harpies. I lost it. I lied. Replacement textbooks are $35. If only that was the price of textbooks. I don't expect it now, but I'll have it for you by the end of the week. I finished it for him. He handed me a textbook, and I looked over to the room before joining only a group with the only group with room for more. Oh my God, Sparky and Greg. We have been in a group several times before, as leftovers where all the friends and cliques had banded together. Sparky had apparently picked his nickname when a third grade teacher used it in an ironic sense, and it had stuck to the point where I doubted anyone but his own mother even knew his real name. He was a drummer, long-haired, and was so out of touch with reality you could stop talking in mid-sentence and he wouldn't notice. He just went through life in a daze, presumably until he could do his thing, which was his band. Greg was the opposite. He was smarter than average, but he had found a way of saying everything that came into his head. His train of thought didn't have any breaks or tracks. It would have been easier to be in a group with just Sparky and essentially do the work myself than it would to be with Greg. The most relatable character. I got my share of homework out of my new backpack. Mr. Gladly had asked us to come up with a list of ways that capes had influenced society. In between the various steps of my getting ready for my first night out in costume, I had taken the time to fix up my art project and had come up with a fairly comprehensive list to Mr. Gladly's homework. I'd even used newspaper and magazine clippings to support my points. I felt pretty good about it. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Okay, hold on. I didn't get much done, Greg said. I got distracted by this new game, but I got it. It was really, really good. It's called Space Opera. Have you played it? Most relatable character. He doesn't appear again after this chapter. He's the final boss of Worm. Sorry, guys, I just spoiled it all for you. Greg is the final boss of Worm. A full minute later, he was still on the same topic. Even though I wasn't paying any attention to him or giving him any feedback on what he was saying. You have to understand it's a genre, and it's only what I've been getting into recently since I started watching this anime called... Most relatable character. Greg. Why is this series not called Greg? It should be called Greg, not Worm. Greg should be the main character. Oh, hey, Julia. Greg broke off from his monologue to wave about... I wish you would just know... I wish I could just know the name of the anime. Why don't you tell me this? Greg broke off from his monologue to wave with enough energy and excitement that I felt a little embarrassed to be sitting next to him. I turned to my seat to see one of Madison's friends come in late. Can I be in Madison's group? Julia asked Mr. Gladly. That wouldn't be fair. Greg's group only has 3 people. Help them, Mr. Gladly said. Julia walked over to where we were sitting and made a face, just loud enough for us to hear. She murmured in disgust. Ew. I felt much the same about her joining us. It was downhill from there. Madison's group moved so the 4 of us were sitting right next to our group, which let Julia talk with them while she was still sitting with us. The presence of all the popular and attractive girls in the class just got Greg more wound up, and he began to try and insert himself into the conversation. Oh, God. I knew a Greg. I was the Taylor, and I knew a Greg. Only to get shut down or ignored. It was embarrassing to watch. Yeah, you're goddamn right it was. I knew a Greg. Oh boy, did I know a Greg. Greg, I said, trying to distract him from the other group, here's what I did over the weekend. What do you think? I handed him the work I had done. To his credit, he gave it a serious read. This was really good, Taylor, he said when he was done. Let me say, Julia said. Before I could stop him, Greg dutifully handed my work over to her. I watched her glance over it, then toss it into Madison's table. There were a few giggles. Give it back, I said. Give what back? Julia said. Madison, I said, ignoring Julia. Give it back. Madison, cute and petite and the crush of choice for half the guys in our grade, turned and managed a combined look and tone of such condescendence that a grown man would have flinched. Nobody's talking to you, Taylor. That was that. Short of running to the teacher and complaining, I wasn't going to get my work back. Anyone who considered that an option had clearly never been in high school. Greg looked at me and all the girls with a kind of panic before setting into a funk. Sparky had his head down on his desk, either asleep or close to it, and I was left fuming. I made an attempt at trying to salvage things, but getting Greg to focus was impossible, as he constantly tried to apologize and made lame attempts to convince the others to give my work back. Our time ran out and Mr. Gladly picked out people to each stand up and go over when they had come up with. I sighed as Mr. Gladly picked Greg to do our group presentation, and was forced to watch Greg botch it badly enough that Mr. Gladly asked him to sit down before he was finished. Greg was one of those kids I always figured made teachers groan inwardly when they raised their hands in class. The sort of kid that took twice as long to answer as everybody else. It was often only half right or so off target that it derailed the discussion. I couldn't imagine what had possessed Mr. Gladly to pick Greg to do our group's presentation. It's because Greg's a Chad. Taylor, Greg's a Chad, you're a beta. Greg is the real Chad of the story. What made things worse was that I got to watch Madison raffle off my very impressive sounding list of ways capes had changed the world. She'd cribbed almost all of my stuff: fashion, economics, tinkers, and the tech boom. The fact that movies and television and magazines had been tweaked to accommodate cape celebrities and so on. Still, it got wrong when explained how law enforcement had changed. She got it wrong when explained how law enforcement had changed. My point was that with qualified capes easing the workload and taking over for most high-profile crises, law enforcement of all stripes were more than free to train and expand their skill sets, making for smarter, more versatile cops. Madison just made it sound like they got a lot of vacation days. Mr. Gladly named another group as the winners, by virtue of the sheer number of things they had come up with. Though he had made a point by saying the quality of Madison's work was nearly as good enough to count. From there, he moved on to his lecture. I was steamed that I could hardly focus on the lecture, as my powers crackled and tugged at my attention from the periphery of my consciousness, making me acutely aware of every bug within the tenth of a mile. I could tune it out. The extra concentration that took, coupled with the anger I felt towards Madison and Mr. Gladly, was distracting enough that I couldn't focus on the lecture. I took a cue from Sparky and put my head down on my desk. Being as exhausted from the previous night's activity as I was, all I could do is keep dozing off. Still, spending the class half asleep made it go by faster. I was startled when the bell rang. Anyone else gathered their things and began to file out. Mr. Gladly approached me and quietly said, "I'd like you to stick around for a few minutes, please." I just nodded and put my books away, then waited for the teacher to finish negotiating where to meet the prize winners from the class contest so he could pay for their prizes. When it was just me and Mr. Gladly in the classroom, he cleared his throat and then told me, "I'm not stupid, you know." "Okay," I replied, not sure how to respond. "I have something of an idea of what goes on in my classroom. I don't know exactly who, but I know some people are giving you a pretty hard time." "Sure," I said. "I saw the mess of what was left on your work today. I saw the mess left on your usual seat today. I remembered a few weeks back when glue was smeared on your desk and chair. There's also the incident that happened at the start of the year. All your teachers had a meeting about that." I couldn't meet his gaze as he brought the last event up, left at my feet. "And I'm guessing there's more I don't know about." "Yeah," I said, still looking down. It's hard to explain how how I felt about this conversation. I was gratified, I think, that someone had brought up to me, but annoyed that someone was Mr. Gladly. I felt embarrassed too, like I had walked into a door and someone was trying too hard to make sure I was okay. I asked you after the glue incident. I'm asking again. Would you be willing to go to the office with me to talk to the principal and vice principal? After moments of consideration, I looked up and asked him, what would happen? And we'd have a discussion about what's been going on. You would name the person or people you believe is responsible, and each of them would be called in to talk to the principal in turn. And they get expelled? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Mr. Gladly shook his head. If there was enough proof, they would be suspended for several days unless they've done something very serious. Further offenses could lead to longer suspensions or expulsion. I gave a rueful chuckle, feeling the frustration welling up. Great. So they might miss it for a few days of school, and only if I can prove they were all behind it all. And whether they get suspended or not, they feel 100% justified in whatever they do to the rat for revenge. If you want things to get better, Taylor, you have to start somewhere. This isn't a starting point. It's shooting myself in the foot, I said, pulling my bag over my shoulder. When he didn't immediately respond, I left the classroom. Emma, Madison, and Sophia, and half a dozen girls were standing in the hallway, waiting for me. Chat messages? No? No one's in chat? Okay. I guess you guys are really into the story. I'm happy. Yeah. Continuation 2.4. Check the chat. No, nothing. Okay. Let's continue onward. Nobody likes her. Nobody wants her here, Julia said. Such a loser. She didn't even turn in the major art project last Friday, Sophia responded. If she's not going to try, then why is she even coming to school? Despite the way the conversation sounded, they were talking to me. They were just pretending to talk to one another. It was both calculating in how they were managing plausible deniability while at the same time they were acting totally juvenile but pretending I wasn't there. A blend of immaturity mixed with craftiness a way only high schoolers could manage. I would have laughed at the ridiculousness of it if it hadn't been at my expense. The moment I left the classroom, Emma, Madison, and Sophia had crowded into a corner with another 6 girls backing them up. I was unable to squeeze past them without getting pushed or elbowed back, so I couldn't do much more than lean against the window, listening while 8 of the girls were rattling off an endless stream of taunts and jibes. Before one of them was even finished, another started up. All the while, Emma... Did they just, rehearse this? They were like, all right, girls. We're gonna fuck with Taylor. Let's do it. Before one girl was even finished, another started up. All the while, Emma stayed back and stayed quiet, the slightest of smiles on her face. I couldn't meet the eyes of any of the other girls without them barking a fresh torrent of insults directly in my face, so I just stared at Emma, ugliest girl in our grade. They were barely thinking about what they were saying, and a lot of the insults were wildly off the mark or contradictory. One would say I was a slut, for example. Then another might say a guy would puke before he touched me. The point wasn't being witty, being smart, or being on target. It was more about delivering the feeling behind the words and over, hammering it into me. If I had just a moment to butt in, maybe I could have come up with some retorts. If I could just kill their momentum, they probably wouldn't get back into the easy rhythm again. That said, I just couldn't find the words, and there wasn't any openings in conversations where I just wouldn't be talked over. The particular tactic was new. While this particular tactic was new to me, I've been putting up with stuff like this for a year and a half now. At a certain point, I'd come to the conclusion that it was easier to sit back and take it when it came to most things. They wanted me to fight back, because everything was stacked in their favor. If I stood up for myself and they still won, it only served to feed their egos. If I came out ahead in some way, then they got more persistent and mean for the next time. So much for the same reason I hadn't fought Madison for the homework she had taken from me. I just leaned up against the wall next to the window and waited for them to get bored with their game or get hungry enough to go and leave and get their lunches. What does she use to wash her face? A Brillo pad? She should. She'd look better. Never talks to anybody. Maybe she knows she sounds like a retard and keeps her mouth shut. No, she's not that smart. No more than 3 feet behind Emma, I could see Mr. Gladly leaving his classroom. The tirade didn't stop as I watched him tuck a stack of folders under one arm, find his keys, and lock the door. If I were her, I'd kill myself, one of the girls announced. Mr. Gladly turned to look me in the eyes. So glad we don't have gym with her. Can you imagine seeing her in the locker room? Gag me with a spoon. I don't know what expression I had on my face, but I know I didn't look happy. No less than 5 minutes ago, Mr. Gladly had been trying to convince me to go with him to the office and tell the principal about the bullying. I watched him as he gave me a sad look, shifted file folders into his free hands, and then walked away. Great fucking job, Mr. Gladly. You just go. What a bitch. What a bitch. I was stunned. I couldn't wrap my head around how he could just ignore this. When he had been trying to help me, he had been covering his own ass, doing what was required of him in the face of a situation he couldn't ignore. Had he just given up on me? After trying to help in his own completely ineffective way, after I turned down his offer twice, he just decided I wasn't worth the effort? You should have seen her group fail in class just now. It was painful to watch. I clenched my fist, then forced myself to relax it. If we were all guys, this scenario would be totally different. I was in the best shape of my life. I could have swung a few punches from the very start, caused a bloody nose or two, maybe. I know I would have lost the fight in the end, getting shoved to the ground by a force of numbers and kicking while I was down. But things would have ended there, instead of dragging on like they were here. I had hurt physically for days afterwards, but after I at least had the satisfaction of knowing some of the others were hurting too, and I wouldn't have to sit through this barrage of insults. If there was enough damage done, the school would have to take notice, and they wouldn't be able to ignore the circumstances of a 1-against-9 fight. Violence gets attention. But things didn't work that way here. Girls played dirty. If I decked Emma, she would run to the office with some fabricated story, her friends backing up her version of the events. For most, ratting to the faculty was social suicide, but Emma was more or less top dog. If she went to the principal, people would only take things more seriously. By the time I got to school, they would have spread the story through the grapevine in the way that made me look like a total psycho. They would get worse. Emma would be seen as the victim, and the girls who had previously ignored the bullying would join in on Emma's behalf. And she smells, one girl said lamely. Hey, you fucking great insult there, mate. Like expired grape and orange juice. Madison cut him with a little laugh. Again, bringing up the juice. I suspect that one had been her idea. It seemed that they were running out of steam, and I figured it was a minute or two before they got bored and walked away. It seemed Emma got the impression because she stepped forward. The group parted to give her room. What's the matter, Taylor? Emma said. You look upset. Her words didn't seem to fit the situation. I had maintained my composure for however long they had been at it. What I'd been feeling was more of a mixture of frustration and boredom than anything else. I opened my mouth to say something. A graceless fuck you would have sufficed. So upset you're going to cry yourself to sleep for a week straight? She asked. My words died in my throat as I processed her words. Almost a year before we started high school, I had been at her house, the both of us eating breakfast and playing music way too loud. Emma's older sister had come downstairs with the phone. We turned down the music and my dad had been on the other end, waiting to tell me that in a broken voice my mom had died in a car accident. Emma's sister had given me a ride to my place and I bawled the entire time. I remember Emma crying too, out of sympathy maybe. It could have been the fact that she thought my mom was the coolest adult in the world, or perhaps it was because we really were best friends and she had no idea how to help me. I didn't want to think about the month that followed, but fragments came to mind without asking. I could remember overhearing my dad berating my mother's body because she'd been texting while driving, and she was the only one to blame. At one point, I barely ate for 5 days straight because my dad was such a wreck that I wasn't on his radar. I'd eventually turned to Emma for help, asking to eat at her place for a few days. I think Emma's mom figured things out, and we gave my dad a talking to because he started putting things together. We established our routine so we wouldn't fall apart as a family again. It was a month after my mom had died that Emma and I had found ourselves sitting on a bridge of a kid's play structure in a park. Our rear ends cold from the damp woods, sipping coffee we'd bought from the donut hole. in universe Dunkin' Donuts. We didn't have anything to do, so we just been walking around and talking about whatever. Our wandering had taken us to the playground and we were resting our heels. You know, I admire you, she said abruptly. Why? I responded, completely mystified about this fact that someone gorgeous and amazing and popular could find something to admire in me. You're so resilient. After your mom died, you were totally in pieces, but you're so together after a month. I couldn't do that. I could remember my admission. I'm not resilient. I can hold it together during the day, but I've cried myself to sleep for a straight week. That had been enough to open the floodgates right there. She had given me a shoulder to cry on, and our coffee was almost cold before I was done. Now, as I gaped at Emma, wordless, her smile widened. What a bitch! She remembered what I had said then. She knew the memories it would evoke. At that point, recollection had crossed her mind, and she had decided to weaponize it. She'd been waiting to drop it on me. Fuck me, it worked. I felt a trail of a tear down my cheek. My power roared at the edge of my consciousness, buzzing, pressuring me. I suppressed it. She's crying, Madison laughed. Angry at myself, I rubbed my hands to my cheek to brush the tear away. More were already welling up, ready to take its place. It's like you have a superpower, Emma, one of the girls tittered. I'd taken off my backpack so I could lean against the wall. I reached to pick it up before I could. A foot hooked through the strap and it dragged it away from me. I looked at and saw the owner of the foot, dark-skinned, willowy Sophia, staring at me. OMG, what is she doing? I don't think that people say that. That's like the one thing that Worm got wrong, one of the girls said. Maybe they do. I don't know. Sophia was leaning up against the wall, one foot casually resting on top of my backpack. I didn't think it was worth fighting her over if I gave her an opportunity to continue her game of keep away. I left the bag where it was and shoved my way out through the gathered girls, bumping in an onlooker with my shoulder hard enough to make him stumble. I ran to the stairwell and out to the door onto the ground floor. I fled. I didn't check, but the chances were they were watching from the window at the end of the hallway. It didn't matter. The fact that I just promised to pay $35 of my own money for a World Issues textbook to replace the one that had been soaked with grape juice wasn't my top concern. Even if it was pretty much all the money I had left after buying the pieces for the costume, my art midterm was in my bag as well, newly repaired. I knew I wouldn't get any of it back in one piece, if at all. No, my primary concern wasn't getting out of there. I wasn't going to break the promise I had made to myself, no using powers on them. That was the line I wasn't crossing. Even if I did something utterly innocuous, like giving them all lice, I didn't trust myself to stop there. I didn't trust myself to keep them offering blatant hints that I had powers or spoiling my secret identity to just see the looks on their faces when they realized the girl they had been tormenting was a bona fide superhero. It was something I couldn't help but daydream about, but I knew the long-term ramifications would spoil that. Perhaps most important, I rationalized, was keeping the two worlds separate. What use was escapism if the world I was escaping was muddled with people and things I was trying to avoid? Before the thought of going back to school was even crossed my mind, I found myself wondering what I was going to do to fill my afternoon. Yeah. Taylor's got it fucking rough. Really rough. We still don't know what triggered her powers. But I do. It's not a fun chapter. Yeah, there are going to be times where, like, I get super emotional about this. I'm pretty sure at least one of you is probably going to cry with me at one point in this entire thing, because there are some really, really sad parts of Worm, as you just saw. And that's like one of the minor ones in the scope of the story. It gets gets nice and sad. I'll be right back. Let's take this time to just get us some water. If you want to take a little breaky, you're more than welcome to. I'm gonna go get some more water. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Alrighty. Oh. Alright. I'm gonna give myself a couple minutes just to cool my throat off. We're more than halfway there. We're more than halfway through Act 2 already. Let me see how many chapters Act 3 has. Hold on. Yeah, Arc 3 is long. Yeah, they get longer from here on out. Yeah, okay. I might do... I think I'm probably going to stop after... maybe we'll do a couple chapters of Act 3. Maybe I'll find one that has like a real nice cliffhanger to end you guys off on. There's probably one or two in there. I assume so. Worm likes its cliffhangers. Yeah, I think we're probably going to do the chapter 2, or arc 2, and then probably a little bit of arc 3 tonight. Okay. No one still with me? If you're in the chat, just give me a holler. Let me know you're still with me. Don't be afraid to scream. Yeah, hello. Alright, well, that's one. Two other of you aren't giving any hollers, but that's okay. This is meant to be background noise. I expect like maybe one of you to concentrate and listen to what I'm saying. If you want this to be background noise while you play games or do something, please be my guest. I welcome it. The fact that it is my voice that is your background noise fills me with great joy. Y'all enjoying the story so far? Y'all liking it? It's a little bit of a slow start. You got that nice little action scene in the beginning, but it's a little slow otherwise. But I promise it picks up pretty quickly. You're not gonna have many dull moments in once we reach like probably the next arc or the arc after. I can't quite remember which one it is. Yeah, good. Okay, I'm glad. What I'm really excited for is this arc. This arc right here. Arc 8. That's where I kind of like knew that Worm was like my favorite thing ever, because it just kind of checked off all those points. And there was one point that was missing, and then it just kind of like did it. And I was like, oh hell yeah. This is awesome. I love this. All right. let's get on with the worm. Insinuation 2.5. If you looked at Brockton Bay as a patchwork of stellar and squalor, upper class and lower class with no middle ground, then downtown was one of the nice areas. The streets and sidewalks were wide, and that meant that even with skyscrapers in every other lot, it was a great deal of blue overhead. I'm gonna guess that this up here is probably what Brockton Bay looks like. I never really got why it's just like a city. It was Worm's thing, but I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's Brockton Bay. I don't know where the Protectorate headquarters would be though. Whatever. Yep. Okay. Following my retreat from the school grounds, I hadn't been sure what to do. My dad was on an unreliable schedule, so I couldn't spend the rest of the afternoon at home unless I wanted to risk having to explain what I was doing home on a school day. I didn't want to hang around the general area of the school, so that had left me with the option of half an hour walk to downtown or a trip to the boardwalk. Between my morning runs and the previous night's escapades, I had seen enough of the boardwalk, so I decided to head downtown. I didn't want to dwell on the subject of school or Emma, so I turned my focus to the recent message from Tattletale. She wanted to meet, presumably to repay the favor she owed me. I considered the possibility that it was a trap, but I couldn't imagine any angle where it wouldn't be. She just didn't have any reason to go after me. The worst case scenario that it wasn't Tattletale, but it wasn't the impression that I'd had. What she said in the message seemed to flow with what I had seen of her last night. I would be careful nonetheless. It was perplexing. These guys were, in large part, virtual unknowns. From what I had knew of Gru and Hellhound, they had both been marginally successful B-list villains who had been barely scraping by. Now both were on a team that was pulling high-profile heists and confounding even the likes of Armsmaster. The two of them seemed totally different in methodology and style. And if I was remembering right, both Gru and Hellhound had lived in different cities prior to teaming up and setting roots in Brockton Bay. That raised the question, who or what had drawn these four very individuals together? It was possible that Tattletale or Regent were unifying factors, but I couldn't really imagine it, having seen what I did with their group dynamic. Gru had poked fun at Regent rather than treat him like a leader, and while I couldn't put my finger on it, the more I imagined Tattletale uniting the group of unconnected people with powers, the harder it was to picture. I found it to picture. In fact, when I thought about it, hadn't Gru said they had fought for a considerable amount of time over how to deal with Lung? It didn't really matter they had any leadership worth speaking about. It wasn't hard to sympathize with Armsmaster. The whole scenario was just bizarre. It was made worse by the fact that there was practically no details as far as Tattletale or Regent went. Information, it seemed, was a major factor when dealing with capes. The streets were busy with people on their lunch break. Businessmen and businesswomen were heading to restaurants and fast food places. My stomach growled as I passed a large line of people waiting their turn at a street vendor. I checked my pockets and winced at the realization I didn't have enough even for a hot dog. My lunch had been in my backpack. I stopped myself before I could finish the trail of thought and put myself in a worse mood by dwelling on the fact what had happened at school. Still, as I thought back to a circle of villains and Tattletale's message, the amusing thought crossed my mind that I could ask them to repay for the favor by buying me lunch. It wasn't a serious thought, but the ridiculousness of the mental image, me eating a burger with a group of supervillains, put a dumb smirk on my face. I was pretty sure I looked like a moron to anyone on the street who happened to glance at me. As I thought of it, though, the notion that I might have actually considered taking Tattletale up on her offer nagged at me. The more I thought of it, the scarier the ideas got, and the more it seemed to make sense. What if I did take them up on the offer? I could meet them, talk to them, see what they had to do, they had to offer, and all the while fish for information. If I got anything worth sharing, I could turn around and give it to Armsmaster, so he could use it against them. Just going by what Armsmaster had said about these guys and the scarcity of information on them, it would have been a pretty major coup for the good guys. Okay, so they were likely to see me ploy as a monumental. They would likely see my ploy as a monumental betrayal if and when I pulled it off. I would be making enemies. That said, I suspected that when it came out that I was a hero and not a villain, they would still count it as such regardless. Didn't they have a sense to leverage as much time as I could before they caught on as far as their misconception went? I turned them around and headed in the direction of the public library. It was only a few blocks away. The library was busy, which made sense, given the number of offices and businesses around. The number of people wanting some quiet time during their lunch hour and people doing research or casual browsing they couldn't do at their workplaces. I would have included Brockton Bay's biggest and fanciest high school, the nearby Arcadia High, in the generalization, but I doubt as many students were spending their lunch breaks at the library. The central library looked almost like a museum or an art gallery that had anything else, with tall ceilings, pillars, and massive pieces of artwork hung to frame the hallways between the major sections of the building. I headed up to the second floor, where there are about 20 computers and a line of people waiting their turn to use them. I anticipated a 15 or 20 minute wait, but as the clock approached 1 o'clock, people headed back to work and the line rapidly thinned out. A free computer came up within a few minutes of my joining the line, so I let the person behind me go on ahead, waiting a bit longer so I could get a station with a little more privacy. By the time I sat down, I had a pretty good idea of what I wanted to write. I found the message with the search function and clicked on the username TT. A drop-down menu appeared, and I chose Send Private Message. It gave me the option of making an account, signing in with an already existing account, or sending the message as an anonymous guest. I chose the last option, then typed RE subject, RE bug. Bug here. Would like to meet, but want proof you are TT. I'll reciprocate if needed. I didn't send it right away, taking a moment to consider. Getting decent proof that it would prevent any potential problems like messaging turning out to be a trap laid by, say, Bakuda. Leaving the burden of proof on Tattletale and leaving it up to her to decide if she wanted verification that I was indeed a bug meant I didn't have to worry about coming up with exactly how one might prove their identity. I read it twice over, then sent the message. The reply came only 2 or 3 minutes later. Ooh. Excuse me. It was fast enough that I couldn't imagine Tattletale taking the time to check and double-check every aspect of her message the way I had mine. Was that recklessness on her part, or was that just the benefit of experience? I closed the tab I had opened in the meantime and wanted to check to see if what she had written. The private message then from her to me, and it set my fight or fight instincts in high gear. Subject, RE, bug. Proof? Last night you didn't say anything until I asked your name. Big guy had a mess of nasty bites and you pepper sprayed him, and I told my pal G that when he asked. Good enough? GR and me will meet you at the same spot we crossed paths last night, okay? Don't have to get gussied up if you catch my drift. Rest of us will be in casual wear. If we meet at 3, that will give you enough time to get there from the library with everything you need. Let me know. Ta-ta. My heart pounded. She knew where I was, and she was letting me know. Why? More to the point, how? Had I unwittingly entered an online exchange with a savvy hacker? I knew my way around computers, and my mom had made sure I had one sincere before I could read or write. But I'd be lying if I said I could tell if I was being hacked or doing anything about it. I would have interpreted the casual mention of my location as a veiled threat if it didn't run contrary to everything else her messages to me. Besides, Tattletale wasn't talking about meeting me in casual clothes. Tattletale was talking about meeting me in casual clothes. I took that to mean that they wouldn't be in costume. I couldn't understand why, but at the same time, it was hard to imagine her threatening me with one breath just a sentence after she'd offered to meet me in a way that would make her totally vulnerable. Tattletale had unwittingly raised the stakes for my scheme. My primary goal was to gather information on them, and there was a chance to see them with their masks off. It was too good to be true, which made me wonder what kind of safeguards they had in place to protect themselves. I had no idea what I would be getting into. No, you do not, Taylor. The screensaver came up while I stared at the monitor, thoughts racing through my head. The words Brockton Bay Central Library scrolled across the screen in varying colors. A true screensaver. If you don't know that, you're not a real one. If I went best case scenario, I could get information to turn them in. I'd get mucho cred from the good guys and respect from an international celebrity. I judged Arms Master right. I'd even get brownie points if I gave him the info and let him, or helped him, make the bust. On the flip side of the coin, the worst case scenario was that it was a trap, or they'd figure out what I was doing. It could mean a fight, maybe a beating. There was an outside possibility that I could get killed, but somehow that didn't concern me as much as it maybe should have. Part of the reason for my lack of concern, I think, was the possibility existed any time I went out in costume. That, and from my interaction with them last night, I didn't get a killer vibe from them. On the topic of the status quo, if I didn't go, what would happen? This particular window of opportunity would likely pass, as far as being able to get dirt on Tattletale and her gang. That was okay, as I thought on it. It was a high-risk, high-reward venture anyway. Taking the path would mean turning down the meat, then killing time for the rest of the afternoon, trying to avoid dwelling on the fact that I had missed 2 straight afternoon classes and might, maybe, miss more. It was depressing to think about. Excuse me? As I looked startled, I looked up. Middle-aged woman in a red jacket stood behind me. As I met her eyes, she asked, "Are you done?" She gestured to the computer where the screensaver was still scrolling. Heated with relief that she hadn't been, irrationally enough, Tattletale. I smiled and told her, "Give me 30 seconds. Subject, RE bug. C with 3. Yeah, Taylor is a bootlicker right now. I never thought of it that way. Yeah, Taylor's a total bootlicker right now. Taylor's looking up to it. But I mean, listen. All I'm saying is if Batman was real, and maybe if he wasn't as much of an asshole as Arms Master, I'd probably look up to him. I'd be like, yeah, that guy's cool. I like him. The minute he opened his mouth, I probably wouldn't, but like watching him on TV, I'd be like, yeah, that guy's super cool. I want to be a superhero. My power is being blind. Can't see shit. Oh, Vector 4 viewers. Cool. Cool. Welcome. Insinuation 2.6. I showed up in costume. I didn't care if they thought it was rude or paranoid. I would rather be capable of surviving having a knife pulled on me than play nice. I caught a bus from a library to my house and pulled on my costume under my clothes. Most of the armor panels of my costume were separate pieces, held in pieces by a strap that ran into slits into the fabric of the costume. Not all of them were, though. I'd made some of the armor part of the bodysuit. I'd made narrow, rigid sections of the armor running along the center of my chest, back, shins, wrists, hips, and the tops of my shoulders. So when they strapped the larger pieces on, grooves on the undersides of my armor would fit over them and help keep them from flopping around. I checked myself in the mirror before I left and didn't think anyone would notice unless I had a strange position and they were paying a great deal of attention to what I was wearing. I wore loose-fitting clothes over the costume, one of my larger pairs of jeans and a sweatshirt, and even with that, I felt painfully conspicuous. I changed much the way I had the previous night, finding an empty alley, quickly putting on my mask, pulling off my outer clothes and stuffing the clothes into one of my dad's old backpacks. I'd hidden the backpacks before when patrolling one night, but today I opted to take it with me. I headed out the other end of the alley. When I was a short distance away from the sites of last night's brawl, I sent a dozen flies out to scout. I focused on what they were sensing. Bugs, it probably goes without saying, sense things in a very different way than we do. More than that, they sense and process things at a very different speed. The end result was that the signals my power were able to translate and sent me in a way my brain could understand were muted. Visual information came through as ink blot patches of monochrome light and dark, alternating between fuzzy and overly sharp. Sound was almost painful to focus on, breaking down to bass and vibrations that made my vision distort into high-pitched noises that weren't unlike nails on a chalkboard. Multiply that by 100, 1,000, 10,000, it was overwhelming. When my power was new to me, I hadn't been able to hold it back. The sensory overload had never actually hurt me, even at its worst, but it had made me flat-out miserable. These days, I had a part of my power turned off a good 90% of the time. My preferred method of sensing bugs was touch. It wasn't that their sense of touch translated much better than their sense of hearing or sight parts of things, but had more to do with the fact that I could tell what they were in relation to me. I was acutely aware of when they were still, if they were moving, or if something else was moving them. The one thing that translated well. So, as I sent the bugs out to scout, the 12 sets of compound eyes first identify the trio as a blurry silhouettes atop a larger, more defined shadow, backlit by a flare, while that had to be the sun. I directed the flies closer towards the heads of the figures, and they touched down on the skin. None of the three were wearing masks, which I deemed reason to believe Tattletale had been telling the truth. They weren't in costume. They had no guarantee that the three were really Tattletale, Gru, and Regent. But I felt confident enough to head out to the fire escape and climb up to the roof. It was them, no doubt. I recognized them even with their costumes. 2 guys and a girl. The girl had dirty blonde hair tied back into a loose braid, a smattering of freckles over the bridge of her nose, and the same vulpine grin I recognized from the night prior. She wore a long-sleeved t-shirt with a graffiti-style design and a knee-length denim skirt. I was surprised by bottle grass green of her eyes. The smaller and younger of the 2 guys, about my age, was undoubtedly Regent. I recognized the mops of black curls. He was a good-looking guy, but not in a way that would make me say he was handsome. He was pretty, with a triangular face with light blue eyes and full lips pulled into a bit of a scowl. I pegged him as having a French or Italian heritage. I could see him. Well, I could see where he would have girls all over him, but I couldn't say I was interested myself. The pretty boys: Leonardo DiCaprio, Marcus Firth, Justin Bieber, Johnny Depp. Is Marcus Firth a real person, or did they just make up a celebrity? I don't know. Justin Bieber, Johnny Depp had never done it for me. Not like other girls. He was wearing a white jacket with a hood, jeans and sneakers. And on the raised lip of the edge of the roof, a bottle of cola in his hand. Gru was startling in appearance by contrast, taller than me by at least a foot. Gru had dark chocolate skin, shoulder-length cornrows, and that masculine lantern jaw you associate with guy superheroes. He wore jeans, boots, and a plain green t-shirt, which struck me as a bit cold in spring. I did note that he had considerable muscle definition in his arms. This was a guy who worked out. And she arrives, Telltale crooned. Pay up. Regent's scowl deepened for a second, and he fished his pocket for a wad of bills which he handed over to Tattletale. You bet on whether or not I'd show up? I ventured. We bet on whether you would come in costume, Telltale told me, then to moved on to Regent. And then more to Regent than to me. She said, and I won. Again, Regent muttered. It's your own fault for taking the bets in the first place. That's Gru. It's your own fault for taking the bets in the first place, Gru said. Even if it wasn't Tattle, it was a sucker bet. Showing up in costume made too much sense. It's what I would do. He had a nice voice. It was an adult voice, even if his appearance gave me the sense of a guy in his late teens. He extended his hand to me. Hey, I'm Brian. I shook his hand. He wasn't shy about shaking my hand firmly. I said, you can call me Bug, I guess. At least until I come up with something better, or until I decide this isn't an elaborate trick. He shrugged. Cool. There wasn't the slightest trace of slightest trace of offense at my suspicion. I almost felt bad. Lisa, Telltale introduced herself. She didn't offer me her hand to shake, but I think it would have been felt out of place if she had. If it wasn't that she had been unfriendly, but she didn't have the same aura of geniality that Gru did. I'm Alec, Regent informed me with a quiet voice. I'm Alec, Regent informed me with a quiet voice and bitch is Rachel. Rachel's sitting this one out, Gru said. She didn't agree with the aim of our meeting here. Which raises the question, I cut in. What's the aim of this meeting? I'm a little weirded out with you guys revealing your secret identities like this, or at least pretending to. Sorry, Gru. Brian apologized. That was my idea. I thought we would make a token show of trust. I'll take some water. Behind the yellow-tinted lenses of my mask, my eyes narrowed, flickering from Lisa to Alec to Brian. I couldn't draw any conclusions from their expressions. Why exactly do you need my trust? I asked. Brian opened his mouth and then closed it. He looked to Lisa, who bent down and picked up a plastic lunchbox. She held it out to me. I said we owe you. All yours. No strings attached. Without taking the box, I lifted my head to get a better look at it. Alexandria. She was my favorite member of the Protectorate when I was a kid. Is this lunchbox collectible? Open it, Lisa prompted me, with a roll of her eyes. I took it. From the weight and the motion of the contents inside, I immediately had a pretty good idea of what it was. I undid the clasps and opened the box. Money, I breathed, caught off guard and suddenly having so much in my hands. 8 stacks of bills filed with paper hands. Each of the paper bands that had a number written on the permanent marker. $2.50 each. Lisa answered before I had the number told up in my head. $2,000. I closed the box and did the clasps. With no idea, I stayed silent. You have 2 choices, Lisa explained. You can take that as a gift, thank you for, intentionally or not, saving our ass from Lung the other night, and maybe a bit of incentive to count us among your friends when you're out in costume and doing dastardly deeds. Her grin widened, as if she'd said something she found amusing. Maybe it was the irony of a villain talking about dastardly deeds or how corny the phrase was. She elaborated. Between territory disputes, differences in ideology, general power struggles, and egos, there's a rare few people in the local villain community who won't attack us on sight. And the second option? I asked. You can take this as your first installment in the monthly allowance you're entitled to as a member of the Undersiders. Oh, that's Brian. You can take this as your first installment in the monthly allowance you're entitled to as a member of the Undersiders, Brian spoke up. As one of us. I shifted my gaze between the three of them, looking for the joke. Lisa still had a bit of a smile, but I was getting the impression that was her default expression. Alec looked a little bored, if anything. Brian looked dead serious. Damn. 2,000 a month? I added. No, Brian cut in. That's just what the boss pays us, to stick together and to stay active. We make, considerably more than that. Lisa smirked and Alec chuckled as he swished the contents of his Coke bottle. I made a mental note at the mention of this boss. Not wanting to get sidetracked, I quickly thought an earlier part of our conversation in the context of the job offer. I asked, so bitch didn't come because she was against this, recruitment? Yeah, Alex said. We voted on it and she said no. On the plus side, the rest of us voted yes. Brian hurried to add, giving Alec a dirty cum. A dirty? Ooh! Ooh, no! a dirty look. A dirty cum. That's no good. This is not erotica. Oh no. Oopsie. That was the first of many slip of the tongues I'm gonna have here. Oh no. Just turn that into gay fan fiction with the slip of a tongue. She'll come around. She always votes against adding new members to the group because she doesn't want to divide the money 5 ways. So you're done with this. You're done this recruiting thing before. Yeah. Brian looked a touch embarrassed, like he rubbed the back of his neck. It didn't go well. We tried with Spitfire, and she got scared of us even before we got to the job offer. Our fault for bringing Rachel along that time. And then she got recruited by someone else. Alec added. Yeah, Brian shrugged. She got snagged by Fault Line before we got a second chance. We made an offer to the circus too. And we've made an offer to Circus too. And she told us in no uncertain terms that she worked alone. Taught me a few new curse words while she did it too, Alex said. She was pretty vocal about how she flies solo, Brian admitted. So you're going the extra mile with no costumes as a show of trust and a cash bonus up front to get me to join, I said. As the pieces came together. That's the gist of it, Brian agreed. Long and the short of it is, especially with Lung taken out of action, the ABB diminished by his being gone, there's bound to be some punishing and showing over territories and status among the various gangs and teams. Us, Fault Line's crew, the remaining ABB, Empire 88, the solo villains, and any out-of-town teams or gangs that fight, they can worm it. They can worm it and grab a piece of the bag. If it comes down to it, we want firepower. We haven't screwed up a job yet, but the three of us figure it. It's only a matter of time before we end up in a fight we can't win, with Bitch as the only one who can't really dish out the hurt. I just don't get why you want me, I said. I control bugs. That's not going to stop Alexandria, Glory Girl, or Aegis. You fucked up Lung. Lisa shrugged as she spoke. Good enough for me. Not really, I replied. In case you missed it, you're the ones that stopped him from executing me last night. That just proves to the point I was making. Honey, Lisa said, entire teams of capes have gone up against Lung and got their asses handed to them. That you managed as well as you did is fantastic. The fact that the asshole is lying in the hospital bed because of you is icing on the cake. My reply stopped before it even left my mouth. I only managed a dumb, huh? Yeah, Lisa raised an eyebrow. You do know which bugs you had biting him, right? Black Widow, Brown Recluse, Brown-tail Moth, Milday, Fire Ants. Yeah, I cut her off. I don't know the official names, but I knew exactly what bit him, what stung him, what venoms do. So why are you surprised? A couple of those bugs would be fucking dangerous if they bit just once, but you had them bite several times. Bad enough, but when Lung came into the custody, they had him checked over by the docks. And the idiot doctor in charge of said something like, oh well, these do look like bug bites and stings, but the really venomous ones don't bite multiple times. Let's arrange to check him in a few hours. I could tell where she was going, put my hands over my mouth, whispering, "Oh my god." Telltale grinned. "I can't believe you didn't know." "But he regenerates," I protested, dropping my hands. "Toxins aren't supposed to be 1% as effective against people who heal like he does." "They're effective enough, I guess. But his healing has stopped working somewhere along the line," Lisa told me. By the time they had gotten him, but by the time they got to him, the big guy was just beginning to suffer the large-scale tissue necrosis. His heart even stopped for a few minutes. His heart even stopped a few times. You do remember where you had the bugs bite him? I closed my eyes. I could see the reputation going down the tubes. One of the spiders I had been using was the brown recluse, arguably the most dangerous spider in the United States, more than even the black widow. A single bite from a brown recluse could take a good chunk of flesh around the bite, blacken and rot away. I had my bugs biting along the most sensitive parts of his anatomy. Made a dude's crotch rot off. Let's just say that even with their ability to heal several times faster than your average person, Lung isn't going to be sitting down to use the toilet. Okay, that's enough. Oh, that was Lisa, whatever. Brian stopped Lisa before she could go on. Lung is going to recover, right? The look Brian was giving Lisa, I thought she might lie, regardless of the truth. She shrugged and told me, he's already recuperating. Slowly, but he's on the mend, and he should be in good working order in 6 months to a year. You better hope he doesn't escape, Alex said, his voice still quiet but amused, because if someone made my man bits fall off, I'd be out for their blood. Brian pinched the midge of his nose. Thank you for that, Alec. Way you two are going, our potential recruit is going to have to run off to have a panic attack before the idea of becoming an undersider even crosses her mind. How do you know this? I asked, with a heartbeat of the thought crossing my mind. When Brian turned my way with an expression like he said something to offer me, I clarified, Tattletale or Lisa or whatever I'm supposed to call you. How do you know this stuff about Lung, or about the fact that I was at the library, or the cape was on his way last night? Library, Brian interjected, giving Lisa another dark look. Lisa ignored Brian's question and winked at me. Girl's gotta have her secrets. Lisa's half the reason we haven't failed the job yet, Alex said. And our boss is a large part of the rest, Lisa finished for him. So you say, Brian grumbled, but let's not go there. Lisa smiled at me. If you want the full scoop, I'm afraid the details on what we do are only come with team membership. What I can tell you is we're a good group, our track record is top-notch, and we're in it for fun and profit. No grand agenda, no real responsibility. I pursed my lips behind the mask. While I had picked up some info, I felt like I had a lot more questions. Who was this boss they mentioned? Was he or she setting up a team of highly successful villains in Brockton Bay somewhere? What made these guys as effective as they were, and it was something I could steal or copy myself. It wasn't like I was signing the deal or in blood or anything. I stood to gain so much. All right, then. Count me in, I told them. These kids are isolated by society, and you're like, fuck the man, I'm organized superheroes of anarchy, and she's a narc. Well, it's not that cut and dry. You'll see later. It's not really like superheroism anarchy. It's not that simple. It's definitely not that cut and dry. Yeah. That's a later thing though. Can't spoil too much now. The way they present the whole dynamics between supervillains and superheroes in like this world is really, really cool to me. Just the way they present everything, even in like the face of like grander threats, which you'll see later. I don't want to spoil too much now. I can't give everything away. But just the way they interact with each other in this world is really cool to me. I haven't seen it done this well like ever. 2 more chapters left. I think I'm gonna call it quits after the last part of arc 2, just because my throat is dying as you can probably hear. But I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll probably be reading most, if not all, of Arc 3, maybe part of Arc 4. Hold on. Oh, I got new messages in the chat. I better have. Thank you for letting me know. I will. Thank you, Maggie. Have a good night. She's not a simple tool. Yeah, Anna, just give it a fucking chapter or two. Give it a chapter or two. Good night, Maggie. Sweet dreams, BB. Insinuation 2.7. As I agreed to join the Undersiders, there was some whooping and cheering. I felt a touch guilty for acting under false pretenses, because you're a fucking narc right now, Taylor. I had almost felt pleased with myself in an irrational way. Where do we go from here? Lisa asked Brian. Not sure, Brian said. It's not like we've done this before. I suppose we should let Rachel know, but she might work. She said she might work today. If the new girl is okay with it, let's stop by our place, Lisa suggested. See if Rach is there. Celebrate the new recruit and get her filled in. Sure, I said. It's just a few blocks away, Brian said. But we would stand out if you came in costume. I stared at him for a moment, not wanting to comprehend his statement. If I took too long to respond, I realized I would ruin the plan before it went anywhere. Whatever the case, I could have kicked myself. Of course, this was the natural progression of events. Joining their team would mean I would be expected to share my identity since they already had. Until I did, they wouldn't be able to trust me with their secrets. I could have blamed the lapse in judgment and foresight of my lack of sleep or the distraction of the events earlier that day, but it didn't change matters. I had maneuvered myself into a corner. All right, I said, sounding calmer than I felt. This costume is kind of uncomfortable under clothes. Can I get some privacy? You want an alley, or... Lisa asked, trailing off. I'll change here. Just take a minute, I said impulsively as I glanced around. The buildings on the street were mostly 1 and 2 stories tall, with only buildings taller than the ones we were on being half a block away, and the one right next to us. There weren't any windows in the building next to us with a great angle for seeing me change, and I doubt anyone on the distant building could see me as more than a figure 2 inches tall. If someone could see me change out of costume and make out enough details to identify me, I'd be surprised. As the 3 of them headed into the fire escape, I pulled out the clothes I'd stuffed in the backpack. Armor panels aside, my costume was essentially one piece, with the exceptions being the belt and the mask. I kept the mask on as I undid the belt and peeled off my main costume. I wasn't indecent. I was wearing a black tank top and black biking shorts underneath, in pair for extra warmth. Silk wasn't the best insulator on its own. I slipped into my jeans and put on a sweatshirt, then rubbed my arms and shoulders to brush off the mild chill. I put my costume in the plastic lunchbox in my bag. I felt a stab of regret for not having chosen better clothes to wear than a loose-fitting sweatshirt and jeans that were too big for me. That regret quickly turned into a pang of anxiety. What would they think if they saw the real me? Brian and Alec were good-looking guys in very different ways. Lisa was on the sliding scale between plain and pretty, more pretty than not. My own scale of attractiveness, by contrast, put me somewhere on the range between nerd to plain. My option of where I fit on that scale changed depending on the mood I was in. I looked in the mirror. They were cool, confident people. Confident, assured people. I was me. I stopped myself before I could get worked up. I wasn't regular old Taylor here. In the here and now, I wasn't the girl who had put Lung in the I was the girl who had put Lung in the hospital, accidental as it was. I was the girl who was going undercover to try to get details on a particularly persistent gang of supervillains. I was, until I came to a better name to go by, Bug, the girl the Undersiders wanted on their team. If I said I made my way down to the fire escape filled to the brim with confidence, I'd be lying. That said, I managed to hype myself up to get myself down the ladder, mask still on, costume in the bag. I stood there, glanced around to make sure nobody else was around, and then pulled off the mask. I had a few terrifying heartbeats when I was half blind, their facial features just smudges before I put my glasses on, and put on the glasses I'd had in my bag. I can tell this author probably wears glasses, just because of like the way he's describing them. He probably wears glasses, just like me. Hi, I said lamely, using my fingers to comb my hair back into order. I guess it wouldn't really work if you kept calling me Bug or New Girl. I'm Taylor. Using my real name was a big gamble on my part. I was afraid it would be another thing I would be kicking myself for 5 minutes now, much to the realization that I'd have to go uncostumed. I rationalized it by telling myself I was already in this wholesale. Being truthful about that one might well have saved my hide if any of them decided to do some digging on me, or if I ran into someone I knew while in their company. I hoped that by the time this whole thing was over, I could maybe pull some strings with someone like Armsmaster and avoid having them leak my real name. Not impossible to imagine given the level of security around some of the prisons they had for criminal parahumans. In any event, I would cross the bridge when I got to it. Alec offered the slightest roll of my eyes as I introduced myself, while Brian just grinned. Lisa Lowe put one of her arms around my shoulders and gave me a one-armed squeeze of a hug. She was a little older than I was, so she was just tall enough to be the perfect height to do it. What caught me off guard was how nice the gesture felt. Like I had been needing a hug from someone who wasn't my dad for something. Aww. It wasn't my dad for a long time. We walked deeper into the docks as a group. You know what? This totally makes sense with Lisa's power, which we'll get. I think this is the chapter we'll get to. It's a cool little gesture. I'll explain it once we get there. We walked deeper into the docks as a group. Well, I had lived on the periphery of the area my entire life, and while most people would say the neighborhood I lived in was part of the docks, I'd never really been in the area that gave this part of the city such a bad reputation. At least I hadn't if I discounted last night, and if it had been dark then. It wasn't an area that had been kept up. The kind of impression of a ghost town or what a city might have looked like if a war or disaster forced people to abandon it for a few years. Grass and weeds grew between slats in the sidewalk. The road had potholes you could hide a cat in, and the buildings were all faded, consisting of peeling paint, cracked mortar, and rusty metal. The desaturated colors of the buildings were contrasted by splashes of vividly colored graffiti. As we passed what had once been a main road for the trucks traveling between the warehouse and the docks, I saw a row of power lines without wires stretching between them. At one point, weeds had crawled most of the way up the poles, only to wither and die at some point. Now each of the poles had a mess of dead brown plants hanging off of them. There were people here too, though not too many were out and about. There were those you expected, like a homeless black lady with a grocery cat and a shirtless old man with a beard nearly to his navel, collecting bottles and cans from a dumpster. There were others that surprised me. I saw women looking surprisingly normal, in clothes that weren't shabby enough to draw attention, herding 4 near-identical infant children into a factory with a faded sign. I wonder if they were living there, or if the mom was working there just so she could do anything with her kids, but just so she couldn't do anything with her kids but bring them with her. We passed a 20-something artist and his girlfriend sitting on the sidewalk with paintings propped up around them. The girl waved at Lisa as we walked by, and Lisa waved back. Our destination was a red brick factory with a massive sliding metal door locked shut by a coil of chain. Both the chain and the door had rusted so much as I expected that neither offered any use. The size of the door and the broadness of the driveway made me think that a large truck or small boats would have been backed up through the entryway back into the factory's heyday. The building itself was fairly large, stretching nearly half the block, 2 or 3 stories tall. The background of the sign at the top of the building had faded into a red and pale orange pink. But I could make out the layers of that red Redmond welding. Oh my god! There's some foreshadowing there too! That's incredible. I don't know if that was intentional, but there is foreshadowing there. Holy shit. That's super cool. Oh no, wait. Yes. Yeah, I'm thinking of it the same. I think I'm thinking of the same thing. I hope I am. I look like a real idiot if I'm not. Brian led us through a small door on the side of the building, rather than the big, rusted one. The interior was dark, lit only by rows of dusty windows near the ceiling. I could make out what had been a massive machines and treadmills prior to being stripped out to their bare bones. Sheets covered most of the empty and rushed husks. Seeing the cobwebs, I reached out with my power and felt bugs throughout. Nobody had been active in here for quite a long time. Come on, Brian urged me. I looked back up and saw that he was halfway up a spiral staircase in the corner. I headed up after him. After seeing the desolation of the first floor, seeing the second floor was a shock. It was a loft, and the contrast was startling. The exterior walls were red brick, and there was no ceiling beyond the roof and a skeleton of metal glass overhead to support it. In terms of general area, the loft seemed to have three sections. Though it was hard to define because it was such an open layout. The staircase opened into what I would have termed the living room, though the one room alone had nearly as much floor space as the ground floor of my house did. The space was divided by two couches, which were set at right angles from one to another, both facing a coffee table and one of the largest televisions I'd ever seen. Below the television were a half dozen video game consoles, a DVD player, one or two machines I didn't recognize. I suppose they might have had a TiVo. Wow, Worm just dated itself by saying TiVo. Holy shit. That's a technology I haven't... For those of you that don't know, a TiVo was like this box that you would get, and it would record shows you asked it to, and it would keep them like forever, so you could just watch them whenever you wanted to. It was a really cool invention. I think TiVo went bankrupt. I don't know if TiVo are even doing anything right now, but I'm almost 100% sure that they probably went bankrupt. Yeah, no, oh my god, wow, that just brought... I had a TiVo box in my room when I was younger, and it was just so prone to failing. But when it worked, it worked really well. Wow. Speakers larger than the TVs... Oh, Taylor has never seen a TiVo. Well, it's okay, Taylor. Did I have a TiVo? Yeah, I had a TiVo in 2011, for sure. For sure. Jesus Christ, TiVo. Holy shit. Speakers larger than the TVs my dad and I had at home sat on either side of the whole setup. Behind the couches were tables, some open spaces with rugs and shelves set against the walls. The shelves were only half filled with books and magazines, while the rest of the spaces was filled with odds and ends, ranging from a discarded shoe to candles. The second section was a collection of rooms. It was hard to label them as such, though, because they were more like cubicles. 3 against each wall with a hallway leading between them. They were fair size, and there were 6 doors, but the walls of each room were only 8 or so feet tall. Not reaching all the way up to the roof, 3 of the doors had artwork spray painted on them. The first door had a crown done in a dramatic graffiti style. The second door had a white silhouette of a man and a woman against a blue background, mimicking the men's and the women's washroom signs that were so common. The third had a girl's face with puckered lips. I wonder what the story was there. Nice art, I said, pointing at the door with a crown on it, feeling kind of dumb for making it the first thing I said as I entered the room. Thanks, Alex said. Alec replied. I guess that meant it was his work. I took another second to look around. The far end of the loft, the last of the 3 sections, held a large table and some cabinets. Though I couldn't take a better look without crossing the whole loft, I gathered their kitchen was at the far end of the loft. Throughout, there was a mess. I felt almost rude for paying attention to it, but there were pizza boxes piled up on one table, two dirty plates and on the coffee tables from the front of the couch, and some clothes draped over the back of of the couches. I saw pop cans or maybe beer cans stacked in the pyramid on the table as far and in the far room. That's impressive. It was so messy I thought it wasn't I thought it was offensive though. It was a mess that made a statement like, "This is our space. No adult supervision here." "I'm jealous," I admitted, meaning it. "Dork," Alex said. "What are you jealous for?" "I mean, it's cool," I protested, a touch defensively. Lisa spoke before Alec could reply. I need to stop saying Alex. "I think what Alec means is that this is your place now too. This is the team space, and you're a member of our team now." "Oh," I said, feeling dumb. Lisa and Alec headed to the living room, while Brian walked off to the far end of the loft. When Lisa gestured for me to follow her, I did. Alec lay down, taking up an entire couch, so I sat on the opposite end of the couch from Lisa. "The rooms," Lisa said, "far side in the order of the closest to farthest, are Alec bedroom, mine. Or Alec bathroom, mine." That meant Alec's room was the one with the crown, and Lisa's door had the face of the puckered lips. She went on the side closer to us, Rachel's room, Rachel's dog's room, and the storage closet. Lisa paused, then groaned, then glanced at Alec and asked, "You think she—" "Duh." Alec cut her off. "What?" I asked, feeling lost. "We'll clean out the storage closet," Lisa decided, "so you have a room." I was taken aback. "You don't have to do that for me," I told her. "I've got a place." Lisa made a face, almost pained. She asked me, "Can we just do it anyways, and not make a fuss? It'll be a lot better if you had your own space here." I must have looked confused because Alec explained. Brian has an apartment and was pretty firm about not needing or wanting a room here, but he and Lisa had been arguing regularly because of it. He had nowhere to sleep on his couch if he gets hurt and can't go to his place, and there's no place to put his stuff, so it just gets left all over. "Take the room. You'll be doing us a favor." "Okay," I said. I added, "Thank you." As much as for the explanation as for the room itself. "Last time he went up against Shadowstalker, he came back here and bled all over a white couch," Lisa groaned. $900 couch, and we had to replace it. Fucking Shadowstalker. Alex commiserated. Brian came back out to the other end of the loft, raising his voice to be heard as he approached. "Rachel's not here, and neither are her dogs. She must be walking them, or working. Damn it, I get stressed when she's out." He approached the couches and saw Alex sprawled out on one. "Move your legs," Brian told him. "I'm tired. Sit on another couch," Alex mumbled, arm over one face. Brian glanced at Lisa and I, and Lisa scooted over to make room. Brian glared down at Alec and sat between us girls. I shifted my weight and tucked one leg under me to give him room. "So," Brian replied, "here's the deal. $2,000 a month, and just be a member of the team. That means you help decide what jobs we do. You go do the jobs, you stay active, you're available if we need to call." "I don't have a phone," I admitted. We'll get you one," he said, like it wasn't even a concern. It probably wasn't. "We generally haul in anywhere from $10,000 to $35,000 for a job. That gets divided 4 ways, 5 ways, now that you're on the team." I nodded, then exhaled slowly. "It's not small change." Brian nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "Nope. Now how on the ball are you as far as knowing what you're up against?" I blinked a few times, then hedged. "For other local capes? I've done research online, reading the Capes magazines religiously for a few years. More sincere than getting my powers, but I don't know. If the past 24 hours have taught me anything, it's that there's a lot I don't know, and I will only find out the hard way." Brian smiled. I mean, really smiled. Made me think of more of a boy than a nearly grown man. He replied, "Most don't get that, you know. I'll try to share what I know so you aren't caught off guard, but don't be afraid if there's anything you're not sure about, all right?" Take a more sip of my water. 1 second. I nodded and his smile widened. He said, through a good-natured chuckle, "Can't tell you how much of a relief it is that you take this stuff seriously, since some people—" He stopped to lean over and kick the seat of the couch Alec was lying on. "Need to twist their arms to get them listening. And some people," he jerked his thumb over to his right shoulder, "think they know everything." "I do know everything," Lisa said. "It's my power." What? I said, interrupting Brian. My heartbeat quickened, though I hadn't exactly relaxed to begin with. You're omniscient? Lisa laughed. No, no. I do know things, though. My power tells me stuff. Swallowing hard, hoping that I wasn't drawing attention by doing so, I asked, like why was I joining the team? Lisa sat forward and put her elbows on her knees. Like how I knew you were all at the library when I sent the message. If I felt like it, and if I had the know-how, I'm sure I could have figured out why by breaking into the website database and digging through the logs to find addresses you were connected from. But my power just let me skip that step like that. She snapped her fingers. And why exactly did you mention that you knew where you knew she was? Brian queried, his voice a touch too calm. I wanted to see how she'd react, messing with her a little. Lisa groaned. God damn it. Brian started, but Lisa waved him off. I'm filling the newbie in. She waved him off. Yell at me later. Not giving him a chance to reply, she turned to me and explained, my power fills in the gaps in my knowledge. I generally need some info to start with, but I can use details from my power that my power feeds me to figure out more stuff and all sorts of compounds itself, giving me a steady flow of info. I swallowed. And you know that a cape was on the way the other night? Yeah, she said. Call it we're a well-educated guess. And you knew that stuff about what happened in the PHQ the same way. Lisa's smile widened. I'll admit I cheated there. Figuring out passwords is pretty easy with my power. I dig through the PHQ's digital paperwork and enjoy a little reality TV by the way of their surveillance camera when I'm bored. It's useful because I'm not only getting dirt on what I see, hear, and read. My power it fills in details on stuff that changes in their routine and team politics. I stared at her. A good part of me horrified that I'd gone into an undercover situation opposite a girl with superpowered intuition. You did not think this through, Taylor. Taking my silence for awe, she'd grinned her vulpine smile. It's not that amazing. I'm really best with concrete stuff. Where things are timing, encryption, yada yada, I can read something out of the changes in body language or routine. But it's less reliable and kind of a headache. Enough information overload without, you know? I did know, and her explanation echoed my own words regarding my ability to see and hear things through my bugs. Still, her words didn't make me feel much better. And, Brian smiled, glowering at Lisa, even if she knows a lot, it doesn't mean Lisa can't be a dumbass sometimes. Lisa punched him in the arm. So, what are your powers then? I asked Brian and Alec, hoping for a change in topic. They didn't get a chance to tell me. I heard barking from downstairs. A matter of heartbeats later, I was standing 3 paces from the couch. 3 snarling dogs had me backed up against the wall, and drool flying from their mouths as their teeth gnashed and snapped at my hands and face. All right. Yeah, they're all really good looking. I mean, it's kind of established that Taylor thinks of herself as unattractive. So I would totally see why she's over fixated on why, oh my god, they're all way better looking than I am. So I totally, I kind of get why the author did that. It's just Taylor's own anxiety acting up. Two people here. Well, you all have made it this far. Congratulations. You're almost finished with Act 2. So I'm gonna read this chapter, next chapter in the interlude, and I think I'm probably gonna go to bed after that. As you can hear, my voice is dying. Actually, you know what? Before we start, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll get back. It's a good time for a break. Yeah. Okie dokie. Everybody still with me? Everybody still here? Everybody ready for the Act 2 part finale? Semi-finale? Penultimate finale? I'm gonna take that as a yes. Insinuation 2.8. Call off your dogs, Brian shouted. I can't scream right now. My mom is asleep, so that's the best you're gonna get from me. The largest of the dogs, an ugly Rottweiler or mutt with a strong Rottweiler blood, seized my wrist in its jaws. My knees almost buckled in response to pain, which was only worsened when it abruptly snapped its head on one side and wrenched my arm. I fell in a heartbeat. The two other dogs, a German Shepherd and a hairless terrier with a missing ear and eye, were on me. The German Shepherds set to barking and snapping in my face, occasionally catching the hair that hung in front of my face to pull it. The other started raking at me with claws and nipping its teeth, trying to find somewhere on my legs, body, or backside that it could sink my teeth into. While the two were at it, the Rottweiler still had its wrist, had my wrist in its teeth, and began pulling as though it was trying to drag me somewhere. The dog zone. I gripped my teeth at the pain and tried to think of something I could do to that would amount to more than curling up in a fetal position to protect my arms, legs, and face. Call off your fucking dogs. I heard Brian bellow again. A tooth or claw scratched my ear. I think that's what spooked me because my composure broke and I cried out. Just a second later, a much longer span of time than it sounds when a pack of dogs is tearing at you, there was a whistle. Hearing the noise, the dogs abruptly backed off. The one-eyed terrier offered one hostile bark followed by a long growl even as it walked away, as if it still had enough mean left in it that it had to let out somehow. Lisa and Alec helped me to my feet. I was shaking like a leaf. One of my hands gripped the forearm with my other arm, as well as to stop the worst of the trembling to cradle the injury. I had tears in the corner of my eyes. I was clenching my teeth so hard my jaw ached. On the opposite side of the room, Brian was rubbing the back of one of his hands. The three dogs were sitting in a neat line 10 feet away from a girl who was lying on the ground. The girl had blood running up and down her nostrils. I recognized her from the picture I'd seen on the wiki. Rachel Lint. Hellhound. Bitch. I fucking hate it. Bitch growled at the girl, putting emphasis on the swear. When you make me... Oh, I fucking hate it. Bitch growled at the girl, putting emphasis on the swear. When you make me do that. Bitch propped herself up, half against the wall opposite me, so she had a better view of the room, a better view of me. Seeing her in person just confirmed my impressions of her picture online. She wasn't attractive. An unkind person might call her butch, and I wasn't feeling particularly kind towards her. Most of her features looked like they wouldn't have been better fit on a guy rather than a girl. She had a square face, thick eyebrows, and a nose that had been broken looked like it had been broken, and a nose that had been broken more than once, maybe broken again just a moment ago, getting the blood trickling down from her nostrils. Even as far as her physical build went, she was solidly built without being fat. The trunk of her body alone was bigger than mine, with my arms down at the sides, just by virtue of having a thicker, broader torso and having more meat on her bones. She was wearing boots, black jeans with tears all over them, and a green army jacket over a gray hooded sweatshirt. Her auburn hair was cut shortish. I took a deep breath. Then speaking slowly so I could stumble over my words or let a so I wouldn't stumble over my words or let a tremor into my voice, I asked, "Why the fuck did you do that?" She didn't reply. Instead, she licked her upper lip clean of blood and smiled. It was a mean, smug sneer of a smile. Even though she was the one lying on the ground with a bloody nose, she had it in her head that she'd beat me, or something. God fucking damn it, Brian was shouting. He was on to say something else, but I didn't really hear it over the buzzing of my powers. I realized I was clenching my fist and habitually forced myself to relax it. Then, like I had done so many times over the past few days and weeks, I searched for a reason to justify why I was backing down. It's almost reflexive. When the bullies got on my case, I always had to take a moment to collect myself and tell myself why I couldn't or shouldn't retaliate. For a few moments, I felt adrift. Around the same time, I hadn't realized I couldn't find a reason to back off. I realized I had wrenched free of Lisa and Alex's support and crossed half the room at a run. I reached for my bugs and realized I'd been using my power without thinking it. They were already gathering at the stairs and the window. All it took was a thought, and they started flowing into the room in greater numbers. Cockroaches, earwigs, spiders, and flies. Not as many as I would have liked, as I hadn't been using my power for long enough to gather those from further from around the neighborhood, but it was enough to count. Bitch saw me approaching and raised her finger to her mouth, but I didn't give her a chance to signal her animals. I kicked for her face like I might kick a soccer ball, and she aborted the whistle to cover her head with her arms. My foot bounced off of one of her arms, and the entire body recoiled as she flinched. Because I hadn't slowed down when before reaching her, I had used my hands to stop myself from running into a wall. A line of red-hot pain ran down my arm from the impact, startling at the point where the Rottweiler had bitten my wrist. Reminded of the dogs, I glanced to the right, and saw the largest of them was standing, ready to come to its master's aid. I brought a large share of my bugs in between myself and the beast. The last thing I saw was a swarm block most of my view. The dogs were rapidly backing away as the swarm startled. Finding myself standing over Bitch, braced against the wall, I pressed the attack. Her arms were covering her face and chest, but I saw her exposed ear as a target and brought my foot down to it. Her head bounced against the floor and the blood bloomed from the top of her ear. The sight of the blood almost stopped me, but I knew that backing down now would give her a chance to set them on me again with a whistle. My toe found her exposed stomach, and she drew her knees upward to protect her belly. I aimed a sharp kick between her legs. I managed to get a few kicks to connect firmly with the rib 3 times before she brought an elbow down to protect it. I didn't get a chance to do any more damage because the dogs had gotten over their fear of the bugs and were closing in, circling around me and Bitch as the storm extended. I abandoned my assault on Bitch to step away and face them. I knew I could set my bugs on them, but something told me the dogs weren't about to yelp and run away while their master was being hurt. I find the swarm attack them, but if the pain of the bites and stings didn't stop them, they'd attack me and I'd be left in the same situation I had been in a minute ago. I doubted Bitch would call them off a second time. A shadow fell over my vision, the jet black curtain sweeping in front of me, blocking my view of half the room and the dogs. It dissolved into wisps of black smoke a second later, and I was startled to see Brian standing right in front of me between me and the dogs. "Enough," he intoned. The one-eared cyclops of a terrier snarled at him in response. There was a sound I didn't recognize. It was only when Bitch tried again, more successfully, that I realized there was a sound that had been a weak attempt at a whistle. The dogs looked over at their master and retreated, still edging away from the swarm. I backed away a little as well, being careful to keep Brian between myself and the mongrels. Bitch coughed, then raised her head to look at me in the eye. She rubbed her here with one hand, and her palm was red with blood as she pulled away. As the German Shepherd approached her, she rested the same hand on his head. The other 2 dogs moved closer to her, as if they could protect her, but their attention was fixed entirely on me and Brian. When a good few seconds had passed and Bitch had made no further overtones of aggression against me, I sent an instruction to the swarm to make their exit. I could see Brian visibly relax as they faded away into the cracks. "No more fighting," he said, his voice calmer. "Directing this at you, Rachel. You deserve whatever Taylor gave you." She glared at him, coughed once, and then glanced at the other 2 before turning her angry gaze to the floor. "Taylor, come sit down. I promise we'll—" "No!" I interrupted him. "Fuck this. Fuck you guys." "Taylor, you said she wasn't cool with me joining. You never said she was pissed off enough to try to kill me." Bitch and Brian started speaking at the same time, but Brian stopped when she started coughing. As her coughing fit subsided, Bitch looked up at me and snarled. "If I ordered them to kill you, Brutus would have torn out your throat before you could scream. I gave them the hurt command." I laughed a little, just a little more high-pitched than I would have liked. "That's great! She has her dogs trained to hurt people. Seriously? Fuck you guys. Count this as another failed recruitment." I headed for the stairs, but I didn't get 2 steps before the curtain of black appeared again, blocking my way. Brian's powers in the wiki had been listed as darkness generation. I knew where the stairs and the railing was, so I put my hand in front of them to make sure I wasn't looking into an opaque force field. And to finding out it was all to be more smoke, I kept moving. As I entered, the blackness still slithered all over my skin, oily with a weird consistency to it. Combined with an absolute lack of light that was left unable to tell whether my eyes were open or shut, it was ominous. As my hands made contact with the railing, a pair of my hands settled on my shoulders. I wheeled around and knocked them away, my voice raised as I half shouted, "Back off!" Except the words barely reached me. The sound echoed as if it were from a distant place, and the hollowness to it made me think of someone shouting from the bottom of a deep well. The darkness didn't block just the light, it swallowed up noises as well. I let go of the railing when I turned to face the other person in the darkness, and a moment's panic when I realized I could tell where the stairs were anymore. The texture of the darkness was inconsistent, making it hard to identify the full scope of my movements. I was reminded of those times that I had been underwater and lost track of which direction the surface was. I could tell which way it was, sure, sure, but that was about it. Sensory deprivation. When those 2 words came to mind, I found myself relaxed some. Brian's power mucked with your senses. Sight, hearing, touch. I wasn't limited to those 3. Reached out with my power, identified where all the bugs in the loft and the factory were below me. Using them to ground myself like a sailor might use the constellations, I figured out where the stairs should be, and found the railing. The hands hadn't grabbed me again, so I hurried down the stairs and out a group of oppressive darkness. I was only a few paces away when Brian called back to me. "Taylor." When I turned to face him, I saw that he was alone. Ugh. "You're going to use your power on me again?" I asked, wary, angry. "No, not in the open, not uncostumed, and not on you. It was stupid of me to do it in the first place. I wasn't thinking, I just wanted to stop you from bolting. I can barely tell it's there, so I forget how it affects other people." I started to turn away, ready to walk, but Brian took a quick step in my direction and stopped. Brian tried again. "Look, I'm sorry about using my powers on you. About bitch." I cut him off before he could get any further. "You don't have to worry. I won't tell anyone what you guys showed me tonight. I won't be attacking you guys if I run into you in costume. I'm pissed, but I'm not that pissed." I wasn't sure how much of that was a lie, but seemed like the right thing to say. When he didn't say anything in response, I added, "You guys offered me a choice. I could take the money or go. I could take the money and go, or I could join. Let me change my mind. After what your teammate just did, you owe me that much." If it were up to me, I'd kick bitch out and keep you." And Brian spoke. "A simp. Simp." Brian's a fucking simp. For the bug girl. You just met her, dude. His words were like a bucket of water in my face, waking me up. I'd been pissed, furious, and why? Because I felt betrayed and disappointed? The irony of that, given my whole reason for being there in the first place, didn't escape me. I would have been as disappointed and betrayed as if I didn't enjoy their companionship on some level. Here Brian was, expressing similar sentiments from the other side of things. I let out a long sigh, I guessed, but you won't. It's complicated. As much as I want you on your team, we count on the boss for our allowances, information, equipment, and for fencing anything we can steal. We count on her to deploy our heavy hitters. We'd lose all that if we kicked her out. I became I almost superhero. Cape to get away from that shit. From assholes like bitch. There's also the fact that Telltale spooked me, but I couldn't say that out loud. "Come back inside, Taylor, please. I personally guarantee you I won't let her pull another stunt like that, or I'll quit the team. You're hurt, you're bleeding, and your clothes are ripped, and you left your bag with the money upstairs. I'm trained in first aid. At least let us patch you up, get you in some new clothes." I glanced down at my arm. I had my right hand clasped around my wrist, and there was blood sleeve on my sweatshirt, and my costume was still upstairs. Fuck. "Fine," I sighed. "But just so you know, I'm only coming back because she doesn't want me to. I quit. She wins. I'm not fucking having that." Brian smiled and opened the door for me. I'll take what I can get. Yeah, bitch is a cool character. I mean, her whole personality right now is I hate Taylor. Actually, her whole personality right now is just I hate everyone. But you know, like every named character in this, she's ridiculously complex. And she only develops with time and story. Well, thing is, you know what Taylor is doing. They don't. They're like, oh hey, a new friend. And even Taylor herself is like, it's not what I signed up for. These people are supposed to be like nefarious. Why are they all like sort of alright people? I guess aside from bitch. That's part of the fun of Worm is watching Taylor flip flop. At least right now. They are. I don't know why she's surprised that bitch is a bitch. I don't know. That's a great question. Taylor is not perceptive, I guess. I mean, she's perceptive in her own ways, but I don't know. All I'm saying is if someone's name was bitch, I probably would not want to cross them on a lonely night because they'd probably fucking kill me. It seems like a little bit of a bitch thing to do. Okay. All right. Last chapter before the interlude. I think this is like fairly. Oh no, it's kind of short actually. Cool. Okay. Some of these chapters can get like ridiculous in length. Like we're eventually gonna have to split parts into multiple streams because there's one part. There's a someone on YouTube already did a Worm audiobook of all of it. He just doesn't do silly voices like I do, probably for the better. But one, I don't remember what part it is, but one part is like 9.5 hours long, just on its own. I don't remember what part that will be, but we'll cross the bridge when we get to it, because right now we're at the short stuff. Right now, like the longest stuff is like maybe like 6,000 words. Maybe not even that. But yeah, let's hop right into it. What's a lie? Yeah, that is a total lie. All right. Insinuation 2.9. As Brian and I returned to the loft, I felt a little more apprehensive. It wasn't just that I was going to be around bitch again, but I was also having to face Lisa and Alec. After shouting and talking about quitting the team, I was turning around and going back. Part of me wanted to apologize, but a larger part of me felt like I shouldn't. I hadn't been justified in everything I had said and done, right? Maybe it was just the fact that I wasn't using violence to raising my voice. As I'd feared, there was a bit of awkward silence as we reached the top of the stairs. Bitch was sitting in a chair beside one of the tables, her dogs nowhere to be seen. As she saw me, she scowled but didn't say anything. Alec grinned as I came back, but I couldn't decide if it was because he was glad or if it was at my expense. I still didn't know him well enough to guess either way. Glad you came back, Lisa told me, a bit of a smile on her face. Alec, can you go get the first aid kit? It might be in the storage closet. Well, Alec did that. Brian sat me down and on the arm of the couch, and I pulled off my sweatshirt to get a better look at the damage. I pulled the bottom of my tank top around my ribs to get a look at where one of the dogs had gotten my stomach and back. My clothes had been taking most of the damage, and I only suffered 3 or 4 shallow-ish scrapes. There was bruising in some raw areas where I felt tender, but I figured I'd recover from that in a day or two. I had a cut in my ear, which would have been harder to hide, but I was pretty sure I could keep I could keep the incident from my dad without him raising hell. There was only one spot of real damage, a puncture where it looked like a fang had buried itself deep in the top of my forearm and then dragged an inch or so down towards my wrist and made its exit. The area around it was already turning colors with bruising. I wasn't sure how deep the puncture was, but I was sure it should have been hurting more than it did. The blood from the injury had already trickled down my arm and was still welling out. Christ, I said, mostly to myself. That was awesome, you know. Alec turned to me as he returned the first aid. I didn't know you had it in you to kick someone's ass. I glared at him, but it just sat up back on the sofa, his legs kicking like an excited child. I think we're going to have to clean that and stitch it. Paddle's power should give us a better sense of whether stitches are necessary, Brian said quietly. All right, I agreed. I would hardly describe getting stitches as a bonding experience, but Bitch more or less stayed quiet throughout the entire process. We both sat down and told to sit still while Brian both cleaned and sewed up the hole in my arm and tear my kick had made in Bitch's ear. Brian insisted I take 2 Tylenol, though the pain was still limited in a mild ache in my arm. There was a train going by my house. I grudgingly obliged. I never liked taking pills and never felt they made a real difference. You have first aid training? I inquired, to make conversation and break the tense atmosphere. Alec complained. We all do. Brian made us all take a comprehensive class less than a week after we gathered up the team. Such a pain in the ass, believe me. He'll make you do it too. I already did, I admitted. One of the first things I did. I jumped a little, snarling from my left, but it was just Rachel cussing at Lisa, as Lisa taped a cotton pad to her ear. Brian just looked at me and flashed that boyish smile again. I looked away, embarrassed that a guy like him would get pleased like that on my account. He's a simp. He got up to head to the bathroom, garbage from bandages, sutures, cotton swabs, and ointments with my hands. With Brian gone and Lisa absorbed in trying to patch up Bitch's ear, I was left with Alec. To make conversation, I said, Alec, you were going to tell me what you do. You go by Regent, right? The name's a long story, but what I do is this. He looked over at his shoulder at Brian, who was returning from the washroom with a damp washcloth in his hand. Brian, mid-stride, stumbled and fell to the floor. Way to look good in front of the new girl, Gimpy. Alex mocked his teammate, laughing. Grateful for the break of intention, I couldn't help but laugh too. While Alec continued laughing, Brian got to his feet and ran at the smaller boy, at which point he got Alec in a headlock and began punching him in the shoulder repeatedly. The abuse only made Alec laugh harder in between his cries of pain. Lisa turned to me, smiled at the prank and play fighting between the boys. It's a bit complicated to explain, but basically Alec can get into people's nervous systems. It lets him fire off impulses that set off reflexes or make body parts jerk into motion. It's not a dramatic power, but with timing it can make someone fall over mid-step, drop something, lose their sense of balance, or pull the trigger on a gun. I nodded, absorbing the information. It sounded very underwhelming to me, but I was willing to admit I couldn't be underestimating it. Well, after a long pause, I think I pretty much get what everyone can do, then. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Bitch can turn those dogs into those freakish monsters I saw the other night. Sitting a few feet away, Bitch muttered, They aren't freakish. Lisa answered my question, ignoring her. Rachel can do that with any dog, actually, she said, stressing her the name. And no code names while we're not in costume, okay? Get in the habit of using the right name at the right time. That's much harder to slip. And it's that much harder to slip. It's hard to think of Rachel by her real name. Bitch seemed pretty fitting given the stunt she pulled. I apologized to Lisa. Sorry. Lisa gave a small nod in response, then told me she can use her power on any dog, but only Brutus, Judas, and Angelica are trained well enough to listen to her when they're pumped up. Ah, so that was it. And Brian makes this oily darkness that screws up your hearing. The parahuman Mickey said it was Darkness Generation. Brian smiled. I put that in the wiki myself. It's not wrong, but it does catch people off guard when they think they know what you can do. There's something more to it. Lisa added, it's not just hearing. It also cuts off radio signals and dampens the effect of radiation. That's what her power tells her anyway. I haven't had much of a chance to test that part of things. I get by as is, Brian said. He turned his hand palm up and created a handful of darkness. It was like smoke, but so absolutely black there was no texture in it. It was like someone had taken a scalpel to reality, and the blackness was what there went was. Oh my God, the blackness was what was there when everything else was gone. Wow, I don't know why that was so hard for me to read. Holy shit. I couldn't even gauge the dimensions of it, unless I looked at it from a different perspective. Even then, with the way the darkness shifted and billowed like smoke, it was hard to judge the shape. More of it kept pouring from the hand, climbing upwards to the cover of the room. As the light from the windows near the upper edges of the room and the front fluorescent bars on the city ceiling was cut off, the room got a great deal darker. He pulled his hands into a fist, and the darkness thinned out and disintegrated into strands and tatters, and the room brightened again. I looked at the light coming in from the window and was surprised it wasn't later. What time is it? I asked. 19 minutes before 5, Lisa said. She didn't look at a watch or a clock as she said it, which was unsettling. It was a reminder that her power was constantly available to her. Brian asked me, do you have somewhere you need to be? Home, I guess, I admitted. My dad would wonder where I am. Call him, Lisa suggested. Now that the introductions are over with, you can just hang out for a bit if you want. We could order pizza, Alex suggested. Then when Lisa, Brian, and Bitch all made faces, he added, or maybe everyone's sick of pizza and we could order something else. Stick around? Brian made it a question. I glanced at Bitch. She was sitting at a table behind one of the couches and looked like a mess, with bloody bandages over one ear, blood smeared below her nose and lip, and a bit of green around the gills that was suggesting she was feeling a little worse for wear. With her in that state, I didn't feel particularly threatened. Staying meant I could work to get things more copacetic, and maybe dig for a bit for more information. I'd also miss socializing with people, even if it was under false pretenses with a group of people that included an apparent sociopath. It was a sucky day. Just chilling out sounded good. Okay, I decided. Yeah, I'd like that. Phone's in the kitchen if you want to call your dad, Lisa said. I looked over my shoulder as I headed across the loft. The others got settled to the couches while Alec turning up the TV while Lisa and Brian took up the second to clean up. I found the phone and dialed my dad. Hey, Dad, I said when I heard the phone being picked up. Taylor, are you all right? You sounded worried. It was unusual, I suppose, my not being home at the time when he got home from work. I'm fine, Dad. Is it cool if I hang out with some people tonight? There was a pause. Taylor, if there's anyone that's making you make this call, the bullies or someone else, tell me everything is fine. If you're not in trouble, tell me your mother's full name. I felt monumentally embarrassed. Was it so unusual for me to hang out with other people? I knew my dad was just trying to keep me safe, but it was bordering on ridiculous. Annette Rose Haybear, I told him. Really, Dad, it's cool. You really okay? My gaze rose over to the kitchen, taking in the details as I gave him my assurances. Better than ever. I kind of made some friends, I said. My eyes settled down on their dining table, and there was a stack of money wrapped with a paper band, just as the money in the lunchbox had been. Besides the money, plain as day, was dark gray metal of it. Beside the money, plain as day, was the dark gray metal of a handgun.
My attention caught the gun. I only barely caught my dad's question. What are they like? They seem like good people. I lied. Irony. Just lusting over bitch. Get your worm fan fictions out of my chat, please. I don't think this is a super long. All right. Last interlude for tonight. I'll upload this to YouTube probably tomorrow. So here we go. Interlude 2. There were very few things in Victoria Dallin's estimation that were cooler than flying. The invisible force field that extended a few millimeters over her skin and clothes just made it better. The field kept the worst of the chill from touching her, but still made her feel the wind on her skin and her hair. Bugs didn't splat against her face like they did against car windshields, even when she was pushing 80 miles an hour. Spotting her target, she whooped and plunged for the ground, gaining speed when anyone else would be slowing down. I fucking love. I think it's a trope. It's called like flying brick, but like when characters that can fly just like slam into the ground at full force instead of stopping themselves, that's the cool shit. Especially when they're like attacking from above. That's the real cool shit. She hit the asphalt hard enough to crack it and send fragments off into the air. See, it's fucking cool. Touching ground with her knee and foot, one arm extended. She stayed in the kneeling position for just 2 heartbeats, letting her platinum curls and the cape that was draped over one of her shoulders flutter in the wake of the air that had followed her descent. She met the eyes of her quarry with a steely glare. She'd practiced that landing for weeks just to get it right. So, a little side note. The Worm is done, and there's already a sequel that got written from her point of view. She is the main character of that sequel. I haven't read it yet. Just 'cause I'm afraid it's not going to live up to how good this is. But I hear it's really good. I hear it's good. The man was a 20-something Caucasian with a shaved head, a dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up, jeans and work boots. He took one look at her and bolted. Victoria grinned as he disappeared down at the far end of the alley. She rose from her kneeling position, dusted herself off, and ran her fingers through her hair to tidy it. Then she raised herself a foot off the ground and flew after him an easy 45 miles an hour. It didn't take a minute to catch him, and even with the head start she had given him, she just flew past him, grazing him. An instant later, she came to a dead stop, facing him. Again, the wind made for her dramatic flourish as it stirred for her cape and the skirt of her costume. "The woman you attacked was named Andrea Young," she spoke. The man looked at her over the shoulder as if gauging his escape notes. "Don't even think about it, Fugly," she told him. "You know I'd catch you, and trust me, I'm already pissed off enough without you wasting my time." "I didn't do anything," the man snarled. "Andrea Young." Victoria raised her voice. As she shouted, she exercised her power. The man quailed as though she'd slapped him. "A black college student was beaten so badly that she needed medical attention. Her teeth were knocked out. You're trying to tell me, a skinhead with swollen knuckles, someone who was in the crowd watching paramedics arrive with an expression bordering on glee, you didn't do anything?" I didn't do nothing worth caring about," he sneered. His bravado was tempered by a second look over his shoulder, as though he'd very much like to be elsewhere right at that moment. She flew forward, her fist catching him by the collar. For just a moment, she contemplated slamming him against a wall. It would have been fitting and satisfying to shove his head enough against the brick to crack it, then drop him onto the dumpster that sat at the wall's base. Instead, she pulled up a little, bringing the two of them to a stop. They were now just high enough above the ground that he'd feel uncomfortable with the height. The dumpster, mostly empty, was directly below him, but she doubted that he was paying attention to anything but her. "I think it's a safe bet that you're a member of the Empire 88, she told him, meeting his eyes with a hard stare.
Or at least you've got some friends who are. So here's what's going to happen. You're either going to tell me everything the Triple E's have been up to, or I'm going to break your arms and legs and then you're going to tell me everything. As she spoke, she ratcheted up her power. She knew it was working when he started swimming just to avoid her gaze. Fuck you, you can't touch me, there's laws against this shit. He blustered, staring fixedly over one shoulder. She turned her powers up another notch. Her body thrummed with current, waves of energy that anyone from her presence would experience as an emotional change of awe and admiration. For those with reason to be afraid of her, it would be a feeling of raw intimidation instead. Excuse me. Last chance, she warned him. Unfortunately, fear affected everyone differently. For this particular asshole, it made him dig in his heels and become obstinate. She could see it in his body language before he opened his mouth, at this sort of guy who reacted to anything that spooked him or unsettled him with an aimless mindset refused to bend. Lick my hairy, sweaty balls, he snarled before puncturing with his spat. Cunt. She threw him. She could bench press a cement mixer, though it was hard to balance something so large and so unwieldy. Even in a casual toss on her part could get some good distance. He flew a good 20 to 30 yards back down the road before hitting the asphalt and rolled for another 10. He was utterly for still. Long enough. There are mistakes in here. I know that much because the author wants to like re-edit it and get it published and everything. So there's gonna be some like minor. That's like that I didn't even notice that my first run through. Maybe I did. I don't remember. Long enough for that Victoria had begun to worry that he'd somehow snapped his neck or broken his spine as he rolled. She was relieved when he groaned and began to pull himself to his feet. Ready to talk? She asked, her voice carrying throughout the alley. She didn't move forward when she hovered in the air, but she did let herself drop closer to the ground. Pressing one hand against his leg to support himself as he straightened up, he raised his other hand and flipped her the bird, then began to limp down the alley. What was that asshole thinking? That she would just let him go? That what? She would bend to his witless lack of self-preservation? That she was helpless to do any real harm to him? To top it off, he was going to insult her and try to walk away. Screw you too, she hissed through her teeth. Then she kicked the dumpster below her hard enough to send it flying down the little road. It rotated lazily through the air as it arced towards the retreating figure, the trajectory and rotation barely changing as it knocked him flat. It skidded to a halt 3 to 5 yards beyond him, the metal sides of the dumpster squealing and sparking as it scraped against the asphalt. This time, he didn't get back up. Fuck, she swore. Fuck. She flew to him and checked for a pulse. She sighed and then headed to the nearest street. She found the street address, grabbed her cell phone and dialed. Hey, sis, yeah, I found him. That's, sort of the problem. Yeah, look, I'm sorry. Okay, we can talk about this later. Yeah, I'm at Snyder and Rock, and there's this little road that runs behind the buildings. Downtownish, yeah. Yeah? Thanks. Victoria returned to the unconscious skinhead, checking his pulse and listened to the intensity of changes in breathing. It took a very long 5 minutes for her sister to arrive. Again, Victoria? The voice disturbed her from her contemplations. Use my code name, please, Victoria told the girl. Her sister was as different from her as the night from the day. While Victoria was beautiful, tall, gorgeous, blonde, Amy was mousy. Victoria's costume showed off her figure with a white one-piece dress that came to mid-thigh with shorts underneath. I never noticed this my first go-around. I don't like how he uses parentheses. I don't think he does it very often. I think he kind of stops doing that. But I don't like that. Thankfully, he doesn't do it very often. I don't remember it being like a consistent thing that he does. Yeah. An over-the-shoulder cape, high boots, and a golden tiara with spikes radiating from it, vaguely reminiscent of the sun's rays of the Statue of Liberty. Amy's costume, by contrast, was only a shade away from being a burqa. Amy wore a robe with a large hood and a scarf that covered the lower half of her face. The robe was alabaster white and had a medic's red cross on the chest and back. Our identities are public, Amy retorted, pushing the hood back and the scarf down to reveal brown frizzy hair and a face with freckles spaced evenly across it. It's the principle of the thing, Victoria replied. You want to talk about principles, Glory Girl? Amy asked in the most sarcastic tone she could manage. This is the sixth time you nearly killed someone that I know about. I'm strong enough to lift an SUV over my head, Victoria muttered. It's hard to hold back all the time. I'm sure Carol would buy that line, Amy said, making it clear in her tone that she wasn't. But I know you better than anyone. If you're having trouble holding back, the problem isn't here. She poked Victoria in the bicep. It's here. She jabbed her sister in the forehead, hard. Victoria didn't even blink. Look, can you just fix him? Victoria pleaded. I'm thinking I shouldn't, Amy said quietly. What? There's consequences, Vicky. If I help you now, what's going to stop you from doing it again? I can call the paramedics. I know some good people from the hospital. They could probably fix him up all right. Hey, Victoria said. That's not funny. He goes to the hospital, people ask questions. Yeah, I'm well aware, Amy said, her voice hushed. This isn't like me getting grounded. I'd get pulled into court on some charge of aggressive assault and battery. That just doesn't fuck with me. It fucks with our family, all of the new wave, everything we've struggled to build. Amy frowned and looked at the fallen man. I know you're not going to keep the superhero thing, but you'd really go that far? You'd really do that? To me? Amy pointed the finger at her sis. That's not me. That's not my fault that we're in this point. It's you. You're crossing the line, going too far, which is exactly what people who criticize the new wave are scared of. We're not government-sponsored. We're not protected or organized or regulated in the same way. Everybody knows who we are under our masks. That means we are to be accountable. The responsible thing for me to do as a member of this team is to let the paramedics take him and let the law do as it sees fit. Victoria abruptly pulled Amy into a hug. Amy resisted for a moment to let her arms go limp at her sides. This isn't just a team, Ames, Victoria told her. We're a family. We're your family. The man lying just a few feet away stirred, then groaned long and loud. My adoptive family, Amy mumbled into Victoria's shoulder. And stop trying to use your friggin' power to make me all squee over how amazing you are. Doesn't work. I've been exposed so long I'm immune. It hurts, the man moaned. They're sharing like a nice tender family moment. The man's like, oh. I'm not using my power, dumbass, Victoria told Amy, letting her go. I'm hugging my sister, my awesome, caring, and merciful sister. Man whined louder. I can't move. I feel cold. Man's fucking dying. Victoria's just trying to be like, please heal him. Amy frowned at Victoria. I'll heal him. This is the last time. Victoria beamed. Thank you. Amy leaned over to the man and touched her hand to his cheek. Slingshot break to his ribs, fractured clavicle, broken mandible, broken scapula, fractured sternum, bruised lung, bruised ulna, bruised radius. I get the point, Victoria said. Do you? Amy asked, then sighed. I wasn't even halfway down the list. This is going to take a little while. Sit. Victoria crossed her legs and assumed a sitting position, floating a half a foot above the ground. Amy just knelt where she was and rested her hand on the man's cheek. The tension went out of his body and he relaxed. How's the woman, Andrea? Better than ever physically, Amy replied. I grew her new teeth, fixed up everything from bruising to the scrapes, and even gave her a head to toe tune-up. Physically, she'll feel on top of the world like she'd been to a spa and had the best nutritionist, best fitness expert, and the best doctor all looking after her for a straight month. Good, Victoria said. Mentally? Emotionally? It's up to her to deal with the aftermath of the beating. It can't affect the brain. Well, Victoria started to speak. Yeah. Not can't. Won't. It's complicated. I don't trust myself not to screw something up when I'm tampering with someone's head. That's all. Victoria started to say something, then shut her mouth. Even though they weren't related by blood, they were sisters. Only sisters could have some sort of recurring argument. Only sisters could have these sorts of recurring arguments. They'd gone through a dozen different variations on this argument before.
As far as she was concerned, Amy was doing herself a disservice by not practicing using her power on the brain. It was only a matter of time before her sister found herself in a situation where she needed to do some emergency brain surgery and found herself incapable. Amy, for that part, refused to even discuss it. She didn't want to raise a sensitive issue when Amy was in the process of doing her a major favor. To change the subject, Victoria asked, "Is it cool if I question him?" "Might as well," Amy sighed. Victoria tapped the man on the forehead to get his attention. He could barely move his head, but his eyes lolled in the direction. "Are you to answer my questions, or do me and my sister have to walk away and leave you like this?"
"I sue you."
There's no quotation. Man, did you proofread this? I remember this having a lot less mistakes when I read it the first time.
I sue you,"
he gasped out, then managed and added,
"War."
"Try it. I'd love to see a skinhead with a few broken bones go up against a superheroine whose mom just happens to be one of the best lawyers in Brockton Bay. You know her, right?"
"Brandish,"
he said. "That's her name in costume. Normally she's Carol Dallin." "She'll kick your ass in court, believe me," Victoria said. She believed it. What that thug didn't understand was that even if he lost his case, the media circus that would have stirred up would do more damage than anything else. But she didn't need to inform him of that. She asked him, So do I get to my sister to leave you as you are, or are you willing to trade some information for relief for the months of incredible pain and a lifetime of arthritis and stiffness in your bones?" "And erectile dysfunction," Amy said, just loud enough for the thug to hear her. You fractured your ninth vertebra. That's going to affect all nerve functions to extremities below your waist. They'll leave you the way you are. Your toes will always feel a little numb. You'll always have a hell of a time getting it up, if you know what I mean." The skinhead's eyes widened a fraction.
"You're fucking with me."
"I have an honorary medical license," Amy told him, her expression solemn. "I'm not allowed to fuck with you about that stuff. Stuff like that. Hippocratic oath." "Isn't that do no harm?" the thug asked. Then he groaned, long and loud with the slightest rattle in his breath, as she removed her hand from his body. "That's just the first part of it, like how freedom of speech and right to bear arms is the first part of a very long constitution. Doesn't look like he's cooperating, Glory Girl. Should we go?" "Fuck!" the man shouted, then winced, tenderly touching his side on one hand. "I'll tell you, please, do what you were doing. Touch me and make the pain go away. Put me back together. Fix me." Amy touched him. He relaxed, and he started talking. "Empire 88 is extending into the docks on Kaiser's orders. Lung is in custody, and whatever happens, the ABB is weaker than it was. That means there's territory for grabs, and the Empire ain't making it progress downtown." "Why not?" Victoria asked him. "This guy, Coyle. Don't know what his powers are, but he's got a private army, ex-military, all of them. At least 50, Kaiser said. And every one of them has top-notch gear. Their armor is better than Kevlar. You shoot them, they get back up in a few seconds. At least when you shoot a pig, you can be sure they broke a few ribs. But that's not the fuck thing. These guys have got these lasers hooked up to the machine guns they carry around. If they don't think bullets are doing it, or they're after people who are behind cover, they fire off these purple laser beams that can cut through steel, tear through any cover you're standing behind, and burn through you too." "Yeah, I heard about them. His methods get expensive," Victoria said. Top of the line soldiers, top of the line gear." The thug nodded weakly. "But even with money to burn, he's fighting us over downtown territories. Constant tug of war, neither of us making any headway. Been going on for months, so Kaiser thinks we should take the docks now that the ABB are going out, gain some ground somewhere else. Don't know any more than that, as far as his plans." "Who else is up to something? Faultline? The bitch with the freaks in her crew? She's a mercenary, different goals. But maybe, if she wanted to branch out, now was the time to do it. With her rep, she'd even do all right." "Then who?" "The power vacuum in the docks. Kaiser's declared what he wants to seize it, but I'm willing to bet he's warned you about others making a play." The skinhead laughed and winced. "Are you dense, girl? Everyone's going to make a play. It's not just the major gangs and the teams that are looking for a slice of the pie there. It's everyone. The docks are ripe for the taking. The location's worth as much money as you got downtown. It's the go-to place if you want to buy black market. Sex, drugs, violence, and the locals are already used to paying protection money. Just a matter of changing who they pay to. The docks are rich territory, and we're taking the potential for a full-scale fucking war over it." He looked up at the blonde superheroine and laughed. Her lips set into a firm line. He continued, "You want to know my guess? Empire 88 is going to take the biggest slice of the docks because we're strong enough to. Koyov's got the stick in his thumb just to spite us. ABB is going to hold on to some. But you're also going to have a bunch of the little guys trying to take something for themselves. Uber and Leet, Circus, the Undersiders, Squeaker, Trainwreck, Stain, others you've never heard of. They're going to stake out the ground. And one of two things is going to happen. Either there's a war, which in case civilians get hurt and things get bad for you, or there's an alliance between the various teams and solo villains and shit gets even worse for you." He broke into laughter once again. "Come on, Pansia," Victoria said as she stood up, touched ground with her boots and brushed her skirt. "We've gotten enough." "You sure? I'm not done yet," Amy said to her. "You fixed the bruises, scrapes, and broken bones?" Everything that could get her in trouble, in other words. "Yeah, but I didn't fix everything," Amy replied. "Good enough," Victoria decided. "Hey," the skinhead shouted. "The deal was you'd fix me if I talked. Did you fix my cock?" He struggled to get to his feet, but his legs buckled under him. "Hey, I can't fucking walk. I'll fucking sue you." Victoria's expression changed in an instant. Her power flooded out, blindsiding the thug. For an instant, his eyes were like those of a panicked horse, all white, strolling around unfocused. She grabbed him by the shirt collar, lifted him, and growled into his ear, her voice just above a whisper, saying, "Try it. My sister just healed you, most of you, with a touch. Did you ever wonder what else she could do? Ever think maybe she could break you so easily? Or change the color of your skin, you racist fuck? I'll tell you this, I'm not half as scary as my little sister is." She let him go. He collapsed onto the heap of the ground. As the two sisters walked away, Victoria pulled her cell phone out of a pouch in her belt of her free hand. Turning it to Amy, she said, "Thank you." "Play safe, Victoria. I can't bring people back from the dead, and once you've gone that far..." "I'll be good. I'll be better," Victoria promised as she dialed with one hand. She put the phone to her ear. "Hello, emergency services? Requesting special line. New wave, Glory Girl. Incapacitated criminal for you to pick up. No powers. No rush. I can hold." Even in superhero land, there is no escape from being on hold. Looking over her shoulders, Victoria noted the thug still floundering and half crawling. He's not going to get up? He'll be numb from the waist down for about 3 hours. His left arm will be iffy for about that long, so he's not going to move unless he can drag himself somewhere with just one limb. He'll also have to drag numb toes for a good month or so, too. Amy smiled. "You didn't actually... No, nothing was broken, and I didn't screw up anything beyond a temporary numbness, but he doesn't know that. Fear and doubt will complete the effect, and the suggestion will become a self-fulfilling prophecy." "Amy!" Victoria laughed, hugging her sister with one arm. "Are you just saying you weren't going to mess with people's heads?" Yeah, I don't think he does the parentheses thing anymore, but I don't recall that being that glaring on my first read around, but I think it's just because I read it like a year ago and I don't remember like the nitty-gritty of the beginning, especially because the beginning is like the setup. So yeah, that was the first 2 chapters of Worm. Thank you all who made it this far. Tomorrow night, probably around the same time, I'll be reading probably all of. I'm gonna hope all of Act 3. I'd like to do like a similar format. Let's see how long was I started at like 7:40. Maybe I started reading at 8. I thought this was a 4-hour stream. Maybe a little bit longer. I'll upload the VODs to YouTube for anyone who wants to watch. But they're going to be up on Twitch for like 14 days. But I don't want people, coming in midstream, not knowing what's going on. So yeah, thank you all for joining me. Have a safe night. Have a good night. I hope that I could help you pass a couple hours during pandemic and everything. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.